Hello, this is Ashen. What if Naruto finally realized that Konoha never truly saw him as a person? In this alternate Naruto story, everything changes when Sakura confesses her love to Naruto in the middle of a mission. But Naruto sees straight through her. He realizes that her confession is not about love, but an attempt to stop him from pursuing Sasuke. And for the first time, Naruto refuses to be manipulated. He tells Sakura the truth. He tells Konoha that he is tired of being treated like a weapon, a vessel, and a shinobi who is expected to sacrifice everything for the village. Then Gaara steps forward. The Kazekage doesn't just defend Naruto. He chooses him. He protects him. And when Konoha threatens to lose Naruto completely, Gaara makes it clear that the alliance between Suna and Konoha exists because of Naruto. But the biggest surprise comes when Naruto makes a decision that could change the entire ninja world. He doesn't want to return to Konoha. He wants to stay in Suna. He wants to become a shinobi of the Sand Village and build a new life with Gaara. Can Naruto truly leave Konoha behind? And what will happen when the village realizes that the boy they took for granted has finally found a home somewhere else? Interesting. Well then, sit back, relax, and enjoy listening.
Chapter 1. The snow in the Iron Country drifted down like delicate ash, silent, cold, unfeeling. Naruto stood a little apart from the group, pale arms wrapped around himself as he stared into the white fog ahead. His long golden hair was half pulled back with a red ribbon, the rest tumbling in soft waves down his back, catching the light like strands of fire and sunlight. His pale skin stood stark against the black of his winter cloak, his soft lilac blue eyes dimmed with exhaustion, and something deeper. Wounds you couldn't see. Behind him stood Tsunade, arms crossed, watching her apprentice's tense posture with wary eyes. Kakashi stood beside her, masked face unreadable but one visible eye narrowed beneath his Hitai-8. Yamato and Sai kept their distance, sensing something brewing. Shikamaru, Kiba, and Neji were nearby, silent observers, though each wore an expression that hovered between confusion and dread. Because they could all feel it. Something was about to happen. And then it did. I love you, Naruto. Naruto blinked slowly. Sakura's voice pierced the stillness like glass shattering on stone. Her steps were hesitant as she moved toward him, cheeks flushed from the cold, or the lie. Everyone froze. Kakashi's lone eye flicked sharply to her. Tsunade's gaze turned to steel. Even Kiba, usually reckless, stiffened. Naruto turned slowly, his soft lips parted slightly. What did you say? Sakura smiled, desperate and trembling. I said I love you. I mean it. Sasuke, he doesn't matter to me anymore. I've realized, it's you. It's always been you. A long, dead silence. Naruto's lashes lowered. The wind tugged at the edges of his cloak as he stepped toward her, his voice barely above a whisper. No, you don't. Sakura flinched. I know you, Sakura, he said softly, almost gently. I know how you speak when you're honest. And when you're trying to convince yourself. Naruto. You think I'm stupid? He asked, and something in his tone made even Shikamaru raise his head. You think I'd believe you? After everything, you're not doing this for me. You're doing this to stop me from going after Sasuke. You're using my feelings like a leash. The truth landed hard, on Sakura's face, on the group behind him. Kiba's jaw clenched. Neji narrowed his eyes. Sai tilted his head in silent judgment. You don't love me, Naruto continued, his voice still calm, still gentle, but colder than any snow around them. You never even saw me. Sakura's eyes shimmered. I'm trying to protect you. No, you're trying to relieve yourself of guilt. Naruto. She snapped, defensive now. Can't you just accept someone loving you for once? He stared at her. And then, from the shadow behind the trees, he emerged. Gaara. Red hair blowing slightly in the wind. Cloak edged in frost, eyes like cut emerald, fixed on Naruto and only Naruto. The entire group straightened. Shikamaru exhaled sharply under his breath. Well, shit. Gaara stopped beside Naruto without a word. He didn't touch him, didn't need to. The space he occupied said everything, this is mine. You have no right to speak to him that way, Gaara said, voice low and emotionless. Not when you've never once looked at him with sincerity. Sakura took a step back, pale. You. Do not finish that sentence, Gaara warned, and the cold weight in his tone silenced her like a slap. Tsunade didn't interrupt. Her gaze was on Naruto now, really on him. And the realization hit her like a punch to the gut. He had outgrown them all. Kakashi said nothing, but his fists tightened in his gloves. Yamato looked away. Shikamaru muttered, figures. Took her long enough to dig her own grave. Neji watched Naruto with something close to regret in his sharp eyes. Naruto exhaled softly and turned to face Sakura one last time. I spent my childhood waiting for someone to love me, he whispered. But I stopped waiting the day he looked at me like I was more than a weapon. More than a vessel. More than a joke. He tilted his head ever so slightly toward Gaara. And now, I don't need you. Sakura stood there, trembling. So, what? You're with him now? Gaara answered before Naruto could. Yes, he said simply. And with that, he slipped his hand around Naruto's waist, finally touching him. Gently. Possessively. Lovingly. Gasps echoed behind them. Even Tsunade blinked in surprise. But Naruto. He smiled. Just a small one. And leaned into Gaara's side without hesitation. Naruto exhaled, the air shaking slightly in his lungs. He stepped out of Gaara's hold, not rejecting it, just needing space. Then, he turned back to face the stunned group, his voice low and trembling but unshakable. And what is your problem even if I am with him? The question cut through the tension like a blade. Sakura's eyes widened, but Naruto didn't give her a chance to answer. This is my life. I can do whatever I want to do, be with whoever I want to be with. He took a shaky breath. And I don't care if Sasuke doesn't matter to you or if you want me to stop. I'm not going after him because of your damn promise. His voice rose slightly, sharp like shattered glass. Stop thinking the whole world revolves around you. Sakura paled. Tsunade remained silent, expression unreadable. I'm going after him because he's a rogue ninja. Because he's a threat. And because it's my duty, our duty as Shinobi of the Leaf, to bring him back. He looked around the circle now, at Kakashi, Yamato, Sai, Shikamaru, Kiba, Neji, each one of them. We could have walked away, could have ignored it all, but we didn't. His voice shook, his fists clenched. Because we know what it means to be Shinobi. What it means to fight for something beyond ourselves. No one spoke. Snow fell gently, silent witnesses to his pain. Naruto looked down briefly, then lifted his head again, soft lilac blue eyes shimmering, not weak, not fragile, but human. So just, stop. He turned to Sakura again. And what did you even think you'd achieve with this little performance? That I'd forget everything and pretend nothing's wrong in the world. That the Akatsuki would just magically vanish. Sakura looked like she wanted to speak. But the truth in his voice silenced even her. We're here, Naruto said softly, to fight them. To end this. Because all of us, every one of us, have lost too much already. He looked at Shikamaru now. He lost Asuma-sensei. We all knew it, even if he didn't say it, they were like family. Shikamaru looked away, jaw tightening. Naruto's voice wavered. When we lost Jiraiya-sensei. The pain cracked through at last. He turned to Tsunade, his voice barely above a whisper. Tsunade-sama lost a comrade. A friend. He swallowed. And me, I lost one of the only people I had left. After my parents died. The silence ached around him. Tsunade looked down, her lips trembling just slightly. Sakura, I've already lost a lot. My parents. At my birth. Jiraiya-sensei. After I finally started to believe I could have a family again. His voice broke for a second. But the tears didn't fall. They shimmered, balancing on the edge of his lashes, unshed, proud. It's the same with everyone. We can't afford to lose more. I can't. He looked around again, softer now. And neither can they. His eyes returned to Sakura for the last time, hollow with finality. So we're not stopping this mission. Not because of a promise. Not because of guilt, but because it's the right thing to do. His voice turned quiet, tired. But if anyone wants to walk away, that's their choice. I'll respect it. No questions asked. He took one final breath, looking at all of them, not with anger, not even disappointment anymore, but freedom. But I'm not stopping. Then, gently, almost apologetically, Naruto reached for Gaara's hand at his waist, fingers lingering for a moment before he let go. The Kazekage didn't stop him. Just watched him with soft, unwavering eyes. And then Naruto turned around, walked past the group, and opened the door to the cottage. The warm light inside poured out onto the snow like liquid gold. And without another word, he stepped inside and closed the door. Leaving them all behind in silence. The silence that followed the closing of the door was absolute. Not even the wind dared to speak. The snow continued to fall. Soft, cold, indifferent. But inside that silence, hearts thundered, thoughts screamed, guilt bloomed, and one truth echoed through all of them. They had failed to see him. Sakura. Sakura stood frozen, arms limp at her sides, her throat dry and her eyes wide. She had prepared for everything, anger, resistance, even tears. But not this. Not the quiet, piercing truth that Naruto had delivered like a blade straight into her chest. Her mouth opened, then closed. Her legs trembled, not from the cold, but from the crushing realization that she hadn't just lost Naruto. She had never had him to begin with. He meant every word, she whispered to no one, almost in disbelief. For the first time in years, she looked truly small. And completely alone. Gaara. Gaara hadn't moved an inch since Naruto let go of his hand. But his eyes were burning. Not with fury. With pride. There was no part of Naruto's speech he hadn't felt. Every word had cut deeper than any weapon. And every sentence had made him fall in love all over again. He didn't speak. Didn't look at Sakura. His eyes remained fixed on the door Naruto had closed behind him. And inside his chest, where once there was only sand and silence, there was now something warm, bright, and aching. "You've grown, Naruto," he murmured softly. And no one dared interrupt. Tsunade. Tsunade stood rooted, her jaw set tight, arms limp at her sides. For the first time in years, decades, she felt shame. Not as a Hokage. As a woman who had promised to protect the child of her dearest friend. The boy who had smiled through loneliness, grown through pain, and carried the village on his back while everyone looked elsewhere. "Minato," she whispered, barely audible. "Kushina, forgive me, he shouldn't have had to say those things." And yet, he did. Because they hadn't. Kakashi. Kakashi's eye was unreadable. But inside. 1,000 knives. He had never been the kind of man who expressed things aloud. But even through the mask, the tightness in his jaw, the stillness of his breath, it was clear. He felt every word like a slap. He had asked too much of Naruto. Let him carry burdens too big for his small shoulders. And now, Naruto was no longer that boy. He was something else. Something stronger. Something scarred. "I failed you too, sensei." Yamato. Yamato looked away, his chest heavy. He had seen glimpses of this in Naruto before, the quiet strength, the pain he never voiced. But today, Naruto laid it bare. And it wasn't something Yamato would ever forget. He didn't need us to protect him. He needed us to believe in him. And they hadn't. Not truly. Kiba. Kiba swallowed harshly, guilt clawing up his throat like a wild beast. He had made fun of Naruto in the academy. Treated him like a rival, sometimes like a joke. But standing there, after what Naruto said, Kiba saw him in a new light. Not as the hyper kid who used to shout, "Datbayo." But as a man. A shinobi. And a leader. "Shit," he muttered. "I never really understood what he carried, did I?" Neji. Neji's eyes narrowed, not in arrogance, but in reflection. He had judged Naruto once. Assumed he was weak, foolish, doomed by fate. But Naruto had defied every path, rewritten every destiny, including his own. And now. He stood stronger than any of them. He's already surpassed most of us, Neji thought quietly. Not just in strength, but in spirit. And for the first time, he bowed his head, not in shame, but in respect. Sai. Sai tilted his head. He had seen expressions, studied them, but Naruto's eyes, those trembling, glimmering, unfallen tears, told a story that no book or scroll could capture. And Sakura. Her reaction was the definition of manipulation. Sai had once thought she cared. Now, he saw clearly. Naruto doesn't need lies, he needs truth, and she gave him the opposite. He glanced at Gaara, then at the door. At least someone is choosing him, the way he's always deserved. Shikamaru. Shikamaru stood with his hands in his pockets, shoulders hunched. But his face. Tight with guilt. He had been watching Naruto closely since Asuma's death. They were different, sure, but grief had made them brothers in pain. And now, Naruto had spoken the words Shikamaru always thought but never voiced. "He's grown up," Shikamaru whispered. "Faster than the rest of us. Smarter too." He sighed deeply. And all we gave him was silence in return. As the snow continued to fall, no one spoke again. Not for a long time. Because in that single moment, Naruto Uzumaki had walked away from them. Not in anger. Not in hate. But in a quiet, final kind of peace. And none of them could deny it. They had just witnessed the true birth of a legend. The snow crunched beneath Gaara's boots as he turned without a word. His red hair flicked slightly with the wind, and his long cloak swayed behind him like a shadow of war. He didn't look at Sakura, not even once. Didn't look at Kiba, or Neji, or Kakashi. His eyes were fixed on the cottage. The door Naruto had gone through. The warmth Naruto had left for himself, leaving the rest of them in the cold they'd earned. He reached the gate, hand on the wooden frame. And just before he pushed it open, he paused. His voice, when it came, was like shifting sand and thunder on the horizon. "Tsunade-sama," Gaara said without turning. "Let me remind you of something." Everyone's head snapped toward him. The air stilled. The treaty between Suna and Konoha, our fragile peace, exists only because of him. Because of Naruto. Tsunade stiffened. Her hands clenched at her sides. "I had intended to abolish it after what happened today." His voice was calm, but colder than steel. "But I'm not. Because of him." He turned his head slightly, revealing one green eye sharp with fury. "You have one last chance." The threat was not shouted. It didn't need to be. "But if you ruin it." He stepped closer to the gate. "I will abolish that treaty faster than you can blink." The words hung in the air like a blade above Konoha's neck. Gaara didn't wait for a reply. He opened the gate. And disappeared inside the cottage. Leaving behind a silence that cut deeper than any kunai. The wooden gate creaked shut behind Gaara. His words still echoed in the air like the crack of a whip. "One last chance, or I'll abolish that treaty faster than you can blink." No one spoke at first. The silence was thick, suffocating. Tsunade stared at the ground. Her lips pressed in a tight line, her hands trembling, not from fear. From rage. But not at Gaara. At herself. She hadn't just failed Naruto today. She had risked the very peace her village had clung to. All because she didn't speak up. Didn't act when it mattered. "Minato, Kushina," her thoughts whispered. "Your son had to be protected by a foreign leader. Because we didn't deserve him anymore." Kakashi. Kakashi closed his visible eye. Gaara's words weren't just political. They were personal. Because beneath that diplomatic threat lay something else. He loves Naruto enough to burn entire alliances to the ground for him. And Kakashi, his old sensei's student, Naruto's supposed teacher, had stood there like a shadow while Naruto defended himself alone. "I failed you twice, Naruto. First as your teacher, now as your protector." Shikamaru. Shikamaru let out a low, tired sigh. Troublesome, but he's right. His voice cut through the silence, calm but grim. He glanced at Tsunade, then at Sakura. "We screwed up. Again." He rubbed the back of his neck. Gaara wasn't bluffing. We're this close to losing everything. And this time, it wouldn't be because of an enemy. It would be because of their own blindness. Sai. Sai blinked slowly, watching the closed door of the cottage. His tone, when he spoke, was disturbingly calm. I believe that was a display of emotional protection and territorial declaration. Kiba stared at him like he'd grown a second head. Huh. Sai elaborated, Gaara was defending what's his. Naruto. And he made it clear, if we hurt him again, he'll become our enemy. He paused. And frankly, I wouldn't blame him. Kiba. Kiba growled under his breath, pacing once, then stopping. I knew he was protective, but that was intense. Akamaru whined quietly beside him. Kiba's eyes narrowed on Sakura. This is your fault, Sakura. She flinched. Kiba didn't care. You lit the match and expected him to melt. But he burned you down instead. Neji. Neji stood silent, arms folded, jaw tight. His eyes followed the cottage door, then Tsunade. He didn't speak until everyone had turned toward him. Then he said, quietly. I wouldn't test him. No one needed to ask who he meant. Gaara wasn't bluffing. He had already made the ultimate statement. He would destroy peace for Naruto. And Neji, more than anyone, understood that kind of loyalty. Yamato. Yamato exhaled and shook his head. This was supposed to be a diplomatic mission. And now. He looked up at the sky. It's turned into a battlefield of emotion. He glanced at Tsunade. Orders, Hokage-sama. Tsunade didn't respond at first. Then, quietly. There won't be a mission anymore. If we keep failing Naruto like this. Sakura. Sakura didn't say a word. Couldn't. Her legs gave out. She sank to the cold ground, knees in the snow, her hands trembling. Everything, every lie, every delusion, had shattered. She had confessed, thinking it would save something. Instead, she'd lost it all. And as she stared at the closed cottage door, a single bitter truth echoed in her chest. He was never mine to lose. To be continued. Chapter 2. The wooden door clicked softly behind him, sealing the cold and the chaos outside. Inside the cottage, the air was warmer, lit faintly by the orange glow of the fireplace. The scent of pine and winter herbs lingered faintly in the hallway, but Gaara barely noticed any of it. His footsteps were silent as he moved down the narrow corridor. The storm in his mind had settled into one steady thought. Naruto. He reached the last door at the end, where the warmest light slipped out beneath the gap. He raised a hand. And knocked twice. Gently. The sound was soft, barely a whisper against the wood. Naruto, sweetheart. His voice was low, warm, careful. Like silk drawn over a wound. There was no reply at first. Just silence. Then, after a long few seconds, so soft it could have been imagined, a muffled sniff. Gaara's chest tightened. He rested his palm flat on the door now, leaning in just slightly. May I come in? Still no words. But he heard the subtle shuffle of movement. The lock clicked. And the door creaked open, just enough. Behind it stood Naruto, eyes lowered, long golden hair spilling over his shoulders like a curtain hiding his pain. His cheeks were flushed, but not from the cold. His pale skin glowed in the warm light of the room, and his soft lilac eyes shimmered, still tearful, but calm now. He didn't say anything. He didn't have to. Gaara stepped in, shutting the door gently behind him. Then, without hesitation, he reached forward and wrapped his arms around Naruto. Naruto let out a shaky breath, and melted into his chest. Gaara said nothing more. He simply guided Naruto by the hand, their fingers intertwined. His touch was steady, quiet, no pressure, no rush. Just warmth, just presence. They reached the bed at the center of the room, sheets slightly rumpled, the firelight casting soft shadows across the walls. Gaara sat down first, then gently pulled Naruto with him, shifting until they lay down together. Naruto curled into him instinctively, head resting against Gaara's chest, long hair spilling like silk over both of them. His body was smaller, delicate, fitting perfectly within Gaara's arms like it had always belonged there. Gaara's arms slipped around his waist protectively, his grip firm but tender. He lowered his head. And placed the softest kiss on Naruto's forehead. It lingered. A promise. A bomb. Are you okay, love? His voice was barely above a whisper, soothing, fragile, meant only for Naruto. There was a pause. Naruto didn't lift his head. He simply breathed in deep, as if trying to absorb Gaara's scent, his warmth, his everything. Then, very softly. I don't know. A pause. I think I'm tired of proving I matter. Gaara tightened his hold just slightly, one hand gently stroking Naruto's waist, the other sliding up into his hair, combing through golden strands with reverence. You don't have to prove anything to me, he murmured. You never did. Naruto's fingers curled slightly into Gaara's cloak. Then, can I just stay here for a while? Just like this. Gaara pressed another kiss to his temple. As long as you need. I'm not going anywhere. Wrapped in Gaara's arms, Naruto felt like he could finally breathe. But even in the quiet, the thoughts wouldn't stop spinning. Wouldn't stop hurting. His voice trembled as it escaped him, soft, cracked, almost childlike. Sometimes I feel like whatever I do will never be enough. Gaara stilled. Naruto's eyes stayed low, his fingers gripping the edge of Gaara's cloak. That I'll never be enough for them. That to everyone else, I'm just the Nine Tails vessel. A weapon, nothing more. The air hung heavy with the words. Pain that had been carved into his bones from the day he was born. Slowly, Gaara moved. He didn't rush. He didn't speak right away. He gently cupped Naruto's jaw and turned his face upward, firm, but reverent. Their eyes met. Gaara's voice, when it came, was soft. But it carried the weight of 1,000 truths. You are not just a vessel or a tool to be used, love. Naruto's breath hitched. You are a human. His thumb brushed tenderly across Naruto's cheek. A strong one, who has carved his way till here through pain, through loss, through emotional burdens no child should ever have to bear. Gaara leaned forward. You've been lied to, manipulated, used. His lips met Naruto's in a kiss that was gentle but grounding, not to take, but to give. To remind. That he was still here. That he was still Naruto. When the kiss broke, Gaara rested their foreheads together, his voice barely above a whisper. You don't need to prove anything to anyone. A pause. You don't owe anyone your peace. Or your time, especially not Konoha. Naruto's eyes welled up again, but he didn't cry. Gaara held him tighter. They've only ever taken from you. Expected you to smile, to stay strong, to sacrifice. He breathed in. But as you said outside, you're still going after Sasuke. Not because of some promise, but because of your duty. Your heart. He stroked Naruto's back gently, grounding him. And that's fine. I'm not stopping you, Naruto. I'm not blaming you. His voice softened further, intimate and fierce all at once. I'll support you in whatever you choose to do. Another heartbeat passed. Then Gaara whispered what Naruto had never been told, but always needed to hear. Just know, you'll always be welcome in Suna. Naruto blinked. You'll always have a home there. Gaara smiled faintly, gaze tender. With me. He touched Naruto's cheek again, lovingly. There, you won't be a vessel. You won't be a weapon. You'll be treated like you deserve to be. Loved, protected, free. Naruto's lips trembled. And then he whispered, just as soft. Thank you. And for the first time that day, he allowed himself to close his eyes, against Gaara's chest, against the pain, and just breathe. Naruto didn't answer right away. He just breathed, curled against Gaara's chest, his fingers gently fisting the edge of the redhead's robe like he was holding onto the only thing keeping him steady. His soft, flushed cheek was pressed over Gaara's heart, listening to the steady rhythm like it was a lullaby just for him. His long golden hair cascaded down his back and over Gaara's arms, glowing like moonlit silk in the firelight. And then slowly, Naruto tilted his head up. Their eyes met. Shimmering lilac blue met deep jade green, and something fragile and aching passed between them. A question. A want. A need. Naruto's lips parted first, just slightly. And Gaara leaned down. Their lips met again, a soft press of emotion and breath, but this time. It didn't stop there. Naruto moved first, lips brushing back gently, sweetly, like a secret shared between just the two of them. His fingers reached up to gently clutch the front of Gaara's shirt, holding him closer. Gaara responded, deepening the kiss, slow and careful. There was no urgency, only tenderness, only reverence. Naruto whimpered softly into the kiss, not in pain, but from the overwhelming warmth that bloomed in his chest. The way Gaara held him, touched him, it made him feel like more than just a shinobi. More than a vessel, more than a weapon. It made him feel cherished. The kiss broke after long seconds, soft breaths mingling in the quiet as Gaara rested their foreheads together. I've got you, Gaara whispered. Naruto gave a small nod, his eyes fluttering. Don't let go, he murmured, his voice barely audible, already fading into sleep. Never, Gaara whispered back, and pulled him closer. Naruto let his body fully relax, nuzzling his face into the crook of Gaara's neck. His long, silky hair fanned across Gaara's arm and the pillow behind them, glowing in the firelight like strands of sun. His breathing slowed. And soon. He was asleep. To be continued. Chapter 3. Gaara didn't move. He just lay there, one arm wrapped around Naruto's slim waist, the other gently combing his fingers through that golden waterfall of hair spread across them both. He looked down at the sleeping boy in his arms, Naruto's long lashes resting against his pale cheeks, lips slightly parted, arms curled against Gaara's chest. So strong, so stubborn, so full of light. And so tired. Gaara's chest ached, not from pain, but from the weight of everything Naruto had carried for so long. Alone. He thought about the speech Naruto had made earlier. The fire in his voice, the cracks, the unshed tears. He thought about the way Konoha kept expecting more. How much longer will they keep asking you to bleed for them? When will they realize they've already broken you once? Gaara pressed a soft kiss to Naruto's forehead, right between those delicate strands of gold. Not anymore. Because if no one else would protect him, love him, treasure him the way he deserved, Gaara would. And he'd destroy anyone who dared to make Naruto feel like anything less than everything. As the fire crackled softly and the snow fell beyond the windows, Gaara whispered. Sleep, my love. I'll guard your dreams now. And held him through the night. The fire crackled low in the hearth. Outside, snow continued to fall softly against the cottage roof. Inside, it was quiet. Naruto slept peacefully in Gaara's arms, his body warm and relaxed, long golden hair spilling over both of them like the softest silk, brushing Gaara's wrist and cheek as if even in sleep, Naruto reached for him. Gaara's eyes never left his face. And then, he sighed. Softly, bitterly. A breath laced with weariness and wonder. He lowered his lips to Naruto's hair and whispered against the strands. When will they realize? His voice barely existed. That you're the best thing they could have ever gotten. That you're the best thing that's ever happened to them. He closed his eyes, his grip on Naruto's waist tightening just slightly. When will they stop taking you for granted? And only using you? Naruto didn't stir. But Gaara still continued, words spoken only for the sleeping boy, only for the firelight to witness. You changed me, Naruto. His voice broke then, just slightly. Before I met you, I was only ever a weapon. A vessel for Shukaku. Something my father controlled. Something my siblings feared. His fingers brushed through Naruto's hair, slow, steady. I was made into a monster. And I believed that's all I would ever be. He kissed Naruto's temple again. But then you faced me. A pause. His throat tightened. You stood before me, broken, bleeding, just like me, and you said those words during the Chunin exams. He could still hear it. I fight for my friends. Because they're precious to me. If I hadn't met you then. If you hadn't said what you did. He looked at Naruto's sleeping face, so soft, so peaceful, so unaware of the entire future he had rewritten with just his heart. I wouldn't be who I am now. His voice softened, filled with awe. Kazekage, respected, loved. His hand gently traced Naruto's spine beneath the blankets. My siblings and I, we're a family now. My people, they look at me with hope instead of fear. A shaky breath left him. And it all started, with you. Gaara held him tighter. You deserve everything, Naruto. And I swear, if they won't give it to you. His lips pressed to Naruto's forehead again, firm and full of promise. I will. To be continued. Chapter 4. Outside the cottage. The snow had stopped. But the silence hadn't. Even long after Gaara's words faded and his footsteps vanished inside the cottage, no one had dared to move. Until now. Soft footsteps crunched against the fresh blanket of snow. Tsunade stood still for a moment, arms folded tightly beneath her cloak, golden eyes fixed on the quiet little house. The night around her was cold, sharp, filled with shame that clung to her like ice. She took a breath. Another. And then, she walked. Each step toward the cottage felt heavier than the last. As if she were approaching the ruins of something she was supposed to protect, and all she could do now was mourn. When she reached the gate, she hesitated. Her fingers hovered over the latch, and for just a second, she looked smaller than anyone had ever seen her. She looked human. Her voice was low when she finally spoke, barely above the hush of the wind. Naruto. Gaara, it's me. No answer came. She didn't expect one. Still, she continued, speaking gently, with none of the authority of a Hokage. Only the sorrow of a godmother who had failed. I won't ask you to come out. Or to forgive me, or them. A pause. I just wanted to say I'm sorry. Her breath fogged in front of her lips. For standing silent when I should have stood beside you. She closed her eyes. And for not seeing the boy who grew into someone greater than all of us combined. Another pause. The wind shifted. The cottage lights flickered faintly behind the curtains. You don't owe Konoha anything, Naruto. But we owe you everything. She turned slightly away from the gate, but not fully. She wasn't ready to walk yet. Just stood there. Waiting. Hoping, maybe, for a single voice. Even a whisper from the other side. Inside the cottage, the fire still crackled softly. The glow lit the edges of the bed where Naruto lay fast asleep, his face nestled into Gaara's chest, breath even and warm, golden hair splayed like silk across both of them. But Gaara's eyes were open. Sharp. Glowing dimly in the darkness. He had heard her. He had heard everything the moment Tsunade's voice reached the gate. Her apology. Her regret. The guilt clinging to every syllable. But he said nothing at first. He simply continued to hold Naruto close, one arm draped protectively around the boy's slim waist, the other resting in the long strands of golden hair, fingers absent-mindedly combing through them with infinite care. Naruto shifted faintly in his sleep, unaware of the tension just beyond the walls. Gaara finally spoke. His voice was even. Cold. Unshaken. Naruto might forgive you. The pause after the words was sharp as a kunai. But I won't. Outside the door, Tsunade froze. Gaara's voice carried clearly through the wood, not loud, but cutting, every word sharp and precise. You've hurt him too much. He looked down at Naruto's peaceful face, brushed a lock of hair behind his ear with all the tenderness in the world, and kept his tone colder than ice. You, Konoha, have only ever used him, hurt him, demanded from him, expected of him, while giving nothing in return. His fingers curled slightly around Naruto's waist. And I am not letting that go. The fire cracked softly, the silence between each word heavy as stone. Just remember. A pause. It is only because of him that the treaty between our villages still exists. Another pause. Longer. More dangerous. Otherwise, it wouldn't even take me a second to abolish it and walk away. He stared straight ahead now, eyes burning softly in the dark. And this time, I will not walk away empty-handed. Outside, Tsunade didn't speak. Didn't move. Because what could she say in the face of that? Naruto stirred softly. It was subtle, a small shift, a faint furrow in his brows, the flutter of his long lashes. He had heard Gaara's voice. Even in sleep, he responded to it. Felt the tension that laced every word Gaara had spoken to the woman outside the cottage. The change in the rhythm of his heart beneath Naruto's cheek. His fingers twitched against Gaara's chest, and a faint whimper slipped past his lips. Gaara's entire demeanor shifted the moment Naruto moved. The hardness melted. His hand rose from Naruto's waist to gently brush through his golden hair again, fingertips trailing down to caress his cheek with infinite care. And then, his lips found Naruto's forehead. A kiss, soft and grounding. The kind of kiss that meant home. Shish, he whispered gently, his voice no longer sharp, but warm as firelight. Everything's fine, love. Naruto relaxed a little at the sound, the reassurance sinking into his bones. You're safe, Gaara continued, resting his forehead against Naruto's for a brief second, voice like silken desert wind. With me, no need to worry. He tucked the blankets around them a little closer, his hand never leaving Naruto's hair. Sleep, sweetheart. Naruto let out a soft breath, the tension slowly fading from his face. His body stilled once more, completely surrendered to the safety of Gaara's arms. The fire flickered, casting soft golden hues over them both. And the only sound that remained in the room was Naruto's even, trusting breath. And Gaara's heart, still beating solely for him. To be continued. Chapter 5. Outside the cottage. Tsunade didn't move. The gate remained closed before her. The soft orange glow behind the window curtains didn't flicker. Gaara's voice still echoed in her ears, sharp and final, not as a threat but as a vow. Naruto might forgive you, but I won't. Her shoulders rose slowly with a breath that never left her lips. The snow had begun to fall again. Thin flakes drifted through the dark, collecting in her hair, on the shoulders of her cloak, along the furrowed line of her brow. She had faced death, loss, war. But nothing stung quite like this. She turned away from the gate. Not out of anger. Out of grief. Out of shame. Each step she took away from the cottage crunched beneath her boots, but sounded louder than any explosion she had heard on a battlefield. No one followed her. No one needed to. Because this wasn't a Hokage walking back. This was just Tsunade. A godmother who had failed to protect the last living link to her old teammate, her old friend. Her voice shook when she finally whispered aloud, to no one. I don't deserve to knock on that door again. And she meant it. Because even her apology, honest as it was, couldn't undo what had been done. What had been allowed to happen. What she had watched happen. She stopped walking after a while and looked up at the sky, where the clouds were breaking just slightly. A few stars peeked through the gray, quiet and cold. Her voice cracked as she said his name. Jiraiya. Another pause. Your boy deserves more than we gave him. The wind moved gently through the trees. And I hope you're watching now. Because Gaara. A sad smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Is giving him the love we never did. She turned her eyes away from the sky. And kept walking. Cottage, just before dawn. The fire had burned low now, casting only the faintest glow across the room. Outside, the snow had stopped, and a silvery pre-dawn light crept across the sky. Inside, all was still. Naruto lay curled against Gaara's chest, breathing softly, the peaceful weight of his sleep draped like silk over them both. His long golden hair was tangled over Gaara's shoulder, brushing the paper resting against Gaara's bed knee. Gaara had not slept. He couldn't. Not with the storm still pulsing in his chest. Not after the words he'd heard. Not after watching Naruto's soul crack beneath the weight of old wounds reopened. He held Naruto with one arm, always holding him, and with the other, he wrote. Not with fury. But with truth. The ink was dark, the writing, precise. Every word was chosen like a blade. To the village hidden in the leaves. You will not receive this letter. Not because I fear your reply. But because I no longer believe you're capable of hearing what truly matters. I have watched, over and over, as you demanded the world from him. Expected him to smile while bleeding. Hoped he would remain your shield even as you stabbed him in the back. And the boy you raised with silence and suspicion, still chose to protect you. I want you to know this. He is no longer alone. I will be the arms that hold him when your village makes him feel empty. I will be the voice that tells him he is more than a weapon. I will be the home that doesn't ask him to hurt himself to be loved. And if ever again you try to break him, you will find that the Kazekage is not as forgiving as the boy you used. I was made a monster once. But he gave me back my humanity. I will burn down the world before I let you take it from him again. Gaara of the Sand. Kazekage. Gaara stared at the page for a moment. Then folded it gently. He didn't tear it. Didn't burn it. Just slid it inside his travel pouch, between maps and documents. Because sometimes, the things left unsent still had weight. Naruto shifted slightly in his sleep, a soft sigh leaving his lips. Gaara looked down at him again, his expression softening like dawnlight on stone. Sleep a little longer, love, he whispered, brushing golden strands away from Naruto's cheek. They don't deserve your light just yet. To be continued. Chapter 6. Cottage, morning. The morning sunlight crept gently through the pale curtains, casting a golden hue across the room. The fire had dwindled to embers, faint and glowing. Outside, the world was silent under a fresh coat of snow. Inside, it was warm. Safe. Naruto stirred. A faint sigh left his lips as he slowly blinked awake, long lashes fluttering open. His vision was filled first with soft red, the color of Gaara's cloak, and the comforting scent of sandalwood and warm desert air. Then the warmth of a body holding him. Strong arms wrapped around his waist, firm and protective, one hand resting at the small of his back, the other tangled gently in his long hair. Naruto blinked again, still half asleep, cheek pressed to Gaara's chest. Gaara. His voice was sleepy, soft, fragile in that beautiful morning way. Gaara stirred slightly at the sound and looked down at him, his gaze instantly softening. Good morning, sweetheart. He leaned in and kissed Naruto's forehead, lingering there a moment longer than necessary. Naruto's eyes fluttered halfway shut again. Did I fall asleep on you? He murmured. Gaara gave a faint smile. Yes, and I didn't mind. Naruto's hand moved slowly, fingers brushing Gaara's chest. His golden hair spilled everywhere, across Gaara's arms, down the bed, glinting like sunlight. You didn't sleep, Naruto said softly, sensing it more than knowing. Gaara didn't deny it. I didn't need to. I had you. Naruto flushed slightly, eyes warm and sleepy. He shifted closer, if that was even possible, and nuzzled into Gaara's neck, lips brushing against his collarbone. You're so warm. I don't want to move. Gaara chuckled softly, one hand gently running down Naruto's back, slow and soothing. Then don't. A long pause. Just breathing. Just them. Safe. Hey, Gaara, Naruto whispered after a few moments. Naruto looked up, cheeks still pink with sleep, his voice low and genuine. Thank you. For last night. Gaara's heart ached at that. He leaned down and kissed Naruto again, this time on the tip of his nose. Always, love, always. The cottage was wrapped in warmth. Naruto curled against Gaara like he belonged there, long golden hair trailing over the pillow and onto Gaara's chest, his arms tucked between them. Every breath was soft and even, the tension of yesterday finally lifted from his face. Gaara had just brushed a strand of hair from Naruto's eyes when. Knock, knock. It was soft. Not urgent. But enough to pull them both from the silence. Naruto blinked. Gaara's hand instinctively moved up to cradle the back of his head again, thumb brushing behind his ear. Another knock. And then. Naruto. The voice was muffled, gentle. Kakashi. Naruto's breath caught for a moment. His fingers tightened slightly in Gaara's robe. Gaara's jaw tensed, but he didn't speak. Not yet. Outside, the man on the other side waited. He didn't knock again. He just stood there, quiet. Not like Tsunade's sorrow, or Sakura's desperation. This was different. Naruto shifted slightly and whispered. It's okay. It's Kakashi-sensei. Gaara didn't move his hand. But he watched Naruto carefully, eyes still laced with protectiveness. Naruto slowly sat up, blanket slipping off his shoulders. His long hair tumbled down his back like a golden veil. He glanced at the door, then at Gaara. Will you come with me? Gaara nodded once. Always. Naruto patted across the wooden floor, Gaara just a step behind him. The blanket still wrapped loosely around his shoulders like a cape, and his long golden hair flowed like soft sunlight down his back, swaying with every step. He paused before the door, fingers resting lightly on the handle. He took a deep breath. Then opened it. The cold morning breeze slipped in, brushing past his skin, but it wasn't biting, it was quiet, like the world holding its breath. Kakashi stood just outside. Still in his usual gear, though slightly worn from travel. His hands were in his pockets, his headband shifted back. He had removed his mask. The look in his single visible eye wasn't one of authority. It was tired. Soft. Heavy. Morning, he said gently. Naruto gave a small nod. Gaara didn't speak, but he stepped up beside Naruto, a quiet wall of red and steel, protective without being possessive. He simply stood there, watching. Waiting. Kakashi's eyes flicked to him. And he bowed his head slightly. Gaara, thank you for looking after him. Gaara didn't nod, didn't respond, but his arm ghosted slightly behind Naruto's waist, not touching, just near. I'm not here to ask anything of you, Kakashi said, looking back at Naruto. Not for the mission, not for forgiveness, I just. He paused, his voice barely audible. Wanted to see if you're okay. Naruto blinked. That wasn't what he expected. Kakashi stepped no closer. His voice was raw, like he hadn't slept either. I've watched you carry this village, this team, everything. Since you were a child. And I never once asked if you should have had to. Naruto's lips parted slightly. The wind caught the edge of his blanket, the strands of his hair. I thought I was teaching you to be strong. Kakashi looked down for a second, then back up. But all I was doing was standing by while you were breaking. The silence that followed didn't feel hostile. Just full. Full of years and pain and things that had never been said. Naruto swallowed hard, his voice quiet when he finally spoke. I never needed anyone to fight for me, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi's eyes softened. I know. Naruto looked at him for a long time. Then leaned slightly, just a little, into Gaara's presence. But I needed someone to stand beside me. And this time, when he said it, Gaara was standing there. Right there. Unmoving. Unyielding. Unshakable. Kakashi let out a slow breath. Then nodded, a hand over his heart. You have that now, I can see it. He glanced once more at Gaara. And for the first time, he smiled. Tired, sad, but genuine. Thank you, for being what we weren't brave enough to be. Gaara finally nodded once. Kakashi didn't ask to come inside. He simply stepped back into the snow-dusted path, and said. You don't owe us anything, Naruto. Just, be happy. And with that, he turned. And walked away. The wind whispered through the trees as Kakashi's footsteps faded into the distance. Naruto stood in the doorway for a moment longer, eyes lowered, the blanket slipping slightly from his shoulders as the cold morning breeze touched his skin. Then, without a word, he slowly closed the door. The click was soft. Final. Like placing a full stop on a long, unfinished sentence. He stood there for a moment, unmoving. Then sighed, quiet and tired. And turned. Gaara was still right behind him, like always. Naruto didn't say anything. He just stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Gaara's waist, and rested his head on his chest. The sound of Gaara's heartbeat was steady beneath his ear, grounding. Like the world couldn't touch him here. Gaara's arms encircled him without hesitation, one hand sliding into the long golden strands cascading down Naruto's back, the other resting gently at his spine. Neither of them spoke. There was no need. Naruto closed his eyes, breathing in the warmth of Gaara's cloak, the faint scent of desert wind, ink, and sand. I don't hate him, he murmured after a while, voice muffled against Gaara's chest. Gaara didn't speak. But I needed to hear it. He exhaled again, more softly this time, like something in him had finally loosened. And I needed you to be here when I did. Gaara kissed the top of his head, his lips lingering in the golden strands. I'll always be here, he whispered. Naruto smiled faintly, tired, but peaceful. And just held on. Like maybe, just maybe. He didn't have to carry the world anymore. Not alone. Naruto stayed there for a while, head resting on Gaara's chest, eyes half lidded with that post-sleep softness still clinging to his features. His fingers clutched Gaara's robe lightly, holding on not out of fear, but comfort. Security. He breathed in again, slow and content. And then, in the gentlest, slightly shy voice. Can we order breakfast now? Gaara blinked. A pause. And then, just the tiniest huff of air escaped him. Not a laugh exactly, but the closest Gaara ever got to smiling without his lips moving. He looked down at the sleepy blonde still curled into him, golden hair falling like light around his face. We're in the mountains, love. His voice was patient, warm. There's no delivery service out here. Naruto blinked, looked up, pouted. TCH. Then why does this place feel like a hotel with emotional trauma included? Gaara couldn't help it this time, his lips curved just a little, dry humor meeting fondness in his eyes. Because unlike hotels, he murmured, brushing Naruto's bangs from his face, this room comes with someone who loves you in it. Naruto flushed, then immediately buried his face back in Gaara's chest to hide it. Ah, not fair. He mumbled. You don't even try to be smooth. It just happens. I try, Gaara replied, tone entirely too serious for the ridiculousness of the moment. For you, I try. Naruto melted at that. Again. He didn't say anything for a moment. Just whispered, okay, but next time, pick a summit closer to a ramen shop. Gaara placed another kiss in his hair. Noted. Gaara had barely taken a step toward the kitchen before. Wait, no. Naruto's hand caught his wrist. Still wrapped in the oversized blanket like a sleepy golden burrito, Naruto pouted up at him with wide, dramatic eyes. You're not allowed to leave. Gaara arched a brow. I thought we were eating. Naruto didn't answer. Instead, he tugged. And Gaara, the Kazekage, conqueror of battlefields and diplomacy, was dragged back to the bed by a boy in an oversized blanket and pouty lips. Naruto flopped down first, pulling Gaara beside him, then yanked the blanket up over them both like it was a sacred ritual. He wiggled closer until his head found its rightful place on Gaara's chest, arms curling tightly around his chest. Then came the verdict. If not food, then cuddles it is. Gaara blinked again. Naruto's lips still pouted. His golden hair tumbled all over Gaara's robe and chest like a soft curtain of silk, and his eyes had that sleepy glint that always made Gaara's heart ache in the gentlest way. You're my teddy bear now, Naruto mumbled, nuzzling in further. And you're not allowed to leave. Gaara let out a small sigh, but it was affectionate. Defeated in the sweetest way. I wasn't planning to. Naruto made a content little noise and held on tighter. Good, cuz if you try, I'll Rasengan you back into bed. Gaara's arm wrapped around him securely again, hand finding its familiar place in Naruto's hair. He kissed the top of his head once, gently. Then I suppose I'll stay. Naruto smiled softly. No missions, no politics, no pain. Just warmth. Just them. Wrapped in silence in each other. Wrapped tightly in Gaara's arms beneath the blanket, Naruto stayed still for a long moment. His fingers fidgeted slightly with the edge of Gaara's robe, and his cheek rose and fell with each calm breath against the redhead's chest. The pout slowly faded from his lips. His voice, when it came, was quieter now. Gentler. Gaara, can I ask you for something? He didn't look up, yet. Didn't lift his head. Just stayed there, breathing in the warmth, steadying his heart. Gaara blinked once, gaze softening immediately at the shift in Naruto's tone. He brought one hand to rest lightly on the back of Naruto's head, threading his fingers through golden strands in slow, grounding strokes. You can ask me for anything, love. The room was still again. But this time, it wasn't sleepy. It was expectant. Waiting for whatever came next. Naruto took in one slow breath. And spoke. Naruto bit his lower lip softly. His fingers tightened just a little in Gaara's robe. And then. Is there any way, he began, voice low, almost hesitant. For me to stay in Suna. The words hung in the air like a delicate glass ornament, fragile and shimmering with meaning. He took a shaky breath, pressing his face more firmly into Gaara's chest as if grounding himself in that warmth. To become its shinobi. Another pause. I don't want to go back to Konoha. Gaara stilled. Naruto's voice trembled, just slightly, but he kept going, soft and raw. I'm tired, Gaara. So tired of the manipulation. The weight, the expectations. His voice cracked at the edges. They say they care, but they only look for what I can do for them. What I can survive for them. He finally looked up. Golden hair spilled behind him, and his eyes, those bright, storm-swept blue eyes, were full of sadness and quiet strength. I just want to live in peace. His hand rose to touch Gaara's chest, right over his heart. With you. Silence stretched in the room. But it wasn't empty. It was filled with emotion, like the moment the desert wind shifts before a rainstorm. Gaara stared at him for a long heartbeat, unreadable, but his grip around Naruto never loosened. His hand rose slowly to cup Naruto's cheek. You want to stay? Naruto nodded, slowly, genuinely. I want to be free. Gaara's voice was soft, but laced with quiet determination as he said. Then we'll make it happen. Naruto's eyes widened, just slightly. It won't be easy, Gaara continued, brushing his thumb along Naruto's cheek. But I'll do everything in my power as Kazekage to make you a shinobi of Suna. He leaned forward, touching their foreheads together. And not just that, I'll build you a home. A life. One where you don't have to prove anything to anyone. Naruto's lower lip trembled again. Really? Really? Another breath. Then Naruto let out a soft, shaky laugh, half terror, half relief. You'll let me live with you. Gaara's lips curved, barely. But it was there. I'll make sure your name is carved in stone next to mine if that's what you want. Naruto melted into him again, hugging Gaara tightly, face pressed to his shoulder. I just want you, Gaara. And Gaara held him close, tighter than before, like he would never let him go. Then that's exactly what you'll have. Naruto stayed quiet for a moment longer, his cheek still pressed to Gaara's chest, but his eyes looked up with just a hint of vulnerability beneath the sleepiness. His voice came out soft, uncertain. Will your people be okay with it? Gaara blinked. And then, he actually chuckled. The sound was warm and rare, like desert wind catching a chime. Okay, he repeated, eyes full of affection. Sweetheart, they'll be ecstatic. Naruto blinked, startled. Gaara smiled faintly, brushing a golden strand of hair behind Naruto's ear. They love and respect you from the bottom of their hearts. You've inspired them, just by being who you are. Naruto's lips parted. I've had Kami knows how many messages and letters from villagers, shinobi, even kids, asking, when will Naruto-sama come visit? Or, is he really as amazing as the Kazekage says he is? Naruto flushed red, completely overwhelmed. What? Gaara nodded calmly, voice laced with amusement. You're already famous there, I just haven't told you how much. Naruto buried his face in Gaara's chest again, groaning. Why didn't you? That's so embarrassing. Gaara chuckled again, fingers running soothingly through Naruto's hair. Because I knew you'd do exactly this. Naruto huffed. And then softly asked. What about your siblings? Gaara's voice softened even further. Temari and Kankuro already love you. They think of you as family. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Really? Really? A pause. Then Gaara leaned in closer, his breath brushing Naruto's ear as he added with a small grin. And Temari. He chuckled again. Kami-sama, she's given me so many threats. Naruto blinked. Threats? Oh yes, if I ever treat you wrong or hurt you, she's promised to blast me halfway to aim with her fan. Naruto burst into laughter, muffled against Gaara's chest. She actually said that. Verbatim. And she wasn't smiling. Naruto giggled harder now, the warmth bubbling up inside him like sunlight. I love her already. Good, Gaara said softly, pressing a kiss to Naruto's temple. Because she's going to make you help her bully me forever. Naruto snuggled closer, tears pricking his eyes, but this time from joy, not pain. That sounds nice. Gaara wrapped both arms tightly around him again. It will be, I promise. Naruto's laughter slowly faded into a soft smile. But then, his expression shifted again, gentle, a bit unsure. He bit his lower lip, eyes flickering toward the blanket, then back up at Gaara with quiet hesitation. And his fingers played lightly with a strand of Gaara's hair. Can we not tell them about everything that happened? Gaara tilted his head slightly. Naruto continued in a whisper. Not Temari, I mean. I don't want her to get a bad impression of Shikamaru. His voice was small, thoughtful. He loves her, and I know he didn't say much yesterday, but he's not like the others. He's always looked after me, in his own lazy way. A soft breath. She really likes him too. So please, let's not let yesterday ruin that for her. For a moment, Gaara just stared at him. The boy, the man, who had been hurt, dismissed, used, was still thinking of someone else's love story. And Gaara felt his heart ache in the most beautiful way. He reached out and cupped Naruto's face, thumb gently brushing his cheek. Of course, sweetheart. Naruto looked up, blinking. Gaara leaned forward, pressing a kiss to his forehead. We won't say a word. I promise. He rested his forehead against Naruto's neck, voice soft and reverent. You're amazing, you know that. Naruto flushed again. I just want everyone to be happy. Even the ones who didn't protect you. Naruto gave a sad smile. They've got their own pain. Just like I did. If I start returning hurt for hurt, I'd become the kind of person I swore I'd never be. Gaara exhaled slowly, eyes full of awe. You're the strongest person I know. No, Naruto whispered, curling back into his arms. Just someone who finally wants peace. With the person he loves. And Gaara held him like the world was made of him. Because to Gaara, it was. Naruto blinked up at Gaara, eyes still soft from the heart-spilling moments between them. Then suddenly. Pout. The lips. The narrowed, betrayed stare. And the slight nudge of his forehead into Gaara's chest. Now, can we get food? He dragged the word out with a tiny groan. From anywhere. I'm hungry. Gaara blinked. Twice. And then tilted his head, deadpan. You just declared you were done with Konoha and life as a leaf shinobi. For cuddles. Yeah, Naruto muttered, burrowing even closer, but now I want cuddles and food. I contain multitudes. Gaara sighed through his nose, long-suffering in the way only a redhead dating a dramatic sunshine boy could be. There's no delivery service here. Naruto's pout deepened. Then cook. Gaara raised a brow. You want me to cook? Yes, Naruto said sweetly. You're the Kazekage. Make it a diplomatic breakfast. Gaara stared. Naruto pulled out the big guns. He lifted his head, rested his chin on Gaara's chest, fluttered his long lashes and said with a slow blink. Please, teddy bear. Gaara let out a long sigh. You're lucky I love you. I know, right? Naruto grinned, triumphant, and threw the blanket dramatically off them both like a royal decree. Come on, Kazekage. I want pancakes. Or dumplings. Or both. You just declared yourself a Suna shinobi and now you're making demands. That's called marriage privilege. Gaara groaned under his breath, standing and pulling Naruto into his arms bridal style anyway. I'm feeding you before you cause an international incident. Naruto giggled in his arms. Too late. I already stole the Kazecage's heart. To be continued. Chapter 7. Cottage kitchen, morning. The kitchen was small but cozy, with old wooden cabinets, a clay stove, and morning light spilling through the window like liquid gold. The mountain air outside was crisp, but inside, it was warm, filled with the soft clinks of utensils and the sizzle of batter hitting a hot pan. Gaara stood at the stove, sleeves rolled up, focused and precise. He stirred the pancake mix with all the seriousness of a man handling a political treaty. Naruto, wrapped in Gaara's robe, which practically swallowed him, sat on the counter, bare feet swinging and long golden hair spilling over his shoulders in gentle waves. He watched Gaara with a sparkle in his eyes. You know, Naruto began mischievously, for someone who grew up in the desert, you make really good pancakes. Gaara didn't look at him. You say that like you've already decided they're good. Because they will be. You're making them. And I'm hungry. That's all the faith I need. Gaara flipped a pancake silently. Naruto's eyes zeroed in like a hawk. The moment Gaara turned to reach for the syrup bottle. Mine. A sneaky hand darted out. One pancake vanished. Gaara turned back slowly. Naruto was mid-bite, cheeks puffed adorably, lips sticky with syrup. He blinked up at Gaara. Hi. Gaara stared. Naruto smiled, sweetly. It's good. Just needed quality control. Gaara sighed and shook his head, but there was the smallest twitch at the corner of his lips. He walked over, took a napkin, and wiped the syrup off the corner of Naruto's mouth. Next time, wait until it's on a plate. Next time, don't look away. Naruto grinned and pulled Gaara gently by the hand between his legs, wrapping his arms around his neck while still seated on the counter. I like this. He mumbled against Gaara's chest. You, in a kitchen, making me breakfast, feels normal, safe. Gaara rested his hand on Naruto's head again, fingers gently carding through golden strands. I like it too. Naruto looked up, eyes soft and sleepy again. Promise we can do this more. When we get to Suna. Gaara leaned down and kissed his forehead, then his nose. Every day, if you want. Even if I wake you up at 3 a.m. for ramen. We'll negotiate. Naruto giggled, hugging him tighter. Naruto raised an eyebrow at Gaara's calm response. Negotiate. He blinked once, the disbelief pure. Negotiate what? When I want food, I want it. His arms crossed over his chest dramatically, though it looked far less threatening when he was sitting on the kitchen counter in a fluffy oversized robe with syrup on his lips. You're saying negotiate like I asked you to sign all your wealth to me. Gaara stared, unmoving. Naruto squinted at him, then gave a soft scoff. I'm not that evil. Gaara raised an eyebrow now. Just slightly. You stole a pancake midair. Because I'm starving and adorable. Naruto pointed at himself. You knew this when you fell for me. The pout comes with the package. Gaara sighed, again. Naruto leaned in, poking his finger into Gaara's chest, mock offended. I thought love meant no conditions. Feed me or I'll wither into golden dust. Gaara deadpanned. I'll keep your ashes in a food-safe jar. Naruto gasped. You monster. And then he burst into giggles, leaning forward until his forehead pressed gently into Gaara's chest. You're lucky I love you. Otherwise, this would qualify as pancake war. Gaara finally, smiled. A real, soft, small curve of his lips. Then I'll surrender. Naruto looked up, eyes sparkling. With food. Yes, with food. Gaara kissed his forehead again. And syrup, and anything else you want. Naruto beamed, absolutely triumphant. You may continue being my favorite person now. The laughter faded into a gentle stillness. The kind that wraps itself around two people who've loved through war, heartbreak, and silence, and now finally get to enjoy the quiet together. Naruto hummed softly to himself as he picked up a fork, twirling it like it was the most important thing in the world. Then carefully, delicately, he cut off a small piece of pancake, warm and golden, with just a touch of syrup. He scooted just a little closer on the counter, cheeks pink, voice soft. Ah. He held the fork up toward Gaara, eyes shining. Gaara blinked. What is this? This, Naruto said, is a bonding activity. You fed me with your hands. Now I feed you. That's balance. Gaara looked at the fork, then at Naruto. Then sighed, but it was the fondest sigh known to mankind. He leaned forward slightly. Naruto's eyes sparkled as he gently brought the fork to Gaara's lips. Gaara took the bite, slowly, his mouth brushing against the fork, his gaze never leaving Naruto's. Naruto beamed. Good, right. Gaara chewed slowly, then nodded once. Perfect. Naruto grinned wider and swayed his legs from the counter, clearly proud. Told you, I'm the best food bringer/boyfriend. Gaara raised an eyebrow. Is that a title now? Yup, and I want it engraved. In sand, with a heart next to it. Gaara leaned forward, brushing his thumb against the corner of Naruto's lips again. I'll have the village sculpted on the gates if you feed me like this every day. Naruto giggled. Done, but I want roses around it too. Deal. And then their foreheads touched again, eyes closed, laughter fading into comfort, into home. Naruto blinked suddenly, lips still curved in a smile, but then he paused. His brows knit together just a little, and his mouth formed a small, thoughtful pout. Sorry. Gaara tilted his head. For what? Naruto looked up, cheeks pink and gaze soft with sincerity. I meant, sandroses, not roses. He bit his lower lip, fingers fidgeting with the hem of Gaara's robe. Soon as a desert, right. And deserts don't really have roses. He pouted deeper, voice quiet. If I'm asking for something carved on Suna's gates, it should be right. I want it to be your kind of beautiful, not just mine. Gaara stared at him for a moment, stunned into silence. Because here Naruto was worried about getting the flower right, not because he cared what people thought, but because he wanted to honor Gaara's home. To honor him. After everything Konoha had taken from him, Naruto was still trying to give. Softly. Lovingly. Deliberately. Gaara stepped closer, hand gently sliding to cup Naruto's cheek. His voice was quieter now. More tender. Naruto. He leaned in just a little. You remembered sandroses. Naruto blinked. Well, yeah, I thought they were beautiful. They are. Gaara's thumb traced his jaw slowly. And so are you. Naruto flushed instantly. Gaara, he whined softly, hiding his face in Gaara's chest again. You're gonna make me cry in syrup. Gaara smiled faintly. Then I'll keep you wrapped in sandroses and kisses until you don't cry at all. Naruto mumbled something incoherent against his chest, which sounded suspiciously like. You're so sappy, my sappy teddy bear. And Gaara just held him tighter, forehead resting atop soft golden hair. Outside, the sun was climbing higher. But inside, there was only peace. And love carved in the shape of sandroses. Naruto pulled back with a mischievous sparkle in his eyes. Wait here. He grabbed a fresh pancake from the stack Gaara had placed on the counter and set it down on a clean plate in front of him. Then, with all the seriousness of an artist mid-masterpiece, he reached for the syrup bottle. Gaara watched silently, arms crossed, head tilted just slightly. Naruto bit his lip as he carefully squeezed the bottle, tongue poking out in concentration. Squeeze. Curve. Dot. Dot. Circle. Quote. Dot. 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 There. He turned the plate toward Gaara with a triumphant little grin. Behold, Sir Teddy Syrup. On the pancake was a syrup-drawn teddy bear, complete with round ears, button eyes, a squiggly mouth, and tiny paws. It was lopsided. One eye was bigger than the other. But it was made with love. And Gaara. Gaara just blinked. Then blinked again. He began, and Naruto sat up straighter, eyes wide with anticipation. Gaara looked at the syrup bear. Then at Naruto. And he smiled. The most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. Naruto gasped in mock offense, clutching his heart. Rude. Sir Teddy Syrup is a culinary icon. Gaara shook his head slightly, but the smile lingered. Did you just make a teddy bear? On a pancake? In syrup? For me? Naruto beamed. Of course I did. You're my teddy bear. Now you have your own breakfast twin. He held the plate out with both hands, eyes wide and hopeful. Eat him gently. He has feelings. Gaara chuckled softly, quiet, rare, and so full of affection it made Naruto's heart flutter. He took the plate and the fork, looked at the syrup teddy one more time. And then gave a small nod. Rest well, Sir Teddy. He cut into it slowly, dramatically, and Naruto giggled like a little kid. You're ridiculous. You started it. Naruto leaned forward, stealing a bite for himself off the edge of the bear's syrupy arm. Delicious. Tragic. But delicious. Gaara gave him a slow, amused glance. You're lucky I love you. You already said that. Now say it with pancakes. Naruto watched intently as Gaara picked up the fork and paused again, gaze still resting on the syrup bear. The redhead raised a brow. Naruto squinted. Now eat. He nudged the plate closer like a command. Otherwise Sir Teddy will be sad. He puffed his cheeks and added with full dramatic weight. And I don't want him to be sad. Gaara looked at him with an unreadable expression. Naruto crossed his arms over his chest. He has syrup tears waiting, Gaara. He leaned in closer, lower lip wobbling in the most exaggerated pout. You can't let him down. Gaara exhaled through his nose. You've assigned emotions to a pancake. He's a bear, Gaara. Naruto blinked, deeply offended. Show some respect. Gaara stared at the plate for another moment. Then, solemnly, he brought the fork down, cutting a neat triangle from the bear's right ear. Naruto gasped. His ear, you monster. Gaara didn't react, just slowly brought the bite to his mouth and chewed, expression unreadable. Naruto watched like it was a tragic romance. He trusted you, he whispered dramatically. Gaara swallowed, wiped his mouth, and finally said with the faintest smirk. He tasted like betrayal and sugar. Naruto burst into laughter so hard he nearly fell off the counter. Gaara caught him by the waist immediately, steadying him with one arm while still holding the fork. You're ridiculous. You love it. ... Unfortunately. Naruto wiggled into his hold, arms winding around Gaara's neck. At least now Sir Teddy is part of you forever. Gaara raised an eyebrow. Naruto nodded firmly. You're his final evolution. Gaara sighed. But he smiled again, and this time, it reached all the way to his eyes. Then I'll carry his syrupy legacy with pride. Naruto giggled and snuggled in against his chest, whispering sweetly. I love you, my tragic pancake bear. To be continued. Chapter 8. As Gaara chewed the final bite of Sir Teddy's syrupy legacy, he turned to reach for his tea. But Naruto. Naruto had already snatched another pancake. Round 2, he muttered under his breath like an artist preparing his next masterpiece. He grabbed the syrup bottle again and carefully squeezed a slow spiral before beginning the outline. His tongue peeked out in concentration, and his brows furrowed adorably. Gaara watched, sipping silently. What are you doing now? Making a panda, Naruto said matter-of-factly. He'll be Sir Panda Syrup II. Gaara blinked. Naruto didn't even look up. Because pandas are soft, like you, and cuddly, like you. He squinted. Also, you have those under-eye rings and serious eyes that totally match. Gaara raised one unimpressed eyebrow. So I'm a panda now. Naruto finally looked up, flashing a grin. You're my syrup panda. Gaara stared. Naruto grinned wider. My teddy panda hybrid, fearsome, adorable, deadly, huggable. Gaara said nothing. Naruto went back to drawing, with great care, 2 round ears, tiny syrup paws, and even tried to do the black eye markings with more syrup. They ended up a little too big and slightly drippy. When it was done, he held up the plate proudly. Behold, Sir Panda Syrup II. He added with a mischievous wink. He's your spiritual animal, and you must eat him. Gaara stared. Naruto tilted his head, syrup bottle still in hand. Eat your inner panda, Kazekage-sama. Gaara sighed deeply, but there was that faint smile again, hidden in the corners of his lips. You're a menace. Naruto leaned forward, kissed his cheek, and whispered. And you love every second of it. Gaara nodded. Unfortunately. And he picked up the fork. Naruto gasped dramatically, one hand flying to his chest like Gaara had mortally wounded him. Menace. His eyes widened, lips parted in complete betrayal. Me, I'm just a cute, playful child. Not a menace. He pointed to himself with both hands. This is the face of innocence. Gaara stared, utterly unbothered. Naruto's pout deepened, and he turned away with a dramatic little huff, crossing his arms and swinging his legs from the counter. HMPH. A tiny glare over his shoulder, more adorable than threatening. Meanie panda. Gaara tilted his head, now mildly amused. Naruto continued his rampage of injustice. Just for that. He raised his chin defiantly. No cuddles or kisses for you. Silence. Gaara blinked once. Naruto sniffed and faced forward with full commitment to the act. He even clutched the syrup panda plate protectively to his chest like a child hiding a plushie. That's right, Sir Panda Syrup will keep me company now. He doesn't call me names. Gaara, completely deadpan. You made him 5 minutes ago. And he already loves me more than you do. Another pause. Then Gaara stepped closer, arms folding around Naruto from behind, chin resting on his shoulder. Naruto squirmed, lips twitching, but he didn't move away. Gaara whispered in his ear, voice low and smooth. You say that. He brushed a kiss against the corner of Naruto's jaw. But you always break your own rules. Naruto flushed. His pout twitched. No, I don't. Another kiss, this time to his cheek. You do. Do not. Gaara kissed just below his ear now, warm breath trailing soft as silk. Naruto bit his lip. Then finally, his arms loosened. His cheeks were pink. His voice was barely a whisper. Fine, one kiss, but I'm still mad. Gaara chuckled softly and kissed his temple again, murmuring. Whatever you say, innocent child. Naruto whipped around to glare, only to have his lips stolen in a slow, soft kiss. He melted into it instantly. Syrup panda completely forgotten. They finally made it to the table. 2 plates sat between them, one with the remnants of Sir Teddy Syrup, the other with the nearly untouched face of Sir Panda Syrup II, whose syrup ears had begun to slide adorably down the sides. Naruto sat cross-legged on the chair, Gaara beside him, both still wrapped in the warm quiet of the cottage morning. Light streamed in through the windows, spilling soft golden hues across the wooden floor and catching the slight shimmer in Naruto's long, messy hair. Naruto leaned forward with a fork, cheeks full, eyes fluttering half-shut in bliss. And this might be the best pancake I've ever had. Gaara sipped from his tea, watching him with a soft look that barely touched the surface of what he felt. You said that about the last one. Naruto swallowed, grinning. Because they keep getting better. Just like you. Gaara raised an eyebrow. So I'm leveling up. In pancakes. Naruto nodded sagely. Yup, you've officially hit pancake daddy tier. Gaara coughed quietly into his cup. Naruto just giggled, then leaned sideways, bumping his shoulder into Gaara's. Admit it, you like being mine. Gaara glanced at him, eyes soft. I do. Naruto's heart stuttered for a second. He looked down at his plate, suddenly shy. His voice softened, quieter than before. Me too. A pause. I like being yours. Gaara reached over and gently placed a hand over Naruto's on the table, fingers warm and steady. They didn't say anything for a while. The clink of forks, the hush of wind outside, the sunlight moving slowly across the walls. It was peaceful. So peaceful it almost didn't feel real. Naruto finally looked up again, a gentle smile on his lips, eyes reflecting the gold of morning. Can we have more mornings like this? Gaara didn't hesitate. Every single one. And Naruto, finally, truly, let himself believe it. Naruto twirled his fork in the syrup thoughtfully, staring at what remained of Sir Panda's drippy little face. The warmth in the room still wrapped around them, but his voice turned quiet, almost hesitant. What do we need to do today? Gaara glanced over at him, pausing mid-sip of tea. Naruto didn't look up as he continued, fingers idly tracing a circle on the table with a drop of syrup. As the summit, still on today. Gaara set his cup down carefully. There was a beat of silence. Then his voice, calm, low, reassuring. Yes. He didn't sugarcoat it. The second round of talks begins this afternoon. Naruto gave a soft nod, still not meeting his eyes. Gaara leaned slightly closer. We don't have to attend the early council meeting. Only the actual summit session. Naruto finally looked up, eyes a little unsure. Will they all be there? Gaara nodded slowly. Yes, all the cage, their guards, your team, the envoys. He paused. And Tsunade. Naruto exhaled, one of those long, deep sighs that carried more weight than words ever could. His fingers tightened slightly on the table. Guess I can't avoid it forever, huh? Gaara reached out again and placed his hand over Naruto's, thumb brushing gently along the knuckles. You're not alone anymore. Naruto's breath hitched, just a little. He glanced sideways at Gaara and gave a small smile, brave, quiet but real. Yeah, I know. He squeezed his hand back. Thanks to you. Gaara's voice softened more. And if it gets too much, if anyone says something, tries anything, just look at me. A pause. You'll know what I mean. Naruto nodded. Not just because he understood. But because he believed it. Naruto let out a quiet sigh, one that didn't carry the usual puff of dramatic sass or teasing playfulness. It was a tired sigh. The kind that came from deep, years-old wounds. He didn't look at Gaara as he spoke, voice barely louder than a whisper. Can I stay in the lounge until Tsunade-sama's there? He stared at the last drops of syrup on his plate, lashes trembling. I can't face her. There was a fragile pause. Then, with a bit more weight in his voice, less like a question, more like the crack of a truth long buried. I don't know what new trick she'll use now. His breath hitched. I know Konoha. They've been manipulating and using me through emotional blackmail since the day I was born. Every single time they've pulled the same strings, Jiraiya, the villagers, the will of fire, promises. He finally looked up, eyes glassy. And I kept falling for it. Because I wanted to believe they loved me. He smiled, but it wasn't happy. It was brittle. But I know better now. Gaara didn't speak right away. Instead, he stood slowly, walked around the table, and knelt beside Naruto's chair, on the floor, beside him, not above him. His hand found Naruto's again, and his voice was quiet, steady. Then stay with me. Naruto blinked. Gaara met his gaze with soft steel. Stay in the lounge. You don't have to see her until you're ready. A pause. And if that moment never comes, I'll still be right here. And you'll still be safe. Naruto's throat bobbed as he tried to swallow the lump forming. You really mean that? Every word. Gaara brought Naruto's hand to his lips and pressed a kiss against his knuckles. You don't owe them anything, Naruto. Not your time, not your face, not your forgiveness. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned forward until his forehead rested gently against Gaara's. Thank you. His voice cracked. Thank you for loving me right. Gaara wrapped his arms around him without another word, pulling him close. And for a while, nothing else mattered, no summit, no Konoha, no manipulation. Just the quiet, honest heartbeat of someone who chose him. Who always would. To be continued. Chapter 9. The room had quieted again. Only the soft ticking of the clock above the fireplace filled the air, the occasional whisper of wind brushing against the curtains. Naruto stood slowly from his chair, moving toward the small mirror resting above a carved wooden table near the lounge. His golden hair, long, silky, and messy from sleep and cuddles, fell in waves down to the end of his back. Strands slipped across his face like threads of sunlight. He didn't say anything. Just picked up the wide-toothed comb that sat beside the folded towels and ran his fingers through his hair once, gently. Then again. Slowly. Deliberately. As if each stroke untangled more than just knots. Gaara remained seated on the couch nearby, silent and still, watching him, not as a shinobi. Not as a Kazekage. But as the man who loved him. Naruto reached for a clip next. A pale lavender one, the same shade as the new scarf Gaara had gifted him a month ago. He used it to pin a section of his hair away from his face, tucking it neatly. Then he picked up a few pale golden pins, simple, nothing fancy, and secured two thin side braids, one on each side of his face, gently twisting them behind his ear. His reflection stared back at him, calm, composed, a bit tired. But whole. And more than anything, his own. Gaara stood up quietly, walking over to him, stopping just behind. Naruto met his eyes through the mirror. Gaara raised a hand and gently brushed one final strand behind Naruto's ear. There. Naruto smiled, soft, shy. Think I'm ready now. Gaara's gaze lingered. Not just on the hair, but on everything, his quiet strength, his fragile hope, the courage it took just to face another day. You've always been ready. He paused. Now, you just look the part too. Naruto giggled softly, a little pink touching his cheeks. He reached back and caught Gaara's hand in his. And for that moment, before the world outside called for them again, they simply stood there. Together. The quiet was broken by a knock. Not loud. Not urgent. Just present. 3 soft raps against the cottage door, followed by silence. Naruto stilled for a second, his fingers loosely brushing the edge of the table. Gaara didn't move from behind him, but his eyes shifted toward the door, calm, steady, prepared. Another soft knock came. Then a familiar voice. Kazekage-sama, Naruto-sama. It was Yuki, a young Suna shinobi assigned to Gaara's personal envoy. Polite, kind, always careful around Naruto, never once condescending. I apologize for the intrusion. But the summit will reconvene in an hour. Lady Tsunade and the other Kage have arrived. A short pause. Should I wait for your reply? Naruto exhaled slowly, eyes still on his reflection. Gaara met his gaze through the mirror. We can take our time, he said gently. You don't need to rush. Naruto gave a soft nod. He turned his head just slightly, speaking loud enough for the door. Thank you, Yuki. Please let them know we'll arrive soon. A quiet, respectful reply followed. Understood, Naruto-sama. Soft footsteps faded into the distance. Naruto turned back toward the mirror for a moment longer. Then he reached for Gaara's hand again and gave it a small squeeze. Let's go together. Gaara's lips curved into a quiet smile. Always. And with that, Naruto stepped away from the mirror, still wrapped in the softness of the morning, but now walking into the day with calm in his heart, and Gaara by his side. To be continued. Chapter 10. The air outside was crisp, calm, and cool. The trees surrounding the summit grounds swayed gently in the breeze, their leaves whispering like they understood what kind of morning it had been inside that little cottage. Naruto walked beside Gaara, their steps quiet against the soft path that curved through the gardens toward the main building. They didn't speak at first. They didn't need to. The silence between them was comfortable, like a thread of peace softly holding their hands together, even if their fingers weren't actually intertwined. Naruto's long golden hair fluttered behind him, catching rays of sunlight as it danced against the soft wind. The pins he had used earlier glimmered faintly, neat braids framing his face. But despite the stillness, Gaara noticed it. That little shiver. Subtle, barely there. Naruto didn't complain. He never did. But Gaara saw it, and Gaara knew. Without a word, he paused in his step and slowly slipped his Kazekage cloak from his shoulders. The white fabric with the red flames at the bottom, regal and heavy, held a warmth of its own. Naruto blinked when Gaara gently swung it around his shoulders. Gaara, he asked softly, surprised. Gaara didn't say anything right away. He just adjusted the cloak carefully, letting it settle over Naruto's smaller frame, the inside still warm from Gaara's own body. He brushed Naruto's hair out from beneath the collar and smoothed it down gently. Only then did he meet his eyes. You needed it more than I do. Naruto's breath hitched, lips parting just slightly. He looked down at himself, swallowed in the soft, flame-hemmed cloak that had always been a symbol of Gaara's strength, of his leadership, of his village. And now it was wrapped around him. But, it's yours. Gaara tilted his head gently, voice even. And you're mine. Naruto's lips trembled. He looked away, blinking fast, as he clutched the front of the cloak like it was something fragile, something precious. Thank you, he whispered. It feels like I'm being held. Gaara leaned in just slightly, murmuring against the shell of his ear. That's because you are. They continued their walk in silence after that. But it wasn't the same silence as before. This one was warmer, stronger. Because the wind may have been cool, and the path may have led to a place full of pressure and politics, but Naruto was wrapped in the love of someone who saw him. Someone who chose him. With every step, he felt it. He wasn't walking toward the summit alone. The summit hall was tall and quiet. Filled with leaders, advisors, guards. Whispers had begun the moment they heard Suna's door creak open. Tsunade looked up first, then Kakashi. Then the rest followed like dominoes, Shikamaru, Neji, Kiba, Sai, Yamato. And Sakura, sitting tensely beside them, stiffened visibly. The Kazekage walked in first. Straight-backed, silent, a presence of absolute calm, dressed in his formal crimson robes, without his white cloak. Because it wasn't on him anymore. It was wrapped around Naruto. The moment he stepped through the door, the room held its breath. Long golden hair shimmered down his back, caught neatly in soft braids and pinned with quiet dignity. His pale skin glowed under the soft lighting, his lilac blue eyes forward, not defiant, not fearful. Just, unshakably calm. And over his shoulders, the Kazekage's cloak draped like armor. Like a claim. The red flames around the hem swayed gently with his movement, too large for his frame but somehow fitting in every way that mattered. He didn't look toward Konoha. Not once. But they all stared at him. Tsunade's eyes widened, her mouth parted, just slightly. Kakashi stilled, like he had no words left to soften what he was seeing. Shikamaru furrowed his brow, eyes narrowing in slow understanding. Neji's gaze flicked between Gaara and Naruto, his jaw tightening. Kiba leaned forward a little, unsure if he was seeing right. Sai blinked and tilted his head ever so slightly, lips forming a line. Yamato kept his face neutral, but his hand curled slightly on the table's edge. And Sakura. Sakura looked like the world had tilted beneath her. Her eyes locked onto Naruto, then dropped immediately to the cloak. Her lips trembled, and her knuckles turned white from how hard she clenched her skirt. But Naruto didn't even glance her way. Not once. He simply walked forward beside Gaara, the Kazekage's cloak flowing with each step, and stopped at the seat prepared for him. Still silent. Still calm. Still his own. Gaara pulled the chair out for him without a word. Naruto sat down gently, folding his hands in his lap as the cloak spilled around him like moonlight laced with fire. And for the first time at the summit, the silence wasn't suffocating. It was his. To be continued. Chapter 11. As Naruto settled into his seat, the heavy cloak wrapping around his figure like a shield of fire and silk, the quiet around him still lingered. Whispers hadn't resumed. No one dared to speak. All eyes were still on him, some wide with disbelief, others unreadable. But Gaara didn't spare a glance at any of them. He moved with the same grace he always carried, measured, steady, and lowered himself into the seat beside Naruto. The one meant for Suna's Kazekage. But today, that title meant more. Because he wasn't just sitting beside another cage. He was sitting beside Naruto. And without hesitation, Gaara reached across the narrow space between their chairs and gently took Naruto's hand in his. Not possessive, not loud. Just, sure. His fingers threaded through Naruto's, warm and solid, as if anchoring him to the ground. As if to say, you don't have to be brave alone anymore. Naruto blinked, just once. His eyes didn't move from the center of the table, but he squeezed Gaara's hand back, soft and certain. That one squeeze carried everything. Years of loneliness. Aching hope. And now, love. Gaara glanced at him sideways. His voice didn't rise, didn't echo. It was a whisper meant only for Naruto. I'm here. Naruto's breath shivered out in a quiet exhale. Not sad, not afraid. Just relieved. I know. Underneath the table, his fingers curled tighter around Gaara's. And though the other cage were present, though their advisors and envoys sat in silent disarray, that hand-holding said more than any declaration. It said. Naruto wasn't theirs to use anymore. He was his own. And beside him. The man who would burn down the world to keep it that way. Gaara didn't look away from Naruto's hand for a moment. His thumb brushed gently across the knuckles, once, twice, before he finally lifted his gaze and turned it toward the head of the table. Where Tsunade sat, still stiff, eyes flickering between Naruto's form wrapped in the Kazekage's cloak and their joined hands on the table. Her expression was unreadable, caught somewhere between guilt, frustration, and disbelief. Gaara's tone, when he spoke, was calm. Clear. And edged with unmistakable command. Tsunade-sama, he said softly, but every syllable struck cleanly in the air. Are all the cage present? The hall went still again. Tsunade blinked, as if brought out of a trance. She sat up straighter, posture shifting instinctively beneath the weight of Gaara's voice. Yes, she replied after a moment, her voice low. Everyone is here. Gaara gave a slow, deliberate nod. Then shall we begin with the summit? It wasn't a suggestion. It was an invitation to return to the purpose of their gathering. A reminder. That this wasn't about Konoha's emotions. Not about excuses or manipulation. This was the 5-cage summit. And the Kazekage had just taken control. Even without his cloak, he looked every bit the leader of his people. Because his power didn't rest on fabric or titles. It rested on the way Naruto sat beside him, safe, calm, wrapped in love. Tsunade hesitated just a fraction too long. Then finally nodded. Very well, let's proceed. As papers were shuffled and aides began organizing notes, no one could quite pull their eyes away from the quiet, steady pair seated side by side. And beneath the table, Naruto's hand stayed in Gaara's. Unmoving. Unbreakable. Naruto sat in silence, his back straight but a touch too stiff. The hem of Gaara's cloak pulled softly around him, but it felt heavier now, as though the eyes around the room were pressing into the fabric. He could feel them. Tsunade's unreadable stare. Kakashi's quiet guilt. Sakura's disbelief. Shikamaru's conflicted silence. His fingers twitched slightly on the table. Even after everything, part of him still hoped someone would say, "I'm sorry. We were wrong." But no one did. Naruto's eyes dropped for a moment, a flicker of nervousness flashing across his usually bright expression. His hand trembled ever so slightly beneath the table, caught between a lifetime of pressure and the fragile piece he was trying to hold onto. Then, a gentle squeeze. Warm, certain, protective. Gaara didn't say a word. He didn't need to. His thumb pressed slow circles against Naruto's knuckles, anchoring him. "You're not alone. I'm here. I'll protect you." That simple, silent vow pulsed between them stronger than any jutsu. Naruto blinked once, then slowly lifted his eyes again, less shaky this time. The fear hadn't disappeared. But now, it was standing on steadier ground. Across the table, the discomfort in the Konoha ranks was palpable. Tsunade's lips were pressed into a tight line, her fingers steepled beneath her chin. The way Naruto refused to even look in her direction burned more than anything he could have said. Kakashi's single eye remained on Gaara's hand clasped over Naruto's. Beneath his mask, his jaw was tight. There were things he wished he had said, should have said, but now it was too late. Shikamaru sat still, fingers drumming against his notes. His gaze flicked to the side, Sakura, and the troubled look she wore was louder than her silence. Sakura's hands were clenched in her lap, her fingernails digging into her skin. She hadn't expected this. Not this. Not Naruto walking in beside Gaara, cloaked in his love, in his protection, in something stronger than anything she had ever offered him. She wanted to look away. But she couldn't. Because what stared her in the face was the result of every moment Konoha had failed him. Sai watched everything with a blank expression, but even he shifted slightly, as if aware that something far deeper than diplomacy was unfolding in front of them. Even Yamato, ever silent, looked ashamed. Because none of them could deny it. Naruto had always been the light of Konoha. And now that light was sitting in the shadow of another village's love. The sound of papers settling, chairs scooting in, and a distant bell echoing from the hall signaled the official start of the summit. Tsunade cleared her throat, voice cool but steady. This session will resume with the review of Akatsuki movements along the southern border. I'll yield the floor to the Kazekage for Suna's latest intelligence report. She paused, eyes flicking toward Gaara, and, almost reluctantly, Naruto. Gaara inclined his head politely, never releasing Naruto's hand. "Thank you, Hokage-sama." He stood slowly, dignified, voice calm as stone. "Suna has been tracking increased rogue activity near the Valley of the Winds. We suspect lingering Akatsuki agents may be regrouping near the ruins of Rorin." As he spoke, Naruto sat beside him, quiet, focused, hands still folded with Gaara's beneath the table. Not as a weapon. Not as a tool. Not as a puppet of the leaf. But as someone respected. Protected. Loved. And as the summit continued, the message was clear. This Naruto was no longer Konoha's to command. He was his own. And beside him stood the one man who had never once asked him to be anything other than that. To be continued. Chapter 12. The summit hall settled into rhythm, notes being taken, scrolls unfurled, voices exchanged between leaders. And Naruto. Naruto stayed silent. He sat with his hands resting gently in his lap, the edges of Gaara's cloak still draped across his slender frame, pale fingers peeking out just beneath the embroidered hem. His long hair flowed over one shoulder now, catching the faintest glint of light when he moved. But he didn't speak. Not once. He simply listened. Eyes polite, steady, his posture respectful, chin raised just enough to show he was alert, but soft enough to not challenge anyone. Like a ripple in still water. Tsunade spoke of troop reorganizations. The Raikage discussed Akatsuki sightings in the Land of Lightning. The Mizukage proposed more structured intelligence sharing. The Tsuchikage grumbled about trust and resources. And Naruto. Naruto nodded occasionally. His expression never once hardened. But it also never faltered. He didn't look lost. He didn't look unsure. He looked like someone who belonged there, even if he didn't need the room to acknowledge it. And that, more than anything, unsettled Konoha. Because Naruto had once fought to be seen in rooms like this. Begged to be heard. Cried for acknowledgement. And now. He sat in absolute quiet. Because he didn't need their validation anymore. He had already found it. From her seat, Tsunade tried not to let it show, the ache in her chest at how composed he looked. How gentle, yet so far away from her. Kakashi scribbled notes absently, but his eye kept drifting to the boy he once taught. The boy he never protected enough. Sakura's fists trembled in her lap. She was used to Naruto jumping in, interrupting, giggling, smiling. But this Naruto. This one was quiet. Not in defeat. But in peace. And somehow, that hurt more. Beside him, Gaara's presence remained unwavering. He would occasionally glance toward Naruto, never in a possessive way. Just soft, like a steady pulse. And when Naruto tucked a strand of hair behind his ear, Gaara gently brushed a fallen one back into place. It was the kind of care that didn't need words. And the kind of love that made even hardened shinobi shift uncomfortably in their seats. Because Naruto wasn't broken anymore. And no one in Konoha could claim credit for healing him. As the summit continued, no one tried to address him directly. Not yet. But everyone felt the shift in the room. Because the boy they once treated as a vessel was now a man, seated in silence. And in power. The scrolls shuffled, a minor dispute broke out between the Raikage's assistant and a diplomat from Kurigakure. Voices filled the summit room again, but Naruto remained quiet, still watching, still listening, still wrapped in Gaara's cloak like a soft flame holding steady in the wind. His eyes lowered for a moment. Then he reached for the small notepad and pencil placed in front of him, standard supplies for the summit, meant for quick jottings or tactical diagrams. But Naruto used it differently. With small, neat handwriting, he wrote a single line. Then bit his lip softly. There was hesitation in his eyes, not out of fear. But because of the weight the words carried. He hesitated. Then turned slightly and gently tilted the notepad toward Gaara. Just enough for him to read. What about the Sasuke situation? I'm not supporting or protecting him. I'm just saying, it needs to be spoken for here. His punishment, how to catch him, what Konoha will do and everything. He's a rogue. Gaara read the words in complete silence. And after a moment, he slowly turned his head to look at Naruto. His expression didn't change, but his eyes softened deeply. This wasn't about Sasuke. Not really. This was Naruto showing, once again, that he still cared about the village, even if they had failed him. He wasn't asking for leniency. He was asking for accountability. For structure. For truth. Gaara leaned in slightly, speaking just low enough for Naruto to hear. Do you want me to bring it up? Naruto hesitated. Then nodded once. Not out of fear. But out of quiet strength. Gaara waited for the current topic to close, then calmly raised a hand. The room gradually fell silent again, all eyes shifting to him. Before we move on, I would like to address an issue that, until now, has remained unspoken, despite its relevance to every village at this table. He paused. His tone was formal, neutral. But Naruto knew, this was for him. The matter of Sasuke Uchiha. The name hit the room like a dropped kunai. Tsunade froze. Kakashi's shoulders stiffened. Sakura's face drained of color. But Gaara continued, voice unwavering. He is a rogue shinobi. One with significant combat power and deep ties to classified village history and Akatsuki personnel. As such, his status, pursuit, and potential punishment must be outlined formally. His eyes flicked, just for a second, toward Naruto, who sat still, lips pressed together, hands folded neatly on the table, eyes forward. Gaara turned back to the cage. The sand is willing to offer support in his capture, if Konoha chooses to pursue him actively. But in order for that to happen, we require a clear statement on his standing. He looked straight at Tsunade now. As of this summit, does Konoha officially consider Sasuke Uchiha a criminal to be captured? Or will there continue to be hesitation? The room was breathless. Naruto said nothing. But in that moment, everyone knew who had brought this forward. And for the first time, Konoha could no longer ignore the uncomfortable truth. The boy they once called reckless had become the only one brave enough to ask what needed to be asked. To be continued. Chapter 13. The room hung in silence after Gaara's words. Sasuke Uchiha. A name that no one had dared say aloud in this room, until now. And it hadn't come from Konoha. It had come from Naruto, through Gaara. That alone said everything. Sakura's eyes were wide, almost glassy. Her lips parted, breath caught somewhere between anger and shame. She didn't know whether to be furious that the topic was even being addressed, or humiliated that Naruto had been the one to insist on it. The same Naruto she had tried to manipulate. The same one she thought she understood. But she didn't recognize this Naruto. Not anymore. Kakashi's expression darkened beneath his mask. His one visible eye drifted to Naruto. Not Gaara, not the cloak, Naruto. And something in him ached. He had known for a while that Naruto had outgrown Konoha's shallow definitions of strength. But watching him sit there now, composed, respectful, cloaked in love and support from another village, and still choosing duty over emotion. It hurt. Because he should have been protected better. Loved better. Shikamaru leaned back, his fingers steepled under his chin. He'd figured Naruto was going to bring it up. Of course he would. He was Naruto. He never ran from what mattered. But seeing the Kazekage speak for him. Seeing Naruto sit beside him like that, silently directing policy. It felt like witnessing the rise of a storm no one was prepared for. Naruto didn't glance at any of them. He didn't react to the tension rippling across the Konoha side of the table. Instead, he looked down, reached for his notepad again, and quietly wrote something else. His handwriting was soft, rounded. No anger in the strokes. Just honesty. He tilted the pad again, showing it only to Gaara. Thank you. But you don't need to. It's their responsibility. You don't have to include Suna and get troubled because of me. Gaara read it slowly. Then looked at Naruto. And for a second, just a second, his hand tightened ever so slightly around Naruto's under the table. Not possessively. Not in disagreement. Just tenderly. He leaned down, close to Naruto's ear, and whispered so softly it melted into the fabric of his own cloak. You're not trouble, love. Ever. Naruto's lips curled just a bit. A tired but genuine smile. And finally, Tsunade spoke. Her voice was low. Measured. A Hokage's voice. But layered beneath it, was weariness. And regret. Konoha acknowledges Sasuke Uchiha as a rogue shinobi. A pause. As of this summit, we confirm that his actions are considered criminal. His affiliations with the Akatsuki and his attacks on allied shinobi confirm this status. Her fingers curled against the table. She didn't meet Naruto's eyes. His retrieval or capture will be handled by Konoha. Internally. A deeper pause now. A breath. Do not expect the Sand to offer support unless absolutely necessary. That was the closest she'd come to admitting Naruto was right, without ever saying it directly. Naruto said nothing. He simply nodded once in acknowledgement, his expression neutral, his posture poised. But Gaara's hand still held his. And in that quiet stillness, everyone in the room felt it. This wasn't the same boy they once tried to control. This was a shinobi who had grown into his own voice. And chose silence only when it served him. The silence that followed Tsunade's declaration stretched heavy and long. Her words were clear. Konoha would handle Sasuke alone. She had meant to close the topic. But she hadn't expected the stillness that followed, not from Naruto, who remained quietly poised. But from the other cage. The Raikage leaned forward first, his expression unreadable beneath his broad shoulders and sharp eyes. I acknowledge what the Hokage says, he rumbled, his voice firm, but the Kazekage is right. He glanced around the room, then back to the center. Sasuke Uchiha is not just a Konoha matter anymore. He aligned himself with Akatsuki. And Akatsuki doesn't care about village borders. He looked to Tsunade. If Konoha fails to act, others will. This isn't just your shame to carry anymore. The Mizukage nodded gently, her fingers laced on the table. I agree. I acknowledge the Hokage's words, but we cannot ignore the implications of the Kazekage's point. She glanced to Naruto. Not with judgment. But with something closer to respect. We have all lost something to the Akatsuki. Rogue shinobi, hidden movements, destroyed villages, how many more before we say enough? Her voice was soft but clear. We must treat this as a united threat. The Tsuchikage scoffed as he shifted in his chair, old bones creaking slightly. HMPH. Took you all long enough to say it. He jabbed a finger toward the table. I don't care about your internal politics. That boy, he jerked his thumb at Naruto, just reminded us of our jobs. He looked at Tsunade, not cruel, but blunt. He's Akatsuki. That means he's everyone's problem. The hall fell quiet again. Naruto didn't speak. He didn't smile. But he blinked slowly. and a subtle breath released from his chest. Gaara's hand was still holding his. And this time, it was Konoha's silence that echoed the loudest. To be continued. Chapter 14. Naruto's gaze remained low, his expression unreadable to most. But Gaara could feel it in the subtle way his fingers shifted. The way his shoulders eased. The way his breath, once held tightly behind poised silence, now released just a little. Naruto didn't look at the Kage who had spoken. Didn't raise his head. But he reached again for the notepad. And gently, with slow strokes of his pencil, wrote something small. He turned the page just slightly, angling it only toward Gaara again. Thank them from my side. They didn't have to speak. But they did. Gaara read the note. Once. Then again. The edges of his expression softened, just a little. His thumb brushed over Naruto's wrist, gentle and warm. Without turning to the others or making a scene, he simply gave a small, respectful nod to the Mizukage, the Raikage, and the Tsuchikage in turn. Not as a Kazekage issuing orders. But as a man carrying the heart of someone precious in his hands. They understood. And each returned the nod silently. No words exchanged. Just quiet acknowledgement. A rare, sacred moment of unity. A long silence lingered after Gaara's nod to the other Kage. Tsunade sat stiffly in her chair, lips pressed into a line, knuckles white. Beside her, the Konoha representatives, Kakashi, Sakura, Shikamaru, Yamato, Sai, and Kiba, all looked varying shades of uneasy, guilt-ridden, and stunned. Naruto remained silent. Still. Wrapped in Gaara's cloak. Holding his hand. No one dared speak. Until. Let's break for recess. The Raikage's voice cut through the room, deep and unwavering. His massive arms crossed in front of him as he leaned back slightly in his chair. But he didn't stand. Instead, he continued. But before that. His eyes flicked toward Tsunade, sharp and heavy with authority. I have one thing to say. The air shifted. Everyone turned toward him again. If Konoha doesn't give us a specific and certain course of action, and act on it, then we will take the matter into our own hands. He looked around the table, meeting the eyes of the other Kage. And I believe every Kage here agrees with me. One by one, the others nodded. Mizukage. Tsuchikage. Gaara, calm and steady. The Raikage turned his gaze back to Tsunade. And this time, it narrowed. And another thing. The Hokage and everyone else from Konoha will not approach Naruto Uzumaki. Nor will they blame him. Not here, not after. He leaned forward, voice firm and resonant. He has carried your burdens and your failures for far too long. Let the boy breathe. Naruto's eyes widened slightly. Gaara remained still, but his hand closed more protectively around Naruto's. The Raikage's voice dropped just enough to feel colder. Sharper. It is your responsibility to see to the Sasuke Uchiha matter. But who was brave enough to bring it up? A pause. Naruto Uzumaki. He gestured toward Gaara, only briefly. The Kazekage spoke, but it was on his behalf. Then, the final blow. That's the will of fire. A pause. A beat of silence no one dared fill. HN. He stood, chair scraping lightly. 10-minute recess. And with that, he turned and walked toward the hallway exit, his aides trailing behind. The other Kage began to rise. And slowly, even the Konoha group stood, quiet and heavy with unspoken shame. But Naruto. He remained seated. Still. Soft. Holding Gaara's hand like it was the only thing that made sense in a world full of shadows. The chamber slowly emptied. Footsteps echoed across the marble floors, heavy boots, rustling scrolls, the clipped speech of aides murmuring into their sleeves. No one looked directly at Naruto. Not anymore. Sakura kept her eyes low. Kiba rubbed the back of his neck, opening his mouth once. Then shutting it again. Shikamaru looked away completely. Even Kakashi didn't speak. Tsunade paused at the exit, as though considering something. But she never said a word. She just looked at Naruto, expression unreadable, and walked out with stiff, restrained grace. Only he didn't move. Naruto sat at the table, back straight, face serene. His long blonde hair slipped forward a little, catching the soft light. The summit room, moments ago filled with voices and judgment and power, had grown silent. Just the quiet hum of the wind outside. And Gaara. Still beside him. Still holding his hand. A full minute passed after the doors shut. And then another. Naruto didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He just leaned into Gaara a little more, shifting his weight, not to hide, not to shrink, but simply to rest. The silence stretched like silk between them. Comforting. Protective. Not empty, but peaceful. Only then did Naruto speak, in the quietest voice, almost a whisper. Thank you. And Gaara, who hadn't let go of his hand once, turned toward him gently. You never have to thank me, love. The room was still now. Echoes faded. Voices long gone. Only the faint creak of paper and the quiet stir of wind through the summit windows remained. Naruto sat, unmoving, his fingers gently curled in his lap. His eyes lowered, but not in shame, simply in thought. A soft breath escaped him. Not heavy, just tired. And then, with quiet grace, he shifted. Not urgently. Not dramatically. He turned slightly in his seat, and with a slowness that felt deliberate, almost reverent, he leaned sideways and gently rested his head on Gaara's shoulder. His long golden hair slid like silk across Gaara's robes, strands pooling slightly against the crimson of the Kazekage's cloak. For a moment, Gaara didn't move. Then, slowly, he tilted his head just enough to rest his cheek against Naruto's hair. Their hands, still clasped beneath the table, tightened just slightly. No words. No one to perform for. No battles to prepare for. Just warmth. Just them. The flicker of sun through high windows cast a soft glow on Naruto's pale lashes. His eyes blinked once, then slowly closed. And Gaara. Gaara exhaled so softly it was almost soundless. But inside, something in him ached and settled all at once. He's safe, he thought. He's here, with me, finally. And outside that silence, the shinobi world kept spinning. But within that moment, within that stillness, they created a world of their own. Naruto stayed still against him, his head nestled into Gaara's shoulder, golden hair spilling over the crimson of the Kazekage's robes like strands of sunlight clinging to dusk. He didn't speak. He didn't cry. He simply breathed. As if the stillness itself was letting his soul exhale after holding too much for too long. Gaara watched him for a long moment, his profile delicate in the light, his long lashes resting soft against pale skin, his mouth just barely parted from the weight of fatigue and silence. And then, with a tenderness that few had ever known him capable of, Gaara moved. Quietly. Deliberately. He slid his arm around Naruto's shoulders and pulled him just a bit closer, fitting him into the curve of his body like he belonged there. Because he did. Because he always had. Gaara leaned down just enough for his lips to brush against Naruto's hair. And in the barest whisper, like wind curling through warm sand, he murmured. You don't have to carry everything alone anymore. A pause. Then softer. I'm here, always. The words sank deep. Not a promise for the village. Not a vow to the world. Just for him. And as the sunlight slowly shifted across the floor, Naruto breathed in again, slower now. Steadier. And for the first time since the summit began. His hand relaxed in Gaara's grasp. The quiet held them for a few more moments, wrapped in warmth and silence like a blanket around a fading storm. But then, Naruto slowly stirred. He sat up straight again, his long golden hair sliding down over his back like satin, the soft strands catching the sunlight as they slipped over the red of Gaara's cloak. His pale hand gently released Gaara's. He stood with a light movement, his posture calm, elegant in the way only Naruto could be when the world wasn't watching him like a weapon. He turned slightly, a small smile playing at the corners of his lips, tired but real. I'm going out for a while, he said softly, brushing his fingers through his hair as he looked toward the doorway. To get something to eat. And maybe a drink. Then, as if it had only just occurred to him, he added. Do you want something? His voice was casual, but there was affection tucked between each syllable. An offer, not just of food, but of care. Then, a quiet pause. I'll thank the Raikage too, if I see him. Naruto's eyes dropped just a little, thoughtful. He didn't have to say that. But he did. The way he said it held no resentment. No bitterness. Just simple, honest gratitude. Like a boy who knew what it felt like to be spoken for, around, and over. Finally being defended. Gaara looked up at him quietly, his seafoam eyes lingering on Naruto's face like they were memorizing the light there, soft, golden, warm again after the shadows of the summit. He didn't stand right away. Just watched him for a beat, taking in the slight curve of Naruto's smile, the way his hair shimmered against the red of the cloak, how he still thought of others even after everything that had been done to him. Then Gaara nodded once, slowly. Tea, he said, voice quiet but firm. Something warm, not too sweet. His lips curved just slightly, subtle but unmistakable. And if they have mochi, I wouldn't mind one. Another pause, his gaze softened. Don't be too long. And then even softer, almost under his breath. I breathe easier when you're near. Naruto blinked at Gaara's words, especially those last ones. His breath hitched, just a little. And a soft flush crept up his pale cheeks, delicate pink blooming beneath long lashes, glowing faintly against the soft light filtering in through the high windows. He glanced away for a moment, tucking a golden strand of hair behind his ear with a slightly bashful motion. Then he smiled. Not his usual grin. This one was smaller, softer, honest. The kind of smile made just for one person. He looked back at Gaara and gave a gentle nod. Yes. Then, without another word, he turned and began walking toward the exit, his movements graceful, the edges of Gaara's cloak still brushing lightly behind him as he went. The quiet click of the doors closing behind him echoed through the near-empty summit hall. And just like that, he was gone from the room. But the warmth he left behind lingered, wrapped around Gaara like the echo of his smile. To be continued. Chapter 15. The hallway outside the summit chamber was quiet. Not silent like the room he'd just left, this quiet was lighter, like air after rain. No heavy eyes watching, no weight pressing down on his shoulders. Just the hush of a stone corridor, faint footsteps echoing in the distance, and the soft rustle of Gaara's cloak still wrapped gently around his frame. Naruto walked slowly, fingers brushing the edge of the cloak like it grounded him. His long golden hair shimmered as he passed by windows that spilled sunlight onto the floor, each step a little steadier, each breath a little fuller. His boots made gentle taps against the smooth flooring, rhythmic and calm. A few shinobi passed him, messengers, guards, aides. They bowed or stepped aside, but none tried to speak. And Naruto. He offered them a small, polite nod. Quiet, dignified. His heart was still beating a little fast, but not from fear. Just, from everything. He thought of Gaara's voice again, whispering against his hair. I breathe easier when you're near. A soft warmth bloomed in his chest at the memory. His cheeks turned pink again. He reached a quiet turn in the hallway that led to a rest lounge, used by the summit aides for tea and snacks between meetings. A little food. Something warm. And if he was lucky, maybe a mochi for Gaara. And if he saw the rakage, he'd say thank you. Naruto stepped softly into the lounge. It was a spacious but quiet room, high ceilings, a table set with tea, a tray of light snacks off to the side. A faint aroma of fresh mochi and brewed herbs lingered in the air, warm and comforting. He thought he was alone. Until. HMPH. You walk quiet, for someone who carries that much fire. Naruto paused mid-step. The rakage stood near the window, arms folded across his broad chest, gaze fixed outward at the sweeping landscape beyond. The gold of the sun haloed his massive form, but there was no threat in his presence, just weight. Command. Truth. He turned only slightly, enough to glance at Naruto over his shoulder. Didn't expect you to come out already. Naruto took a breath, then moved forward. He walked with a quiet grace, not shrinking, not puffed up. Just Naruto, raw and real. The cloak Gaara had given him shifted slightly as he stepped across the polished floor. He stopped just a few feet away, then gave a small bow, low, respectful, but not submissive. Then he straightened and looked up, soft but steady. I just wanted to say, thank you. The rakage raised an eyebrow. Naruto continued, voice gentle but clear. You didn't have to say what you did. But you did. A pause. And I'm grateful. For a moment, there was silence again. Then the rakage turned fully toward him, arms dropping to his sides. You shouldn't have to thank me. His tone was blunt, firm. Any real leader would have said it. Naruto smiled just a little. Still, it meant something. The rakage studied him, really studied him. The lithe frame, the long golden hair, the soft, pale face. He wasn't what most would picture when they thought of strength. But in that moment, he looked like someone unshakable. And the rakage gave a short nod. You're strong, kid. A pause. Stronger than most of them deserve. Then he added with a faint smirk. You ever get tired of all this politics? Cloud's always got room for one more problem child. It was teasing, in its own way. Naruto blinked, then actually laughed, soft, warm, a little shy. I'll keep that in mind. The rakage's stance shifted. His voice, usually rough like stone, softened just slightly, like a rumble held in his chest rather than thrown into the world. You're a good kid, Naruto. He looked Naruto in the eyes, no judgment, no pity. Just truth. And a great shinobi. Naruto's eyes widened just slightly. Don't let those Konoha fools make you doubt that. The Raikage paused, then added, gentler now. I see how the Kazekage looks at you. And how you look at him. A small, knowing smirk tugged at his lips. You love each other. Naruto flushed. Stay with him. The Raikage's voice was calm, full of quiet conviction. He'll take care of you. I know he will. And if you ever need anything, help, safety, a place to breathe, the cloud's always open. Always welcome. Naruto's blush deepened slightly. His fingers curled around the edge of the cloak. But his smile, soft, pure. Thank you. He bowed again, but more gently this time, gratefully. And yes, I asked Gaara yesterday if I could stay with him. In Suna. He looked up, voice still gentle but with a glint of light in it. He said yes. There was something peaceful in the way he said it. Like a boy who had wandered too long. And finally found home. And, thank you again, for the support, and your kind words, I'll remember that. The Raikage gave a small grunt of approval, but his eyes were kinder now. Naruto hesitated, then softly asked. If you don't mind. His gaze lifted, unsure but hopeful. Can I ask you something? The Raikage raised a brow at Naruto's soft question. Then his expression shifted, just slightly. He stood straighter, arms still folded, but his eyes lost some of their edge. You can ask me anything. His voice was firm, but not cold. You've earned that much, and more. He let out a short breath, somewhere between a sigh and a quiet exhale of respect. Doesn't matter if it's about politics, training, leadership, or just life. Then, after a beat, gentler. I don't say that to many people, Naruto. He glanced out the window again briefly, then back down at the boy before him. But you've got heart, and a spine, and you speak even when your voice shakes. He nodded, solid and grounded. Ask what you want. The lounge was quiet. Naruto's voice barely broke the stillness, but the weight behind it rang louder than any battle cry. Some years ago. He began softly, fingers fidgeting with the edge of Gaara's cloak. The Raikage said nothing, only watched, listening with a stillness that rarely touched a man like him. During my genin days, I was training alone in the forest. Naruto's eyes lowered, his breath caught slightly. A baby Onba fell from a tree. And clung to my back. It wouldn't let go. A soft, trembling smile touched his lips. He thought I was his mother. His voice cracked a little. He looked down at his hands. I named him Onbu. A pause. I fed him, played with him, sang to him until he slept in my arms. His throat tightened. He was mine, my baby. And then his smile faded. Then one day, some shinobi from your village came. And took him back. He looked up, eyes shimmering with quiet hurt, but no blame. Just hope. If it's possible. His voice was barely above a whisper now. Can I meet him, just once? There was a pause. A long one. Then the Raikage took a breath, deep, slow. His brows furrowed slightly, not in anger, but in something closer to guilt. Onbu. He blinked, looking away for a brief moment as if pulling the memory from the far corners of reports long filed and forgotten. That incident, I remember it. Another pause. Then, quietly. The shinobi who brought the Onba back said something odd. That it had cried for days. Wouldn't eat, wouldn't sleep, just stared at the door like it was waiting. He looked back at Naruto. Now I understand why. For a moment, the Raikage, so strong, so proud, actually looked saddened. I'm sorry. The words weren't loud, they weren't practiced, but they were real. You should have been told something. Given the choice to visit. But, no one thought to ask you. Then, with new weight in his voice. You can meet him. Naruto blinked. You can absolutely meet him. The Raikage unfolded his arms and stepped forward just slightly, voice firm with finality. I'll send word to Cloud immediately. If Onbu's alive and well, and I'm sure he is, you'll see him. You'll hold him again if he lets you. Then, gently. Because that bond you made, it wasn't just his, it was yours too. Naruto stood still, his hands clasped tightly in front of him as the Raikage's words settled into his chest, like warm sun against an old scar. For a heartbeat, he couldn't move, couldn't speak. Then, a soft sound, barely there. One tear slipped down his cheek. Then another. He didn't sob. He didn't wail. He simply wept, quiet, grateful tears that trembled down his pale cheeks like starlight breaking through clouds. He lowered his head slightly, bangs casting shadows over his eyes as he whispered. Thank you. His voice cracked, breath catching in his throat. Thank you so much. He lifted his gaze just enough to meet the Raikage's eyes that didn't flinch at the sight of tears. There was no judgment there. Only respect. You don't know what that means to me. He pressed a trembling hand over his heart. I'll be grateful to you. Forever. And in that moment, the Raikage, this great, towering symbol of strength, nodded once. Slow, solid. As if saying, I understand. I see you. Then, his voice deep and calm. You've given everything to the world, Naruto Uzumaki. It's about time it gave something back. Naruto sniffled softly, raising the sleeve of Gaara's cloak to gently wipe at his damp cheeks. He didn't rush. He took a quiet breath. Then another. The tears dried, but the warmth remained, gentle, glowing like sunlight in his chest. He still felt it, that soft ache of love remembered, and a hope he hadn't dared carry in years now gently cradled in his hands. His fingers brushed the corner of his eye one last time before he stepped forward, eyes lowering to the snack table at the side of the room. A quiet little plate of sweets sat waiting there. The scent of tea still lingered faintly in the air. He reached out, slowly, delicately, and picked up a mochi, soft, round, and dusted with powdered sugar. He held it gently in both hands for a moment, smiling through the faint puffiness around his eyes. For Gaara. He whispered to himself. Because Gaara had held him through the storm. Because Gaara deserved something sweet. Because this was how Naruto said thank you. With love. With quiet acts of care. With mochi. Naruto stood for a moment longer by the table, the mochi resting carefully in his hands like a small treasure. He reached out with his other hand and picked up a soft drink, cool to the touch, the condensation dampening his fingertips. A quiet, simple sweetness. Something to steady the warmth in his chest. He turned, the drink nestled in his hand, the mochi held close. His footsteps were light as he made his way back across the room. The sunlight from the lounge windows cast long lines across the polished floor, and his golden hair shimmered with every step. Just as he reached the door, he paused for a heartbeat. Then he turned his head, just a little, and glanced back. His eyes found the Raikage. And for a moment, Naruto smiled. Not wide, not dramatic. Just a soft, grateful smile, full of sincerity and quiet respect. It said everything words couldn't. Thank you. The Raikage didn't speak. He only nodded in return, once. Firm, with a softness in his eyes that few ever saw. Then Naruto turned again and gently stepped out into the hallway. The door clicked closed behind him. And the room felt just a little warmer than before. To be continued. Chapter 16. The hallway outside the lounge was empty. Naruto stepped into the stillness, the quiet click of the door behind him sealing off the weight of the summit, even just for a little while. He didn't rush. He just stood there. The corridor was wide and sunlit, casting golden reflections across the floor. The air was still cool from the morning breeze that crept in through the high windows, brushing against his skin like a calming hand. He held the mochi gently, as if it might break. His drink nestled lightly in the other hand. Naruto leaned back against the smooth stone wall, letting his head rest there for a moment. His long golden hair spilled over his shoulders, catching the light like silk spun from sunshine. His eyes fluttered closed. And he just stood. Breathing. Feeling. The tears had dried, but the softness lingered. He could still hear the Raikage's voice echo in his mind. You can absolutely meet him. His arms tightened just slightly around the mochi. ONBU. He smiled, barely. The idea of holding him again, of hearing that little squeaky sound he used to make when he wanted food, of being called mother again, even just once. His throat tightened, but this time it wasn't grief. It was hope. For once, Naruto wasn't running to save someone else. He was walking back to someone who waited for him. He took a slow sip of his drink, then looked down at the mochi in his hand. He'll like this. He whispered, soft as a breeze. Then, after a moment more of stillness, Naruto pushed gently off the wall and began walking, back down the corridor, where warmth was waiting. Inside the private room, away from the sharp edges of diplomacy and the weight of cage titles, Gaara sat in the stillness. He hadn't moved much since Naruto left. The room was quiet, bathed in soft amber light that filtered through the woven curtains. The faint scent of sandalwood drifted in the air, calming and slow. He held nothing in his hands. But his senses were tuned, his attention stilled and focused. And then, a shift in the air. So small, so subtle, most wouldn't notice it. But Gaara did. His head turned slightly, red hair brushing over his shoulder. A breath, soft and slow, escaped his lips. He's close. He didn't hear footsteps yet. But his heart stirred. A low thrum of peace he only ever felt when Naruto was near. Not chakra. Not instinct. Something deeper. Familiar. Loved. Gaara rose from where he sat, his movements fluid and quiet. He crossed the room slowly, stopping just before the door. His hand hovered near the knob, but he didn't open it yet. Instead, he closed his eyes for a moment. And simply listened. Naruto was coming. He could feel it in the soft warmth crawling under the door. In the air that shifted gently, like a tide returning to shore. And so, Gaara waited. Not impatiently. Not anxiously. Just ready. Because the one he loved was returning to him. Naruto's steps were quiet. The soft drink nestled gently in one hand, the mochi cradled carefully in the other. His fingers brushed the edge of the cloak Gaara had given him, the fabric still holding his warmth. And then, he reached the door. He paused there, just for a second. His heart beat softly in his chest, not racing, not anxious. Just warm, full. He looked down at the mochi and smiled faintly to himself. Then he looked up. And opened the door. It swung open slowly with the softest creak. And there he was. Gaara. Standing just on the other side. Quiet, still, waiting. Their eyes met. And in that instant, neither of them spoke. They didn't need to. Because Naruto saw it in the way Gaara's eyes softened the moment they landed on him. And Gaara saw it in the way Naruto's smile, small and slightly shy, bloomed the second he stepped inside. Naruto tilted his head slightly and lifted the mochi a bit. For you, he whispered, his voice light, like he was offering a piece of his heart. Gaara blinked once. Then reached out, not just for the mochi, but for him. And Naruto stepped closer. Because this time, he wasn't alone at the door. He was welcomed. He was wanted. He was home. Gaara looked at the mochi in Naruto's hand for only a second before his eyes rose again, to Naruto's face. To the faint pink in his cheeks, the way his lashes framed eyes still slightly damp from earlier tears. But most of all, to the way Naruto looked at him. Trusting, open, his walls lowered, his hands full, not of weapons or burdens, but of offerings. Gaara didn't say a word. He simply stepped forward. Slowly, gently. His hand reached out, not for the gift, but for Naruto himself. Slipping around the smaller boy's waist, careful and deliberate, drawing him in with the kind of grace only Gaara knew how to carry. Naruto let out a soft breath as their bodies pressed together lightly, fitting like puzzle pieces worn smooth by time. He didn't resist. He leaned into it. As Gaara guided them both back into the quiet room, closing the door behind them with barely a whisper, Naruto's shoulder rested against his chest. The warmth of the drink still lingered in his hand, the mochi carefully protected in the other. Gaara didn't let go. He didn't rush. He simply held him. His thumb brushed in slow, barely there circles along Naruto's side through the fabric of the cloak. Welcome back, he murmured, voice low, soft enough that it felt like it was just for Naruto and no one else. And Naruto smiled against him, just the smallest tilt of his lips. Because for the first time in a long time, he felt like he had truly returned. Gaara didn't speak as he led Naruto deeper into the room. The hush between them was full, not empty. Brimming with everything that didn't need to be said. When they stopped near the low table by the window, sunlight gently painting their shadows across the floor, Gaara turned to face him fully. Naruto tilted his head, blinking softly, his golden hair falling over his shoulder like silk. And then, Gaara reached for his hand. The one holding the mochi. He curled his fingers gently around Naruto's, guiding the hand upward with careful grace. And without breaking eye contact, he leaned down. And pressed a soft, reverent kiss to Naruto's knuckles. Not rushed, not fleeting. Just a moment held still. Naruto's breath caught in his throat. His fingers trembled just slightly in Gaara's grasp. And when Gaara straightened, his expression hadn't changed, but there was a warmth in his eyes now. Like the calm after a sandstorm. Like he was looking at the most precious thing he'd ever known. He whispered, barely audible. Thank you. Then he released the hand, only to gently guide Naruto to sit with him by the table. They settled beside each other, their knees lightly touching, a soft breeze slipping in through the window. Naruto placed the mochi between them, unwrapping it carefully. His drink sat at his side, forgotten for a moment. Gaara leaned slightly toward him, his arm still lingering close behind Naruto's back. Did the Raikage say anything else? He asked quietly, tone even but kind. Naruto nodded, voice hushed with emotion. He said, I could see Onbu again. A pause. That I will see him again. Gaara's lips curved, faint but real. Good. Then softer. You deserve that. Naruto smiled, the edges of it curling up slowly as he blinked down at the mochi. I thought I lost him forever. Gaara didn't speak, but his hand reached over, brushing against Naruto's knee in quiet support. They sat like that for a while, chatting quietly. About ONBU. About mochi. About the way the sunlight felt warmer today than yesterday. It wasn't about missions or danger. It was just two souls resting, healing. Together. Naruto leaned back just a little, finally cracking open his soft drink with a quiet hiss. He took a small sip, the coolness refreshing against the warmth in his chest. His eyes shifted to Gaara, gentle, thoughtful, rimmed with that delicate pink hue from earlier tears now dried. He held Gaara's gaze for a long moment, then asked softly. Will you come with me to meet ONBU? The question left his lips like a leaf on the wind, quiet but full of meaning. Vulnerable. Hopeful. Gaara didn't blink. His expression softened instantly, no hesitation, no calculation. Only calm. Love. Of course, I will, love. His voice was quiet, warm, certain. He reached out and gently brushed his fingers over Naruto's, grounding him, steady as stone beneath drifting sand. He's a major part of your life. A pause. Of your heart. He smiled, soft, rare, and full of devotion. He's your child. Naruto blinked, lips parting slightly, caught off guard by the depth of those words. Gaara saw that. And meant every single one. Naruto's breath hitched quietly as he looked down at their hands, his fingers curled lightly against Gaara's. His child. It wasn't a joke. It wasn't brushed aside. It was real. And Gaara honored it. Naruto smiled, bright and teary-eyed all at once. Thank you. He whispered again. But this time, the thank you wasn't just for the rakage. It was for this. For Gaara. For being home. Naruto blinked slowly, lashes still damp but eyes glowing with softness. Then, with careful fingers, he picked up the mochi from where it rested on the plate between them. It was slightly warm from the sunlight streaming through the window, powdered sugar clinging to his fingertips. He hesitated just a little, glancing up at Gaara with a shy, almost bashful smile. Say ah. His voice was light, uncertain, but full of affection. He held the mochi near Gaara's mouth, his cheeks dusted the faintest pink, his eyes flickering between the treat and Gaara's face. Gaara's lips curled into the softest smile. He leaned in slightly, letting his mouth close gently around the offered mochi, his hand reaching up just briefly to brush over Naruto's wrist in silent gratitude. As he chewed quietly, Naruto giggled under his breath, the sound soft like wind chimes. Sir Teddy has finally been eaten, he said in a whisper. Gaara chuckled, a quiet, rare sound. Sir Teddy was delicious, he murmured, voice low and sincere, eyes never leaving Naruto's. Naruto beamed. A light, shy joy danced in his features as he placed the empty wrapper aside and curled back into Gaara's side just a little. The world outside still stirred with politics and pressure. But here, in this moment, it was just soft love, sugar-dusted hands, and the sound of hearts resting side by side. Naruto leaned slightly into Gaara's side, his head resting just below the curve of his shoulder. His long golden hair spilled across the front of his chest, warm from the sun, brushing against Gaara's robes like silk threads pulled from morning light. He stayed like that for a moment, listening to Gaara's heartbeat, letting the sweetness of the mochi linger on his tongue and the warmth of the room wrap around him. Then, in a voice barely louder than a sigh, he asked. When will the summit resume? His fingers curled lightly around the hem of Gaara's sleeve as he spoke, gentle, absent, like he needed something to hold while the question slipped out. Gaara glanced toward the window, taking in the sun's position. He could still hear faint murmurs echoing through the walls, cage aides, guards, shifting preparations in the background. His gaze softened again as he looked down at Naruto. Soon, he said quietly. They'll call for us when everyone's returned. He raised a hand and brushed a strand of hair behind Naruto's ear. But we don't have to move until then. Naruto nodded softly, a hum of understanding in his chest as he stayed close, content for just a little longer. Okay. His eyes fluttered shut again, trusting Gaara to listen for both of them. The room was still, save for the soft rustle of fabric as Naruto shifted ever so slightly, nestled against Gaara's side, his cheek now resting over Gaara's heart. The steady, rhythmic beat calmed him. It had become familiar, safe, a sound he could trust without hesitation. Naruto didn't move. He simply whispered. So soft it barely carried past Gaara's collarbone. Thank you. A pause. For everything. Another breath, shaky, full of the kind of emotion he wasn't used to letting show. For always supporting me. His hand reached up slowly, fingers lightly curling around Gaara's robes. And loving me. The words were fragile and strong all at once, like glass that refused to shatter. Gaara didn't reply immediately. He simply held him closer, resting his chin lightly atop Naruto's golden hair. And then, in a voice like warm sand after sunset, he answered. There's nothing to thank me for. Loving you is the easiest thing I've ever done. He kissed the top of Naruto's head, soft, reverent, steady. And I always will. A hush lingered in the air. Naruto stayed nestled in Gaara's arms, the warmth of their closeness still wrapping around him like a blanket, his words of gratitude still gently echoing in the space between heartbeats. Then. Knock knock. A soft, respectful knock at the door. It wasn't urgent. Not demanding. Just gentle. A pause followed, then a muffled voice from beyond the wooden frame. Kazekage-sama, Naruto-sama, the summit will resume shortly. Silence again. Gaara's arms didn't move from around Naruto's waist. He simply gave the blonde a moment. Naruto let out the faintest sigh, more of a breath, really. Not annoyed, not tired. Just accepting. His fingers clutched Gaara's robe one more time before loosening. He tilted his head up, pearl blue eyes meeting muted teal. Time to go, he asked, soft and slightly reluctant. Gaara nodded once, then reached out to gently brush a strand of golden hair behind Naruto's ear. Only if you're ready. Naruto looked at him, really looked, and smiled. It was small, but real. Yeah, I am. As Naruto looked up at Gaara, cheeks still faintly pink from the closeness, Gaara leaned in slowly, his movements gentle, reverent, never rushed. He pressed a soft kiss to Naruto's forehead. Just above the brow. A kiss that didn't ask for anything. It only gave warmth, assurance, love. When he pulled back, his voice was low and steady, like sandstone beneath the softest breeze. Don't worry. A pause. Whatever happens, I'm always there with you. Naruto blinked, a faint tremble in his lashes, and a warm flush spread across his cheeks. His heart squeezed, but in the best way. Safe. Loved. He smiled, shy and sweet. I know. Then, a deep breath. Now, let's go. Gaara gave a single nod, his expression calm but sure. He rose to his feet, the folds of his robes shifting gently, then extended his hand toward Naruto without hesitation. Not as a Kazekage, but as his partner. Naruto looked at that hand for half a second, then smiled again. Soft fingers slipped into Gaara's palm, fitting perfectly. And together, hand in hand, they stood, ready to face the world. Not alone. But as one. To be continued. Chapter 17. The grand doors of the summit chamber creaked open slowly. And for a breathless second, silence fell. All heads turned. And there they were. Naruto Uzumaki, cloaked in soft desert hues, sunlight dancing on his long golden hair, his expression calm, his steps quiet but sure. And Gaara of the sand, Kazekage, by his side, a hand still gently brushing Naruto's as they walked, his presence as still and fierce as the desert moon. Together, they entered the room. No hesitation. No fear. Only quiet, powerful grace. The cages looked up, each pausing in their murmured conversations. Tsunade's eyes flickered, not with anger, but something more unsettled. Regret, perhaps, tangled in defensiveness. Her jaw tightened, but she said nothing. Kakashi lowered his gaze, lips pressed thin beneath his mask, a silent breath escaping his chest. Yamato stood straight, unreadable, but his shoulders softened ever so slightly. Sai's dark eyes followed Naruto's every movement, calculating, quiet, maybe even a little surprised at the glow surrounding him now. Shikamaru, still beside Tsunade, looked away just slightly. Guilt passed over his expression like a cloud over the sun. He knew. Neji stood tall, but the way his fingers twitched by his side betrayed his inner tension. Kiba's brows furrowed, arms crossed, but no taunt came. Not this time. And then. The other cages. The Raikage gave a slow, respectful nod, his arms crossed with approval in his stance. The Mizukage smiled faintly, watching Naruto with a spark of warmth in her eyes. The Tsuchikage raised a brow and gave a grunt, whether impressed or surprised, no one could tell. The Kazecage's aides, standing near the wall, dipped their heads with silent pride. And in the middle of it all, Naruto simply walked forward. Head high, not defiant, but certain. He didn't need to speak. Because the way he walked beside Gaara said everything. I am not yours to break anymore. I am loved. I am chosen. I am home. Without a word, Gaara gently pressed his hand against the small of Naruto's back, a silent guide, a quiet reassurance. Naruto glanced at him for just a moment. And then walked forward with him. They moved together in sync, two shadows woven together, crossing the polished floor toward their designated seats at the summit table. Every movement calm, deliberate. When they reached the Suna side, Gaara paused for a moment, then pulled out Naruto's chair first before taking his own. A simple gesture. But in a room like this, it spoke volumes. And everyone saw it. The cage table reactions. Raikage folded his arms tighter, but this time, with a faint smile pulling at the corner of his lips. There was pride in his eyes. He knew strength when he saw it, and Naruto wasn't alone anymore. Mizukage raised a brow with clear curiosity, leaning toward her aide to murmur, "There. Closer than I thought." But her smile didn't waver, it softened. Tsuchikage gave a grunt and muttered under his breath, "HMPH. So that's the Kazecage's secret weapon," then added with a smirk, "Clever brat." Tsunade didn't speak, but the way her hands gripped the armrests gave her away. The old ache was there, of knowing she had failed him, of watching someone else succeed in protecting what she should have. Kakashi lowered his eyes briefly, the same guilt he always carried flickering again. But when he looked up, it wasn't disappointment, it was silent respect. Naruto had found something real. Neji let out a soft breath, almost like surrender. Shikamaru looked away again, eyes heavy. He still hadn't said anything since the confrontation. Sai blinked once, observing, calculating, then made a quiet note on his scroll. Kiba let out a low grumble, but didn't speak. And at the heart of it all, Naruto sat. Graceful, quiet, proud. Not the loud-mouthed brat they once ignored. But a man, a symbol. And beside him, his fiercest guardian. Gaara. The one who never flinched. The one who never looked away. As Naruto quietly took his seat beside Gaara, the shifting air in the room seemed to still around him. The world hadn't shouted, but it noticed. And so did they. Sakura sat frozen in place. Her hands were clasped in her lap, her knuckles pale. Her eyes, wide, not in awe, but something far more complicated. Shock. Regret. Realization. Naruto didn't even look at her. And that silence, that gentle, deliberate distance, it was louder than anything she had screamed yesterday. She opened her mouth as if to say something. Then closed it. Because what could she say, really? Naruto was no longer the boy who chased after her approval. He wasn't waiting for her apologies or validation. He had moved forward. Without her. And with someone who looked at him like he hung the moon. Yamato, who stood slightly behind the Konoha seat, didn't say a word. But his eyes followed Naruto with a quiet weight. He had protected Naruto before. Watched over him, guided him through rage and loss. But this version of Naruto, soft, strong, held gently by someone who never saw him as a burden, this made Yamato's throat tighten. And he thought, perhaps for the first time in a long while. He's okay now. Not because of Konoha. Not because of any of them. But because someone had stayed beside him. Truly. Yamato exhaled slowly, his gaze dropping to the floor for a moment. He didn't look ashamed, but quiet, reflective. He wouldn't say it. But in his heart, he was glad. Finally, Naruto had someone who never made him fight for love. A hush lingered like a breath held too long. Until. "Let us resume," came the firm, grounded voice of the Raikage, breaking the silence like a well-placed strike. His eyes swept over the room once more, just briefly grazing Naruto and Gaara, with a subtle nod of approval, before turning to the rest of the table. "We've wasted enough time dancing around the real issues," he continued, voice stern, "and I trust we're all done pretending things are fine when they're not." The Mizukage leaned forward with a graceful smile, resting her chin on one hand. "Indeed. Shall we proceed with the agenda?" The Tsuchikage gave a tired grunt. "Let's get this over with. The Akatsuki won't wait for us to feel good about our choices." A few aides moved quietly in the background, placing scrolls and updated reports near their respective leaders. Tsunade cleared her throat, gaze flicking toward Naruto and then away again. "Then let's move on to the joint response operations against the Akatsuki. Suna, Kumo, and Kiri, your coordination points are next to be discussed." Gaara's voice came, calm and composed, from Naruto's side. "We've already fortified several border patrol units in response to recent movements. Suna is prepared to dispatch aid to the southern border within 3 days. A few murmurs followed, heads nodded. And beside him, Naruto remained quiet, listening, attentive. Not out of fear, but out of choice. Every so often, Gaara would give his hand a small, grounding squeeze under the table. And Naruto would glance at him, just for a second, and smile. They were ready now. To move forward, together. The scrolls were opened. Maps unfurled. Colored markers dotted various territories across the elemental nations, strategic points for monitoring Akatsuki activity, supply lines, and known rogue presence. Raikage tapped a red-marked area on the western border of Kumo. These sightings, 3 in the last month alone. We believe it's Zetsu, but his ability to merge with the Earth makes tracking near impossible. Mizukage narrowed her eyes slightly. We've had similar reports along the coast. Nothing solid, but unsettling. Gaara responded, calm and firm. Suna has seen no direct sightings, but we've had 3 disappearances near the canyon ranges. We've sent tracking squads. We'll keep you informed. Tsuchikage grumbled under his breath, but said aloud. The Akatsuki are scattering, hiding in the cracks. We need more than scouts. We need pressure. If we don't corner them soon, they'll spread even further. Tsunade finally spoke, her voice steady, but tight. Konoha has begun to prepare a new surveillance division under Anbu. Once activated, we'll deploy them alongside allied teams in high-threat zones. With permission, of course. There was a pause. And then, surprisingly, Gaara nodded. Suna will cooperate. His tone was polite, but not warm. And though he didn't say it outright, everyone heard the unsaid part. Only because Naruto is here. Naruto, still silent, offered nothing more than quiet nods and scribbled notes. He wasn't being passive. He was being watchful. For once, letting the world handle itself. For once, letting himself rest while knowing Gaara had his back. As discussion rippled around the table, maps shifting, plans forming, Naruto lowered his gaze, thoughtful. He hadn't spoken a word aloud since he entered. But now, his fingers moved. He picked up his notepad, the one tucked carefully in front of him since the start of the summit, and with soft strokes of his pen, began to write. Deliberate, neat, no hesitation. When he finished, he turned to Gaara, eyes shining with something quiet but determined. He tilted the notepad slightly so only Gaara could see. Can I say something? Just for a minute. I'll keep it respectful, but it's important. Gaara looked at the note, then at him. His expression softened instantly. There was no pause, no doubt. Just a gentle nod. And the faintest squeeze of Naruto's hand beneath the table, his silent way of saying. I've got you, always. Naruto gave Gaara a small, thankful smile, the kind that didn't need words. Then he looked forward. A soft breath. A beat of silence. He gently cleared his throat. The room quieted instantly. Dozens of eyes turned to him, curious, startled, and in some cases, uncertain. But Naruto didn't flinch. He sat straight, fingers resting lightly on the table, his long golden hair spilling over his shoulders like sunlight, and his voice, soft, but steady, cut through the tension like silk against glass. I don't mean to be rude. Or step over anyone. He paused, his teeth catching his lower lip briefly before he let go and continued. But I was thinking, instead of each village tracking movements separately around your own borders, then reporting later, why not work together? The words hung for a moment. He pressed on, braver now. Take 2 confirmed members of the Akatsuki. Lure them, carefully, into a barren or remote location. Somewhere where there's no risk to civilians. Then, the villages coordinate and strike together. Or. He exhaled slowly. Or I could seal them. Eyes widened slightly. I'm a master sealer, Naruto said simply, no arrogance, just truth. It's in my blood. The room stayed utterly still. Because this wasn't the boy who once begged to be acknowledged. This was a young man offering real, viable strength. Not brute power. But legacy, strategy, skill. And every single cage felt it. They weren't just looking at the Nine Tails vessel anymore. They were looking at Naruto Uzumaki, son of the 4th Hokage, Jinchuriki no longer defined by the beast within him, but by the fire he forged from it. For a heartbeat, the room held its breath. Then, Raikage's eyes widened, his usual stern expression faltering into something caught between shock and grudging admiration. He leaned back slowly, arms still crossed, but his tone held weight. Didn't think you had that kind of mind behind that pretty face. Not a taunt, not this time. It was respect, Raikage's version of it. Mizukage blinked slowly, then smiled. It wasn't the polite kind, it was genuine. A master sealer. How fascinating. Konoha always said you were a force of nature, but they never mentioned you were an artist of fuinjutsu too. There was something else in her eyes, curiosity. Possibility. Tsuchikage let out a long huff, grumbling under his breath. Hey, and here I thought he was just some overpowered brat. He looked at Naruto again, this time with a faint frown of thought. Minato's blood, makes sense now. Tsunade looked like someone had struck her. The way Naruto said, "It's in my blood," it echoed. It cut. She stared, lips slightly parted, the shame plain on her face. Because she had known, and still forgotten, still allowed him to be overlooked, overused. Kakashi was still, completely still. His one visible eye narrowed slightly, not in suspicion, but in realization. He'd always known Naruto was strong. But this was Minato. This was Kushina. This was legacy blooming right before them. His fingers tightened just slightly around the table edge. Yamato shifted, visibly stunned. He whispered more to himself than anyone else. Ceiling. Of course, I should have known. There was awe, and guilt, because even he hadn't truly seen the depth of Naruto's potential. Sai was blinking rapidly, glancing between Naruto and his notes. He scratched something down in his notebook, then looked again. Quiet, processing, impressed. Shikamaru's eyes lifted slowly. And for once, they didn't look tired. They looked awakened. Like maybe, he realized the genius he'd overlooked wasn't him this time. Neji sat very still, his pale eyes heavy. There was a flicker of something deep, almost like shame. Because fate had always whispered Naruto was less. But fate had been wrong. Kiba muttered something barely audible. What the hell? He looked genuinely rattled, like everything he thought he knew had just shifted under him. And Sakura. She didn't speak. Couldn't. Her mouth was parted, her expression crumbling slowly. Naruto had spoken calmly, kindly. He hadn't blamed anyone. But somehow, that hurt more. Because he had outgrown them all. And she'd barely noticed it happening. Reikage was the first to break the silence again. His voice came low, deliberate. TCH. Not bad, kid. Then, with more conviction. It's a solid strategy. Coordinated, effective, and bold. Exactly what we need. If you're offering that strength, then we'll use it. He turned to the rest of the room, tone sharp. I say we back the boy's plan. Mizukage smiled with poise and nodding grace. Agreed. His proposal saves time, lives, and energy. We already know the Akatsuki are slipping through the cracks between us. This puts us back in control. Her gaze flickered briefly to Naruto. And if you conceal them, Uzumaki-san, we'll gladly leave that part in your hands. Tsuchikage gave a grudging grunt and scratched his chin. HMPH. Not bad for a brat. Then he looked at Naruto with squinted eyes and added. Fine, you've got my vote. If your ceiling's as good as your old man's, I'd say we're in good hands. Gaara, still silent, watched them all with calm authority, but one hand remained gently linked with Naruto's under the table. There was no need for him to speak yet. He'd already chosen Naruto. Now they were just catching up. And finally, all eyes turned toward Tsunade. She sat still. Then slowly, she stood. Her voice was even, quiet, almost. Konoha agrees. Her eyes met Naruto's for the first time since he'd spoken. If this is what you believe is the best course of action, we'll support it, entirely. There was no warmth in her tone. But there was no resistance either. Just surrender. And a silent apology in her eyes she couldn't bring herself to say aloud. One by one, the cages nodded. Agreement, consensus, unity. And at the heart of it, Naruto. Not a vessel. Not a child. Not a shadow of someone else. But a strategist. A leader. And someone finally being heard. Naruto bowed his head slightly in acknowledgement, his soft voice echoing with quiet conviction. Thank you, you won't regret it. He looked around at each of the cage, pausing a second longer on Gaara before continuing. And, I guess now's the best time to work out the logistics. Who handles which targets? That way we're not wasting time or clashing over territory. His voice was respectful, but confident. There was no hesitation. No second guessing. Just calm direction, offered without ego, received with something close to awe. Reikage gave a sharp nod. Agreed. I'll assign 2 of my elite tracking Jonin to Itachi and Kisame. They've been sighted closer to Kumo's range anyway. Mizukage folded her hands neatly. Sasori and Deidara are rumored near the coastline between Suna and Kiri. I'll coordinate with Suna's forces for that. She gave Gaara a small glance. He returned it with a nod. Tsuchikage let out a gravelly breath. We've got rumors of Hidan and Kakuzu in the northern canyons. I'll take them. Tsunade, still reserved but controlled, finally spoke. That leaves Zetsu and Konan. We'll take those too. Zetsu's movement is erratic, Konoha's sealing core will work with Uzumaki on that. And Konan, well. She paused. Then looked at Naruto. If you're willing to lead that one, we'll follow your instructions. A beat passed. Gaara then quietly added, voice calm but resolute. Naruto will also receive full support from Suna's Fuinjutsu division. Anything he needs, he will have. Another soft pause filled the room. But it wasn't hesitation. It was respect. And this time, it was earned. Naruto nodded once. Okay, I will, he said softly, accepting the Konan mission without hesitation. But then, he didn't stop. His voice remained steady, but his lilac blue eyes hardened slightly as they swept the room. And what about Madara? A sudden silence fell, heavier than before. Their leader, Naruto continued, lips tightening, he's the root of it all. The Akatsuki, the manipulation, the war. Everything. If we're making plans, we can't keep dancing around his name. He took a quiet breath, then added. And Sasuke. The name lingered like a ghost. I'm not protecting him, Naruto clarified, gaze unwavering. I've already said that. He's a rogue, a threat, and he needs to be stopped. But he's also a shinobi trained by Konoha, someone who fell into Akatsuki's influence. If we're going to deal with him. He looked directly at Tsunade. Then briefly at Kakashi. And then to the rest. We need a plan for him too. Not just punishment, but accountability. For Konoha, for Akatsuki, for everything. His voice softened at the end, but it didn't break. We can't keep pretending he doesn't exist just because it hurts. The room was silent for a beat too long. Naruto's words echoed in the air like the final ring of a battle bell. And then. Raikage was the first to speak, his voice rumbling low. Madara is not just another target. He leaned forward, arms on the table, expression grim. If we go after him, it'll be all or nothing. There won't be second chances. We'll need a coalition, full force, all villages included. He turned to Naruto then, eyes sharp but honest. And you're right to mention him. No more hiding behind shadows. Mizukage nodded slowly, her lips pressed tight. We've suspected it was him for a while. But confirmation changes everything. She glanced around the table. If the masked man truly is Uchiha Madara, then this is no longer about village pride. It's about survival. Tsuchikage grunted, leaning back in his chair with a heavy sigh. That fossil's still causing problems after all these years. Then his tone hardened. If Madara is alive and leading Akatsuki, then we're not dealing with mercenaries. We're dealing with a revolution. We'll need to hit first, and hard. He eyed Naruto thoughtfully. Sealing might not be enough with him. We may need to destroy him entirely. Then. Tsunade stood again. Her voice was taut, serious, but something in it trembled. We'll gather intel. Konoha will mobilize its intel division to find everything we can on Madara's movements. She hesitated, then added. As for Sasuke. Her voice softened. You're right again, Naruto. He was once one of ours. His actions are his own, but so is the trail that led him here. Konoha bears responsibility, too. She looked down briefly, as if the words weighed more than even she expected. Then. If he's captured, he will face trial. No favoritism, no shielding, I promise you that. Kakashi finally spoke, quiet and low. I'll personally be part of the team to bring him back. Dead or alive. There was no bitterness in his tone. Only resolve. The table fell silent again. This time, not in shock. But in unity. They were no longer speaking as representatives of villages. They were allies now. And Naruto, once the loudest voice no one listened to, was the spark behind it. To be continued. Chapter 18. A heavy silence. Then Naruto gave a small, sad chuckle. Not bitter, just hollow. His eyes stayed on Tsunade as he murmured. Really, you promise? The question wasn't accusatory, it was tired. Wounded, ancient in ways someone his age shouldn't be. Will the council let you keep that promise? A pause, just long enough to let the words settle in the bones of the room. Then he tilted his head slightly. Will you overthrow their rule? Just like you did with me, didn't you? His voice didn't rise. It didn't shake. But it shattered the air. And Tsunade. She didn't have a response. Not immediately. Because she knew. He wasn't being cruel. He wasn't even angry. He was just done. And he had every right to be. The silence from her end was louder than any excuse. Even Kakashi looked away. Even Shikamaru's shoulders tensed. And Gaara tightened his hold just slightly under the table. Not out of anger. But protection. Naruto wasn't breaking. But he'd been cracked by too many hands for too long. The silence was suffocating. Not because Naruto had shouted. Not because he'd accused. But because he hadn't. He had just asked. And that, somehow made it worse. Tsunade stood frozen. Her fists clenched at her sides, knuckles white, lips parted, but nothing came out. Because what could she say? He was right. She had stood by when the council used him. She had called him precious, family, but let them treat him like property. She had tried to protect him in words, and failed in actions. And Naruto hadn't even needed to scream to make her feel it. Reikage shifted in his chair. Arms crossed, brow furrowed, not at Naruto, but at Tsunade. He gave her a glance that dripped with disdain. He asked a question, one he deserves an answer to, Hokage. His tone was biting. If your council controls you more than you control them, then say it. Don't offer promises you can't keep. Mizukage looked deeply uncomfortable. Her eyes were on Naruto, then Tsunade. Then Naruto again. You've carried more than any of us ever realized, she said softly. No one should have to beg for the truth, Naruto. She didn't look away when she said it. She meant it. Tsuchikage grunted low and shook his head. A damn shame, that a shinobi like you had to grow up proving himself over and over to the very people who should have backed him from the start. Then he looked at Tsunade. And you wonder why he's looking to leave. Kakashi had dropped his gaze. There was no mask that could hide the regret in his posture. He hadn't protected the boy either. Sai sat still, his pencil unmoving. Even Neji, Kiba, and Shikamaru didn't speak. Because Naruto had said what they never dared to say aloud. And every one of them had played a part, by action or silence. Only Gaara moved. His hand slid slightly to rest over Naruto's, squeezing gently. Steady. Warm. Silent support. A silent promise that he would never let such betrayal happen again. The silence was thick, wounded, unresolved. But Gaara's voice cut through it. Not loud. But undeniable. He rose to his feet beside Naruto, his hand never leaving his. I don't care about Konoha's reply, he said, gaze locked on Tsunade. Whether you defend him or not. Whether your council allows it or not. Just know this. His eyes, cold with fury, swept the room. Suna will back him, protect him, with everything we have. A pause. Because unlike you, we do not forget what we owe him. His grip on Naruto's hand tightened, gentle, but protective. Then. Reikage leaned forward, voice deep and final. So will Kumo. He has our support, Mizukage followed firmly, rising from her seat. Not out of obligation, out of honor. Tsuchikage gave a short nod. Any village that turns on him now would be a fool. I won't be one of them. And just like that. One by one, the Kages, the strongest figures in the shinobi world, stood behind Naruto Uzumaki. Not as a weapon. Not as a Jinchuriki. Not even just as the Kazecage's love. But as a shinobi. As an equal. As someone they would now protect, as he had protected all of them. Tsunade said nothing. Because she knew the truth. She wasn't needed anymore. Naruto slowly stood beside Gaara, his long golden hair cascading softly down his back like threads of light. He looked at each of the Kages, those who once might have doubted him, feared him, dismissed him, and gave a respectful nod, eyes soft and full of genuine gratitude. Thank you, he said, voice calm, carrying more weight than a shout ever could. Truly. For standing up for me. For listening. There was a gentle pause. Then, with a shy but sincere smile. And you can call me anytime you need help. With Akatsuki, or anything else. His eyes gleamed. It's the least I can do. It wasn't an offer of servitude. It was Naruto Uzumaki, the shinobi, the master sealer, the man who loved with his whole heart, offering what he always had. His strength. But this time, on his own terms. And across the room. Each Kage nodded in return. Not out of duty. But because they meant it. To be continued. Chapter 19. Just as Naruto's quiet words settled into the air like petals on still water. Boom. A thunderous blast erupted from the far side of the Kage Summit Hall. Stone and dust exploded outward, the wall shattering like glass under a monstrous impact. Reflexes kicked in, every cage, every guard, every shinobi sprang to alert. Naruto immediately stepped in front of Gaara, instinct blazing. But before anyone could react further, 3 figures emerged from the smoke, each one dripping with menace. Kabuto, smirking beneath his glasses, chakra scalpel glowing at his side. Orochimaru, slithering forward with eerie grace, tongue flicking as his eyes scanned the chaos with hunger. And Sasuke. Eyes burning. Chakra flaring. Expression unreadable, but sharp, cutting, and impossibly cold. He stood tall in his black cloak, sword already drawn and crackling with intent. His Sharingan spun with deadly precision, and the faint glow of his Mangekyo bled across the smoke. He stepped beside Orochimaru without hesitation. And locked eyes with Naruto. Everything went still. Sasuke stepped through the rubble like he owned the room, Sharingan glowing faintly in the dim light. His gaze swept lazily across the stunned assembly of cages, then halted. Right on Naruto. He didn't say a word. Just looked. From the tips of Naruto's long golden hair, to the soft flush in his cheeks, to the way he stood so close to Gaara, surrounded in love and light. And then he smirked. Not one of amusement. But something darker. Like he was measuring him. Possessing him with just a glance. And Naruto. He shivered. A chill slid down his spine like ice water. Not from fear. But from something far worse. A deep-rooted sense of wrong. Like something foul brushing too close. His body instinctively shifted back, away from that gaze, away from that smirk. And before Naruto could even register it, Gaara was in front of him. A sudden movement, fast, sharp, protective. The Kazecage's shoulders tensed, his chakra coiling dangerously beneath the surface. A low growl slipped from his throat, not loud, not dramatic. But lethal. His sand stirred at his feet. Don't look at him like that, Gaara said coldly, his voice calm but laced with threat. You've already done enough. Orochimaru let out a soft, amused hiss behind Sasuke. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. And Sasuke. Still smiling. Still watching. Like a predator looking at prey it used to own. The dust hadn't even fully settled when a voice rang out, clear, deep, and furious. State your business. It was the Raikage who spoke, standing now with both hands flat on the table, voice thunderous. His eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the trio. This is a summit of the 5 great nations, not a playground for traitors and serpents. His gaze locked on Sasuke, then Orochimaru. You barge into a cage summit like this, without invitation, without respect, and armed. Explain yourselves now, or you will not leave this place breathing. The threat wasn't empty. Behind him, Cloud Shinobi were already on alert. Even Mizukage had one hand resting subtly on her blade. Tsuchikage scoffed. They have the gall to walk in like royalty. HMPH. Let's see if they bleed like common criminals too. Mizukage's voice came next, cool, but razor-edged. We don't negotiate with rogues, especially ones with this reputation. She looked directly at Orochimaru, then Kabuto. You've all got more blood on your hands than honor. Why shouldn't we cut you down right here? Still, Sasuke didn't flinch. He simply tilted his head, that same infuriating smirk dancing at the edge of his lips. And yet, even now, his gaze never left Naruto. A sudden movement. The sound of shifting sand, low, grinding, unmistakable. It slithered up from the floor, rising in soft, serpentine spirals. Around Sasuke's feet. He looked down briefly, but didn't move. Didn't need to. Because he already knew who it belonged to. All eyes turned. Gaara's chakra was flaring. Not violently, but coldly. Controlled. Deadly. His eyes locked onto Sasuke with a quiet, icy fury that left the air taut like a drawn bowstring. The entire room felt it. Even Orochimaru's amusement flickered. Even Kabuto tensed. Gaara didn't shout. He didn't bark commands. He simply took one step forward, his voice low and cutting like glass. Don't you dare do anything to him. The sand around Sasuke's feet coiled tighter. Not even look at him. And for once, Sasuke blinked. Not in fear. But in surprise. Because this wasn't the same boy he'd dismissed back in the Chunin exams. This wasn't some Kazekage puppet. This was a man who would kill for Naruto without hesitation. And no one in the room doubted it. The tension, absolute. Naruto, standing just behind Gaara, watched with wide eyes, touched, overwhelmed. Protected. The cage. Silent. Because none of them dared interrupt. The tension thickened, sand coiling like a viper ready to strike. And then. That sound. A low, breathy chuckle. Ah, young love, Orochimaru cooed, his voice oozing amusement, mock sympathy dripping from every syllable. He took a slow step forward, arms folded neatly inside his billowing robes, the torn edges of his cloak fluttering slightly in the breeze from the broken wall. So dramatic, so passionate. He tilted his head, golden serpent eyes flicking from Gaara to Naruto with a leer that made even the air feel slimy. I must say, Naruto-kun, you've grown into quite the delicacy. Naruto's eyes widened. Gaara's sand surged upward like a wave, but Orochimaru simply raised a finger, wagging it like a teacher to a misbehaving child. Tisk, tisk. Now, Kazekage dono. Is this really how you greet old acquaintances? Such hostility. Then he smiled wider, lips peeling back in a too-wide grin. We didn't come here to fight, after all. Kabuto chuckled quietly beside him. We just came to observe. But no one in the room believed that. Not for a second. Even Mizukage muttered under her breath, vultures don't observe. They circle. Tsuchikage scoffed. So what are you really here for, Orochimaru? Speak, or we end this now. And in that moment, Naruto's fingers brushed against Gaara's back. A silent signal. He was okay. But he was listening. Naruto's fingers brushed gently against Gaara's back, just once. A silent signal. A request. And Gaara listened. His jade eyes stayed locked on Orochimaru for a long breath. Then. The sand lowered. Not completely. Just enough. The grains curled back from Sasuke's feet, slipping across the stone floor like a receding tide, still there, still alert, but no longer in attack stance. Gaara's hand brushed lightly against Naruto's, an acknowledgement. But his voice. Still cold. Still sharp. One wrong move, and you'll regret ever crawling into this hall. The cages didn't protest. No one scolded the Kazekage. Because everyone knew. He wasn't acting out of impulse. He was acting out of love. The kind that didn't need speeches. Just presence. Orochimaru gave a soft, almost delighted giggle, unfazed. Oh, I quite like you, Gaara-kun. So fierce. So territorial. Kabuto smirked behind his glasses. Sasuke still hadn't spoken, but his eyes followed Naruto's every breath. Still calculating. Still watching. The tension crackled in the air like a storm refusing to break. Then. Sasuke spoke. Voice low. Cool. Measured. But every syllable wrapped in old wounds and unsaid things. Still hiding behind others, Naruto. His crimson Sharingan flickered, gaze burning into the blonde like a branding iron. Kazekage or not, do you really think he can protect you from me? He took a step forward, slow and deliberate, ignoring the subtle hiss of sand shifting again at Gaara's feet. Or have you finally stopped pretending you're strong enough to face me on your own? He paused, head tilting slightly. How far you've fallen, from chasing me through the ends of the world, to clinging to some desert puppet just to feel safe. A sharp, cold silence fell. The kind that cuts deeper than shouting ever could. But Sasuke wasn't finished. His voice dropped even lower, almost tender, mockingly so. Did you ever think, Naruto, that maybe you're not angry with me? His smirk curled like a blade. But with yourself, for still caring. And right then. The next breath belonged to Naruto. Will he explode? Will he break? Or will he stand still, calm, and unshakable? To be continued. Chapter 20. Flash. None of them even saw him move. One moment, Naruto stood behind Gaara. The next. He was in front of Sasuke, so fast it made the air crack. A kunai pressed to Sasuke's throat, so sharp and steady that a single swallow could draw blood. Sasuke's eyes widened, not in fear, but shock. He hadn't expected this. Not from him. And Naruto. Naruto's expression was nothing like before. No softness. No sorrow. Just a cold, flat stare. His voice like ice over broken glass. Care, for a pathetic bastard like you. He leaned in, and the kunai didn't waver. You wish. Gasps echoed in the chamber. Even Orochimaru's smirk faltered. And Gaara, Naruto continued, eyes glowing with quiet fury, isn't a desert puppet. He's the Kazekage, and the one I love. Behind him, Gaara stood still, his sand curling around his fingertips like it was purring. Naruto's voice dropped to a near whisper now, lethal in its calm. He protects me because he loves me. And I've stopped chasing you. He tilted his head, mock sympathy in his eyes. Because you're not worth it. The air was electric. You never were. And then the final strike. Have you really fallen that low, Sasuke? A cruel smirk ghosted across Naruto's lips. That you need me to chase you. To satisfy your ego. Silence. Even the cages didn't move. Even Raikage looked impressed. Gaara's eyes. Filled with pride. Quiet. Protective. Loving. Sasuke. Still frozen. But Naruto wasn't shaking. Not anymore. He was finally done carrying someone who never looked back. Sigh. His usually blank expression flickered with something sharp, shock, maybe even guilt. He'd drawn Naruto once, eyes too soft, too kind. This Naruto. He couldn't even capture him on paper. Quote. He's not the same, Sai whispered under his breath, unable to look away. Kiba. His mouth hung open. What the hell? He muttered, not to anyone in particular. He remembered Naruto as loud, goofy, always grinning. But this version. Calm, cold. And terrifyingly powerful. For the first time ever, Kiba felt small. Shikamaru. Brows furrowed, jaw tight. Not at Naruto. At himself. He'd known Naruto was cracking under pressure, under Konoha's weight. But he never thought, never let himself think, Naruto would choose to stop caring about Sasuke. And now, watching him. He's finally done playing the fool, Shikamaru murmured. And it hit harder than any blow ever had. Neji. His pale eyes were wide. Not in judgment. But in recognition. Of someone breaking free. Like Naruto had torn through fate once again, but this time, his own. Sakura. She took a step back. Breath caught in her throat. She had expected tears, a stammer, maybe a plea for peace. But Naruto hadn't even looked at her. Hadn't spoken her name. The kunai at Sasuke's throat. She could barely believe it. He really meant it, she whispered. He's done. And for the first time, she realized, Naruto wasn't hers to cry over anymore. Kakashi. His one visible eye watched closely, silently. No words. No excuses. He remembered Jiraiya's hopes. Minato's eyes. Kushina's fire. And now, Naruto, a flame of his own. I'm sorry, he thought bitterly. You were always stronger than all of us. Yamato. His lips parted, stunned. He had followed orders, protected Naruto, contained him. But maybe, just maybe, they had never protected him. We failed him, he thought quietly. And the weight of it ached. Every eye in the room was locked on Naruto now. Not the Nine Tails host. Not the village's weapon. But a man who had stopped asking for love, and started choosing where it was given back. The kunai fell from his fingers with a soft clatter, a sound so small, yet louder than thunder in the tense hall. Naruto turned. Back straight, movements fluid, a silent current of grace and steel. He took a single step forward. Then it happened. Sasuke's hand snapped forward, grabbing Naruto's wrist and twisting his arm cruelly behind his back, yanking him in. In the same breath, his other hand clamped down over Naruto's mouth. Possessive, disgusting, unforgivable. A collective inhale echoed in the room. But Naruto didn't freeze. He didn't panic. He moved. With a slow inhale through his nose, he bent slightly at the knees, pressing down as if preparing for a launch. Then, his lithe frame arched like a ribbon in the wind, and his legs shot upward in a swift, elegant motion. Both feet slammed against Sasuke's chest, all his strength centered, sharp and beautiful. Sasuke's grip broke. He stumbled back. Eyes wide. And then, crash. Face first into the stone floor. Naruto twisted midair, landing effortlessly behind him with a soft tap, like a feather kissing the ground. In a blink, he was on top of Sasuke's back, knees planted firm, graceful like a predator. His hand gripped Sasuke's arm. And twisted. Don't you ever touch me with your filthy hands again. His voice was cold. Precise. Final. Sasuke winced, teeth clenched, the pain sharp. Who gave you the right to touch me like that? Another twist, deeper. Do that again, Naruto leaned down, voice a silken threat against Sasuke's ear. And even Kami-sama won't be able to help you. Silence. Not one person moved. Not even the wind. The cages were frozen, wide-eyed, silent. Even Orochimaru's smirk had faltered, unreadable now, curiosity tinged with danger. Kakashi's head bowed slightly. Tsunade's fists trembled on the table. Gaara stood motionless. His jade eyes glowing with something sharp and protective, but beneath it, burning pride. Because his love didn't need rescuing. He was unstoppable on his own. Konoha reactions. Sakura. Her knees buckled slightly. She looked like she might faint. From shock. From guilt. From the devastating realization that the boy she once pitied had just humiliated Sasuke with elegance and strength she never even imagined. Naruto, she whispered, voice cracking, eyes wide and filled with unshed tears. She reached out, hand trembling. But couldn't speak. What right did she have now? Sigh. He didn't blink. His mouth parted, but no words came. This wasn't the Naruto he painted in his sketchbooks. Not sunshine, not ramen. But righteous fury wrapped in grace and power. He's not the vessel anymore, Sai whispered. He's the storm. Yamato. His hands had instinctively moved to activate the wood style, but then dropped. Naruto didn't need protecting. He never had. They'd just told themselves that so they could sleep at night. His jaw clenched. We failed him, he murmured, ashamed. Shikamaru. His expression was unreadable, stone cold. But his fists were clenched under the table. Tightly. He stared at Sasuke on the ground. Then at Naruto's straight back. I should have said something years ago, he thought bitterly. He deserved better than all of us. Kiba. He didn't move. Couldn't. His entire idea of Naruto had just shattered like glass. That was Naruto. No. That was someone greater. That was someone who didn't need to shout to be terrifying. Neji. He stared, eyes wide, Byakugan still pulsing. But it wasn't the chakra that stunned him. It was the freedom in Naruto's movements. The elegance. You broke your own destiny again, he thought. And I didn't even see it coming. He bowed his head, quietly, in respect. Kage reactions. Rakage. His eyebrows shot up, shocked, impressed. Then his lips curved into a smirk. He let out a low whistle. Damn. He chuckled softly. Suna's got a storm on their side now. Mizukage May. She blinked once. Twice. Then her lips curved slowly, sensually, and she folded her hands under her chin. If I weren't already head over heels for Gaara's devotion, she whispered, I'd be courting Naruto myself. Her voice was playful. But her eyes. Dead serious. Tsuchikage Onoki. The old man let out a deep breath, jaw slack. Then, he gave a soft nod. Strong, strategic, graceful, controlled, he muttered. He's not the brat I once scoffed at. A pause. He's a true shinobi. Tsunade. She sat frozen. Eyes wide. Tears brimming but refusing to fall. This wasn't the Naruto she'd sworn to protect. This was the one she'd burdened. I did this, she thought. And the guilt twisted like a kunai in her chest. Gaara. He didn't speak. Didn't move. But his jade eyes were burning. With pride. With admiration. With love. Because that was his Naruto. His love. His storm. And he had never been more beautiful. Orochimaru. For once, the ever-composed Sannin. Stared. Golden eyes gleamed with a flicker of something far more rare than mockery or disdain. Genuine intrigue. The corner of his lips twitched, not quite a smirk, but not neutral either. Something darker. Something curious. Beautiful, he whispered. Kabuto blinked beside him, confused, but Orochimaru kept his eyes locked on Naruto. So that's what he's become, he mused softly, almost reverently. Not a vessel, not the 9 tails. His tongue flicked out with amusement. A force, all his own. Then a soft chuckle escaped him, low and amused, curling through the room like smoke. And he fights with such grace. Such fury beneath silk. Ah, Minato, Kushina. You made something exquisite. A pause. No wonder Gaara can't let him go. Kabuto. He flinched. Visibly. That kick, that movement, that fluidity, the chakra precision behind every twist and drop. It wasn't just brute strength. It was a perfectly trained weapon in motion. His glasses slid down slightly as he stared wide-eyed, murmuring. I underestimated him. He swallowed tightly, notebook trembling in his grip. We all did. He looked to Orochimaru, voice quieter. Should we interfere? Orochimaru laughed again, low, melodic, dangerous. Oh no, no, Kabuto. Not yet. I want to see what else our little sun-kissed storm is capable of. He licked his lips. Let him shine, and let the world tremble. Sasuke groaned beneath him, struggling as Naruto twisted his arm just a fraction more. But Naruto's expression had already cooled. Without hesitation, his fingers danced into motion, quick, precise, beautifully lethal. In a flash of chakra glow. 5-pronged seal. His palm slammed against key chakra points along Sasuke's spine, stomach, and neck. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Sasuke's entire body convulsed. Eyes wide. Before his chakra circuit snapped into stillness, sealed completely. Sasuke gasped, collapsing beneath Naruto like a ragdoll. Naruto stood. Graceful. Silent. Deadly. He grabbed Sasuke by the collar, one elegant motion, and with a calm inhale. He hurled him effortlessly through the air. Sasuke landed hard at Tsunade's feet. Everyone froze. Dust settled. Gasps echoed. Naruto's voice sliced through the silence. You wanted him. You got him. Simple. Cold. Final. Then. He turned. Soft footfalls against the stone as he walked, like a prince returning from war. Right back to Gaara's side. And Gaara was already standing. Eyes glowing with pride and fire, arms ready to welcome him back. Sakura. She gasped when Sasuke's body hit the ground like a discarded rag. Her legs gave out, and she fell to her knees beside him, shaking. Sasuke-kun. But even she didn't dare touch him. Not now. Not after seeing Naruto walk away without even a backward glance. Her tears weren't just from heartbreak. They were from realization. She lost him. Not Sasuke. Naruto. Sigh. His lips parted. He stared at Naruto, not the boy he once saw as awkward sunshine, but a man bathed in quiet fire. He turned to Tsunade and whispered under his breath. That was an execution. His voice was flat, but inside, he was floored. Admiration bloomed. Yamato. He hadn't even moved. Not a muscle. He stared at Sasuke like he was the fallen limb of a once great tree, rotten and broken. Then at Naruto. He bowed his head. Silent apology. Silent guilt. Because in that moment, he knew. We should have protected him. Not the village from him. Shikamaru. He exhaled a slow breath. No words. Just that same intense look he always got when a shogi board collapsed in a single move. He really threw him, he whispered. At the Hokage's feet. And then. He smirked. Quiet. Proud. About damn time. Kiba. Eyes wide. Mouth agape. Literally stunned. He looked at Neji, then at Sai, then back at Naruto. That was kinda hot. Akamaru barked once. Even he seemed impressed. Neji. He stared as if watching history being rewritten. His Byakugan had seen it all, every muscle, every movement, every chakra point Naruto sealed. It was flawless. And the message was clear. This was no mistake of fate. This was a masterpiece of will. He gave a solemn, respectful nod. Tsunade. She didn't move, didn't speak. Sasuke was at her feet, broken and sealed, and still. Her eyes were locked on Naruto. So calm, so controlled, so out of her reach now. He was never ours to begin with. Her hand clenched at her side, tears burning behind her lashes. Too little, too late. The cages. Rakage. Let out a low whistle, arms crossed. Damn, that was clean. Then he laughed. Actually laughed. Konoha has got no hold on him now. Mizukage May. She fanned herself, visibly flustered. Excuse me, did anyone else find that unbelievably sexy? She winked at Naruto across the table. He didn't react. That only made her fan harder. Tsuchikage Onoki. Grunted. Brat's got flair, I like that. His lips curled upward, genuine respect. No more doubts, he's more than worthy of the seat behind Gaara. Gaara. He didn't look at Sasuke. His eyes were only on Naruto. As the boy, his boy, walked back to him in silence, elegant and glowing like wildfire. When Naruto stopped at his side, Gaara leaned forward slightly. He brushed invisible dust from Naruto's shoulder. Then whispered. You were magnificent. And his hand reached out. Fingers lacing with Naruto's. Kakashi Hatake. For a moment, Kakashi didn't move. He didn't speak. He just stood there, like someone had driven a kunai through a memory that hurt too much to name. Naruto, standing tall. Sasuke, discarded like yesterday's mistake. And Kakashi. Frozen between past failure and present regret. He looked down at Sasuke. Then up at Naruto. You grew into something far stronger than I ever taught you to be. His eye creased softly behind the mask, guilt like a storm in his chest. I'm sorry, he whispered. You should never have had to become this. Orochimaru. Oh, but the snake. He didn't flinch. He grinned. Golden eyes gleamed with something terrifyingly delighted. Amused. Impressed. Almost reverent. He tilted his head to the side, dark hair cascading like silk as he whispered. Ah, a seal master. Efficient. Ruthless. Beautiful. He chuckled softly. Tongue flicking out. Eyes pinned to Naruto like he was watching the sun consume the sky. No longer Konoha's little fox. But a storm dressed in silk and fury. He turned slightly toward Gaara. You're a lucky man, Kazekage. And then to Tsunade, with a smirk. You never deserved him. Kabuto Yakushi. Kabuto's hand trembled as he adjusted his glasses. He stared at the scene, Naruto walking away from a sealed Uchiha like it was nothing. Like Sasuke had never been a god. Like Naruto had always been greater. His mouth opened, but all he could whisper was, unbelievable. He flipped open his mental archive, stats, chakra charts, movement patterns. Everything they thought they knew about Naruto Uzumaki. All wrong. He's evolved, beyond the numbers. Then softly, with just a hint of dread. We can't predict him anymore. Raikage. He stood up first. Arms folded, voice firm. Well, I think that settles the matter of whether or not Naruto Uzumaki deserves to be here. He looked at Tsunade. Then down at the heap that was Sasuke Uchiha at her feet. We gave Konoha years to handle this mess. You let your best weapon suffer. He still cleaned up after you. He turned to Naruto and gave him a single nod of respect. You've got the cloud's backing. Always. Mizukage made Terumi. Her eyes sparkled, lips parted in soft awe. Naruto-kun, I could barely breathe watching you. She sighed dramatically, fanning herself again. You're bold, fierce, stunning, and very clearly not a child anymore. Then a wink. Gaara, if you ever mess up, I will be taking him to the mist. Gaara didn't even blink. His grip on Naruto's hand, tighter. Tsuchikage Onoki. He let out a rough exhale, rubbing his lower back as if Naruto's throw made him feel old. When did kids become so terrifyingly capable? He floated a few inches off the ground, squinting down at the sealed Sasuke. HMPH. That boy is no longer Konoha's responsibility. He looked at Tsunade. If Konoha can't control him, the world will. We won't let the Akatsuki fester just because of your sentiment. Then he turned to Naruto, voice gravel but solid. Good work, boy. Gaara. His voice was calm, clear, and protective. You all understand now why I said Naruto Uzumaki is not just a shinobi. He's a force. He looked at the cage table, then at Tsunade. He's done more for this world than anyone in this room has acknowledged. And I won't allow anyone to overlook him again. Tsunade. She still hadn't moved. But now, she finally looked up, shoulders heavy, pride fractured. She spoke softly, not as the Hokage. But maybe just, as Tsunade. He should have never had to do that alone. She looked at Naruto, eyes shimmering. I'm sorry. Silence followed. Until Naruto took a deep breath. Then exhaled, slow and cold. Eyes still locked on Tsunade. Keep your damn sorry with you. The room stiffened. Even the walls seemed to still, like they were listening. I've tried to calm down. Tried to be polite, but it isn't working. I don't need your fake sympathy. Or your apologies. Not after everything. His voice trembled, not with weakness, but with fury held back for far too long. Where was this, sorry, when I was 6 and starving? Where was this, sorry, when people threw stones at me while Anbu looked away? When I cried at night in an empty apartment and no one came? Tsunade looked down, ashamed, shattered. Naruto didn't stop. You didn't see me then. You don't get to see me now. He turned his head, softly resting it against Gaara's shoulder without another word. And Gaara. Oh, Gaara just wrapped an arm around him again, like a shield made of silence. No one dared speak. Not even the Raikage. Mei had tears in her eyes. Onoki looked like he'd aged another 10 years. And Tsunade. She finally broke. Her knees gave way and she sank back into her seat, silenced by truth. Naruto sighed again, softer this time. Exhausted, not broken. Icy calm, not angry. His voice cut through the silence like silk laced with steel. And for Kami's sake. He tilted his head toward the two still standing specters. Can we actually talk about the matter at hand? A pause. A single, deliberate blink. Like what to do with the snake man and his lackey, who are literally standing right there. In this very room. Hello. He waved a hand casually toward Orochimaru and Kabuto. Anyone. He wasn't even angry anymore. He was just done. Orochimaru. Smirk widened, hands delicately laced. Ah, there's the wit. I was wondering when you'd stop letting your hurt speak and let your venom shine. He bowed mockingly low. But I must admit, this has been quite the reunion. Kabuto took an instinctive step back. Not from Gaara. Not from the cages. From Naruto. He's too calm, Kabuto muttered to himself. That's not good. Raikage. He slammed a hand onto the table, snapping everyone to attention. He's right. He glared at Orochimaru. Why the hell are they even still standing? Mizukage already had a hand on her blade. I say we kill them where they stand and let Kabuto's corpse explain the rest. Onoki grunted. No need to rush. First, intel. We're not wasting this chance. Gaara didn't look away from Naruto. He gently brushed a strand of golden hair back from Naruto's cheek and whispered. You're brilliant, and you're right. He then turned to the cage table. So, what do we do with them? Raikage, A. He cracked his knuckles loudly, the sound echoing like a war drum across the chamber. I say we end them both. Right here, right now. He looked directly at Orochimaru. This snake has played God one too many times. Then to Kabuto. And that thing is barely human anymore. Mizukage made Terumi. She leaned forward, elbows on the table, lips painted in a dangerous smirk. Normally, I'd agree with Raikage Dono. Then her tone dropped, sharp, seductive, venomous. But letting Orochimaru suffer first. That sounds like dessert. She turned to Naruto. Darling, you're a sealing master, right? Care to help us immobilize him first? Onoki Tsuchikage. He floated an inch higher, eyes narrowed, voice gravelly and direct. Don't be hasty. He gestured toward Kabuto. This one has intel, Akatsuki movements, hidden experiments, Uchiha cells. That's worth more than his miserable life. He looked down his nose. Interrogate first, kill later. Tsunade Hokage. For once, she didn't protest. She didn't protect them. Instead, she nodded, tired, bitter. I'll have Anbu ready to seal and detain them both. She glanced at Naruto. If you're willing, we could use your seals. Yours are stronger than anything we've got. Her voice was softer now, not guilt-ridden, just resigned. Gaara Kazekage. He stood slowly. His voice was as still as the desert wind before a sandstorm. Orochimaru has caused too much suffering. He didn't look at the snake, he looked at Naruto. But if you want them kept alive, even for a short time, I'll respect that. Then calmly. But if either of them makes one wrong move, I will bury them beneath my sand. The room settled. Eyes turned to Naruto Uzumaki, who now held more sway than the Hokage ever had. He'd silenced betrayal, sealed a traitor, and stood tall while the world listened. The tension was thick, the air still, when. Sigh. A long, weary breath. Not weakness, just exhaustion. Naruto didn't even raise his voice. For fuck's sake. The words weren't loud. But everyone heard them. He didn't look at Orochimaru or Kabuto. Didn't even acknowledge their presence like they were worth his gaze. And yet, his next movements. Lethal, beautiful, effortless. In a blur of motion, Naruto drew 2 slips of sealing paper, already inked with the 5-pronged seal, each glowing faintly with chakra. His fingers flicked. Graceful, fluid. Whip, whip. The seals shot through the air like petals caught in a storm. One striking Kabuto's chest, the other slapping onto Orochimaru's midsection, chakra pulsing immediately. The 2 men flinched, paralyzed, as the seals burned into their skin like branding flames, cutting their chakra flow clean. Before they could even blink. Shing, shing. 2 kunai sliced the air behind them. Their hilts kissed with Naruto's chakra. Both weapons struck their spines with perfect pressure, not to kill, but to drop them. Orochimaru let out a hiss as he collapsed like a puppet with cut strings, face first. Kabuto's body spasmed as his knees hit the floor, eyes wide. Silence. Every Kage's gaze was locked on him. Even the Anbu squad, frozen by the sudden perfection of it all. Naruto, meanwhile, calmly dusted his hands like someone who just finished reorganizing books, not disabling two of the most dangerous shinobi in the world. Unconsciously beautiful, effortlessly dominant. He turned to Gaara and murmured softly. Can we go now? I need tea. Rakage. The man, who punches mountains, was left blinking. What the fuck just happened? His tone was less angry general, more dazed soldier watching a divine act. He didn't even look at them. For the first time in a long time, he sat back speechless. Mizukage May. One hand covered her mouth. Kami, he's flawless. She fanned herself slowly, cheeks flushed. Someone tie me down before I propose again. Then muttered. And Gaara, you lucky bastard. Onoki. The old Tsuchikage floated half a foot higher out of pure shock. That wasn't ceiling, he mumbled. That was art. He grunted. The brat just made me feel 90 again. Tsunade. Her throat tightened. Her eyes shimmered. But it wasn't grief this time, it was the bitter realization of everything Konoha had wasted. He didn't even glance at me. That hurt more than any jutsu. Gaara. Smirked, just barely. But his hand found Naruto's again, thumb brushing tenderly across his knuckles. That, he whispered near Naruto's ear, was beautiful. His pride. Infinite. Burning. Anbu Konoha. Stared. Eyes hidden behind masks, but every posture stiff. They had spent years watching this boy. And none of them knew he could do that. Orochimaru. Lying motionless, breathing heavily. The seal burned, the kunai ached, but his ego hurt worse. He didn't even acknowledge me. Whispered like a prayer. Or a curse. Kabuto. Tried to move, couldn't. Tried to speak. Only a panicked wheeze escaped. He's not a Jinchuriki, he's a nightmare. Kiba. Whispered to Shikamaru. Dude, is it just me or was that kinda hot? Shikamaru muttered. Not just you. Sigh. Eyes wide. Then suddenly. A smile. That was expressive. Shikamaru. Rubbed his temple. I knew he was capable. A breath. But that was next level. Neji. His Byakugan had watched every flick of muscle, every chakra movement. He was silent. Perfect form, every angle. He didn't waste a single step. Sakura. Stood frozen, pale. Her mouth opened. Then shut. She didn't even understand half of what Naruto had just done, but she knew. He was no longer the Naruto she used to pity. Kakashi Hatake. The copy ninja stood still, hands in his pockets, the visible eye unreadable. But inside. He was shaken. He had trained Naruto, watched him grow, believed in him. But what he had just witnessed wasn't growth. It was transcendence. That wasn't instinct. That was artistry, precision, poise, purpose. He watched the two collapsed bodies of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Then looked at Naruto's back as he stood beside Gaara. He didn't even hesitate. And he didn't gloat. He swallowed, eyes softening with a pang of guilt. You've come so far, Naruto. And I didn't even realize how much we were holding you back. Yamato Tenzo. His lips parted in shock. Even with his Anbu background, even with his calm nature, his heart skipped. He could feel it in the air. Naruto hadn't just reacted. He had decided. 2 perfect seals, 2 exact chakra suppression points, and kunai with backside approach, no wasted energy. His breath hitched. That wasn't improvised, that was planned. And then, quietly. Naruto, when did you become so quiet about your pain? He glanced at Kakashi. We never really saw him, did we? The weight in the room was no longer Orochimaru. No longer war. It was Naruto Uzumaki's presence. Sovereign, dangerous, beautiful. The summit may have had 5 Kage. But only one soul in the room owned the spotlight. The room stayed frozen. Kages, Anbu, advisors, veterans. All gaping, still caught in the aftershock of Naruto's ceiling display. And maybe, they thought silence was safer. Until Naruto snapped. He slammed his palm down onto the table with a sharp thwack, making Mei flinch, Rakage raise a brow, and Tsunade blink hard. His voice cracked like a whip. Not loud, not pleading. Just done. For fuck's sake, are you all dumb or high? Gasps fluttered across the room. He gestured sharply toward the crumpled bodies of Orochimaru and Kabuto lying like discarded filth at Tsunade's feet. What are you waiting for? A snake dance? A sob story? A trial? You have them right here. Akatsuki collaborators. Human experiment freaks. Actual war criminals. He scoffed, biting his lip hard enough to sting. Still beautiful. Still glowing with chakra like sunlight underwater. But now burning. I'm not here to babysit your indecision. His eyes moved across each cage, and even his voice cracked slightly at the edges. I sealed them. I gift-wrapped them. You're the cage, so someone, anyone, tell me what the hell you're going to do with these two clowns. He didn't sit. Didn't back down. He stood beside Gaara like a storm in human skin, his long golden hair falling around his shoulders, and those pierced, beautiful, tear-stained eyes gleaming with exhaustion and anger. Gaara didn't say a word. But he moved closer, standing behind Naruto. A quiet guardian. A silent threat. Hand on his waist, protective. Waiting to burn the room if anyone dared answer wrong. The room stayed quiet for a beat too long. A second too much. Naruto's chakra shimmered. A pulse, sharp and fast. The floor beneath him cracked slightly. Even the Anbu guards twitched. His long golden hair shimmered like firelight, and his hands, those beautiful, calloused, powerful hands, trembled at his sides from sheer restraint. Then, Naruto hissed. And I swear to God. His voice was low now. Too calm. That terrifying calm right before lightning strikes. He pointed to the cage table with the grace of a dancer, the rage of a god. If you all don't speak now, then don't you dare blame me when I snap. He took a slow step forward. Eyes narrowed, lips parted slightly. So beautiful it hurt. I'm this close, this fucking close. To slapping explosive tags on each and every one of you idiots in this room. His voice dropped an octave. A growl coated in elegance. Don't test me, I've had enough. Of silence, of fake pity, of indecision, of this. The chakra spiked again, hot, powerful, unrelenting. Even the walls groaned slightly. The moan of chakra barely contained. Gaara didn't even try to calm him. He just placed a hand on Naruto's back. Supporting. Fueling. Backing. Because if Naruto did snap, Suna was snapping with him. Mizukage Mei. She blinked. Once. Twice. Then reached for a fan that wasn't there. Kami-sama help me, that was hot. She whispered to no one in particular. Deadly menaces in eyeliner and syrupy voices are my weakness. Then coughed and straightened. Ahem, but yes, discussion, urgently. Rakage. The man who breaks spines for fun. Frozen. Mouth slightly open. He leaned toward Onoki and whispered low. Did that pretty little spark plug just threaten to bomb us all? Onoki didn't even blink. Yup. Rakage sighed. I kinda respect it. Onoki eyed Naruto for a long moment. Well, he grunted, floating slightly higher. It's not every day a teenage ceiling prodigy with the tactical grace of a panther threatens to detonate a room full of cage. He looked at Tsunade. Hokage, what exactly were you feeding that boy? Tsunade flinched. Just barely. Her eyes locked on Naruto, and for once, she saw it. Not the Jinchuriki. Not the child. Not the weapon. But the wrath of decades of silent hurt finally cracking open like an overfull dam. Naruto, she whispered, voice thick. What did we do to you? Gaara. Unmoving. One hand rested on Naruto's lower back. Eyes glowing with soft, deadly affection. Speak, he said quietly. Before he makes good on it. Kakashi. The copy ninja had no words. His hand had instinctively reached for his kunai, but froze halfway. Explosive tags on cage, he whispered, horrified. And yet. And he could do it. He swallowed. Easily. Yamato. His instinct screamed to suppress the chakra. But he couldn't move. He didn't dare. Because Naruto wasn't out of control. He was in complete control. And that terrified him more. Kami help us all if he ever goes rogue. Sakura. Her legs gave out. She sat. Hard. On the stone bench. This can't be, Naruto. Her voice trembled. She didn't even recognize him anymore. But worse. She realized she never really knew him in the first place. Kiba. Bro. That's all he could say. He turned to Shikamaru with a shocked whisper. He wasn't kidding. Shikamaru didn't even look up. He just stared down at the table and muttered. Told you all this was coming. And then. We're lucky he's still on our side. Sai smiled. A soft, dangerous smile. That was honest. Then he added. And I have ink tags if you need help, Naruto-kun. Neji. His Byakugan had never seen chakra like this before. Not Kurama's rage. Not Sage Mode. This was Naruto. Pure, human, controlled. And beautiful. He's not their weapon, Neji whispered. He's their reckoning. The summit was no longer quiet out of respect. It was quiet because everyone realized. Naruto Uzumaki was the most dangerous person in the room. Not because of power. But because he had nothing left to lose. To be continued. Chapter 21. Naruto exhaled softly through his nose. Not dramatic. Not angry. Just done. He turned slightly toward Sai, eyes softer just for a moment. Naruto. Thank you, Sai. I'll need all the help I can. Sai nodded, already pulling out his own scrolls and brushes like it was a joint mission. Anything for you, Naruto-kun. And then. Naruto unzipped his sealing pouch. With all the quiet, haunting elegance of someone unwrapping something sacred. Silken cords. Paper-thin scrolls. Ink-soaked brush. Every tool handled with the precision of a master. And the weight of a boy who had no more patience left. He didn't even glance at the cage table when he said, without flinching. Naruto. Looks like they want me to do it. He rolled out a long sealing scroll on the floor beside the bodies of Orochimaru and Kabuto. The ink shimmered with chakra-reactive symbols, ancient and deadly. Since they're still being idiots by not speaking, I'll make the decision for them. He dipped the brush in ink. His fingers elegant, controlled, and beautiful like calligraphy in human form. With each stroke, the seals formed around the criminals like a divine cage. Orochimaru flinched even in unconsciousness. Kabuto twitched. The scrolls glowed. This wasn't containment. This was damnation. Gaara stood right behind him, arms crossed, a small smirk playing at his lips. Gaara. He warned you. The cages. Stiff, silent. Watching a child do what they didn't dare. Their shame echoing louder than any explosion. The inked papers in Naruto's hand hummed with chakra, vibrating softly with raw, ancient sealing power. His long golden hair glowed under the tension in the air, swaying slightly behind him like a battle flag. He didn't blink. Didn't smile. He just looked up, eyes burning gold and steel, and said. Naruto cold, calm. Last chance. He lifted both seals, poised between his fingers like weapons made of silk and thread. Speak. His voice sliced the silence clean. Or I throw them. And in that moment, every chakra sensor in the room felt it. The seal wasn't just going to paralyze. It would lock down Orochimaru and Kabuto's chakra systems for years. It might even strip them of jutsu access entirely if Naruto pushed. This wasn't punishment. It was retribution. And his hands didn't waver. Not even a tremble. Reactions a breath before someone dares speak. Raikage leaned forward, face deadly serious now. The smirk gone. Quote. That's real. He'll do it. He glanced at Tsunade, voice low. You gonna act, or should we let the kid finish your mess? Mizukage Mei held up her hand slowly. Naruto-kun, just wait, 1 second. Please, I'd like to make a proposal. Onoki grumbled under his breath. That kid's got more spine than half of us combined. TCH. Tsunade stood, shaken. Her voice wavered as she whispered. Naruto, put them down, please, you've made your point. But he didn't move. He just looked up, unblinking. Waiting. Hand signs locked, paper tags glowing. One breath away from judgment. A sharp, frustrated sigh escaped Naruto's lips, soft but echoing like a crack of thunder in the still air. He rolled his eyes, not in mockery. But like a teacher tired of explaining basic math to a room full of fools. Then, with effortless, elegant motion, he threw the tag. It whipped through the air, sizzling with chakra. And slammed into the far stone wall. A boom erupted, loud but contained. Flames and sparks licked the stone, leaving behind a molten crater that steamed and glowed. Every cage jolted. Guards reached for weapons. Dust floated in the air like a glittering warning. And Naruto. He stood there in front of it all. Hair shimmering in the firelight, seals in one hand, death in the other. His eyes, cool and furious, swept the room. Naruto cold, lethal. Next time. He lifted another tag lazily. It'll be one of you. Then, with a pretty little tilt of his head and a soft growl laced in velvet. So, fucking speak. Or be exploded. Onoki gulping. Okay, kids not bluffing, talking. I'm talking. Rakage holding both hands up. Alright, Blondie, message received. No need for more interior design. Mizukage fanning herself. I haven't been this turned on and terrified since the last assassination attempt. Tsunade. Frozen. Wide-eyed. A whisper left her lips. Quote. He's not my little boy anymore. Kakashi, Yamato, Neji, Kiba, Shikamaru, Sai. Speechless. And kind of proud. And terrified. Sai scribbled something that looked suspiciously like a drawing of Naruto in battle gear holding tags and stepping on a burning cage hat. The floor was Naruto's now. The summit. Owned by the boy they once used. Gaara. He didn't even blink. If anything, his lips curled into the faintest smirk. His eyes glowed with protectiveness, pride, and something darker. Possessive. He moved slightly, arms crossed, red brows lifted in admiration. Gaara quiet, to himself. That's my beloved. Sakura. Froze. Stiff as a statue. Face pale, eyes wide. She opened her mouth. Then closed it. Then opened it again. Sakura, soft, stunned. That wasn't the Naruto I knew. Inside. It hit her. He'd grown, evolved. And he didn't need her anymore. Kakashi. His visible eye crinkled. There was a whisper of guilt behind it. But also awe. He exhaled through his mask. Kakashi, in thought. Minato-sensei. Kushina, your son's incredible. He looked at Tsunade briefly. And then down, like shame weighed heavier than pride. Yamato. Gulped audibly. His survival instincts kicked in, scanning the ceiling technique and its sheer power. His voice was a low mumble. Yamato. Those seals. He could have taken the building down. Then he stared at Naruto like a creature far too powerful and not nearly recognized enough. Neji. Brows knit together. His Byakugan had picked up every microsecond of that seal's activation. His lips moved quietly. Neji, low, stunned. So graceful, so lethal. He looked toward Gaara, then Naruto. His expression softened. Maybe fate wasn't always cruel. Kiba. Was dead quiet for once. Akamaru whimpered low at his side as Kiba muttered. Kiba. What the actual hell? Then added with a slightly odd scoff. That was kinda hot though. Shikamaru. One hand ran down his face. He sighed, hard. But not out of frustration. Out of realization. Shikamaru. We've been underestimating him, for years. Then quietly. Troublesome, but damn, he's got the fire. Sigh. Smiling. Genuinely. He opened his sketchbook slowly and began drawing. Delicate ink strokes. Naruto mid-throw, mid-glow, beautiful and wrathful. He didn't even speak. Just wrote beneath the sketch. Uzumaki Naruto. Dressed in light. Veiled in fury. Beautiful in battle. Naruto. Still holding another tag. Still glowing with purpose. Still the center of the storm. Boom. The crack of Naruto's palm slamming down on the cage summit table shook the room. Papers jumped. Cups trembled. One of the weaker chairs even creaked under pressure. His hair, long and golden, shimmered like sunlight in a sandstorm. Eyes burning, brighter than any Hokage fire ever had. Scroll still in one hand. The other flat on the polished wood, knuckles white with fury. And then he shouted. Naruto, snaps, voice like lightning. Fucking speak, assholes. His voice thundered through the hall. It wasn't a request. It was a final warning. The silence that followed was thick. Heavy. Unbreathable. Everyone felt it. The sheer weight of everything Naruto had carried for years. Every betrayal. Every manipulation. Every time they told him to smile through it. Now it stood at the edge of eruption. And he was still beautiful. Still elegant. Even in rage. Reactions. Mizukage flinched and finally stood up, hands flat on her section of the table. Enough, she said firmly, her own tone wavering. Naruto Uzumaki is right, we owe him more than silence. Onoki growled. TCH. The kid's braver than all of us. Let's move forward before he makes good on his threat. Reikage stood as well, nodding once. You want action, you'll have it. Let's decide the punishment and handling of Orochimaru and Kabuto. Now. Tsunade, pale, lips pressed into a line, finally whispered. I agree. Slowly, the meeting returned to life. But it was no longer theirs. It belonged to Naruto Uzumaki. The boy they used. The man who now stood above them all. Gaara didn't flinch, didn't blink. But his eyes devoured Naruto in that moment. Like a man watching a divine storm dance in his name. Pride, love, awe, and a dark flicker of possessiveness. His fingers twitched slightly, like he wanted to pull Naruto to his chest and whisper. That's my soulmate, my queen. Kakashi lowered his eye. Shame crawled up his spine like fire ants. Naruto's voice was the echo of every mistake he'd turned his face away from. He couldn't look him in the eye. Kakashi, in thought. Minato, Kushina, your son doesn't need protecting anymore. He needs to be respected. Yamato. Shocked silent. But not from fear, from realization. He had known Naruto was powerful. But this was revolution wrapped in golden hair and a pretty pout. He let out a low whistle. Uzumaki, you've surpassed everyone. Sigh. Still sketching. Still smiling. He leaned over his notepad and added flames to the drawing. The tag in Naruto's hand glowing like a sun. He whispered to himself. He's fire in human skin. Then looked up and nodded. Naruto-kun, you're not a canvas anymore. You're the art. Kiba. Eyes wide, mouth open. Akamaru let out a low huff. He blinked, muttering. I used to think I was loud. Damn. Then quieter. He really said what we were all too scared to say. Shikamaru sat still for a long moment. Then gave a slow, grudging nod. His lip curled, not in disrespect, but in realization. He's not a pawn, not a fool, not the dobe. He finally said out loud. He's the only one here with the balls to act. Neji watched Naruto with steady, wide eyes. His Byakugan didn't need to be active to see. Naruto's chakra flared with power. Bright, angry, yet beautifully controlled. His fingers flexed on his lap. Fate didn't break him. It forged him. Sakura sank slightly in her seat. She couldn't look at him. Couldn't even lift her gaze. Because this time, there was no excuse to not see the truth. Sakura, soft, broken. I never knew. I never saw him. And deep inside, her chest ached with regret. Naruto still stood there. Hand on the table. Scroll in his other hand. Breath even, eyes wild. A prince of chaos. A boy of light. A man they could no longer control. The room is frozen. Reeling from Naruto's fury, his power, his threat. And then, Naruto huffs, flips his hair lightly back, scroll still clutched in one hand, and walks back like a cat with 9 lives and 0 patience. He doesn't even ask. He simply drops himself onto Gaara's lap, graceful and fed up, his pout on full display. The council blinks. The cages stiffen. And Naruto mumbles, just loud enough to be heard. Naruto pouting into Gaara's neck. I swear, this is why I like Suna. They don't have idiots and assholes like these over there. Gaara. A soft exhale leaves him, and his arms automatically curl around Naruto's waist. He doesn't care who's watching. He doesn't care what tradition says. This is his beloved. He leans in and presses a light kiss to Naruto's temple. Gaara, soft, but audible. Because Suna knows treasure when it sees one. The room. Stunned. Reikage raises a brow but says nothing. There's a twitch of respect on his face. Mizukage hides a tiny smirk behind her fingers. Young love, so dramatic. Onoki mutters something like, shameless brats, but he's not really mad. Tsunade looks tired, like she's aged 5 years in 5 minutes. Meanwhile, Sakura looks away. The realization's sinking in deeper. She wasn't even in his orbit anymore. Kiba chokes on air. They're just doing that, right here. Akamaru barks once in agreement. Shikamaru pinches the bridge of his nose. This day just keeps getting weirder. But there's a hint of a smile. Because damn, Naruto deserved this. Yamato blushes. Like genuinely turns red and says nothing. He just stares at the wall. Sai turns the page of his sketchpad. He titles the new one. Chaos King on his throne. Kakashi Hatake. For once, his visible eye wasn't unreadable. It twitched. Just a little. He was still processing Naruto's public explosion. And now this. Naruto just curled into the Kazecage's lap in the middle of an international summit like it was their bedroom. Kakashi blinked once. Then slowly pulled his little orange book from his pocket. But didn't open it. He held it there, resting against his lip, and thought silently. You really did grow up, didn't you, kid? No judgment. Just a deep, bittersweet ache in his chest. He couldn't protect him back then. But Gaara could now. And that brought him peace. Neji Hyuga. He didn't speak. Didn't react openly. But his Byakugan flared for half a second, not to attack, but to observe. And what he saw. Naruto's chakra curled like warm sunlight around Gaara's. Their energy flowed in perfect balance, not dominance, not control, just unity. He blinked his Byakugan off. And quietly whispered in his mind. Fate, huh? You finally gave him something back. He relaxed slightly in his chair, shoulders no longer as rigid. There was a faint nod of approval. Because Neji saw everything chakra hid. And what he saw was love. Naruto sighed. Lazily, beautifully, like the weight of the entire room's idiocy had personally offended him. Still seated on Gaara's lap, arms folded, legs lightly swinging, he tilted his head back just enough to pout up at his redhead. Naruto, flat, with a cute huff. You're smart, right? Then you can speak first instead of waiting for these idiots. The whole room flinched. Gaara looked down at his lover, expression unreadable to everyone but Naruto. And then, he smirked. Slow, sinister, beautiful. Gaara calmly. As you wish, my heart. He turned to the cage table like a desert storm dressed in royalty, voice sharp and cool. Gaara, firmly. Since the Council of Silence has chosen to wait until Naruto explodes again, I'll speak first. You've seen the threat, you've seen the disrespect. And you've seen the power that sealed it all with elegance. His fingers traced light circles on Naruto's hip. If no one will act, Suna will. The room. Absolute. Fucking. Silence. Except for maybe a cough from Onoki. And Sakura's jaw hitting the table. Naruto huffed again. Pouting like a prince whose court was filled with fools. His arms crossed tighter as he leaned a little more into Gaara's chest, voice clear and unbothered as he muttered. Naruto, loud enough for everyone to hear. Suna should act. They're smart. Not like these idiots. Gaara didn't even try to hide the satisfied smirk that curved on his lips. His thumb traced soothing circles along Naruto's waist, voice cool but teasing. Careful, sweetheart, they might start crying. The room. Stunned. Again. It was becoming a pattern. Mizukage choked on her tea. Onoki muttered something like, disrespectful brats, but didn't correct him. Raikage raised a brow, and grinned. Kids got guts. Sakura looked like she was rethinking her whole life. Shikamaru quietly whispered. Damn, he's not wrong. Kakashi sighed. Folded his hands in front of his face. This is what Minato's son should have always been allowed to be. Naruto sat back like nothing happened. As if he hadn't just called 5 nations idiots, with the same tone he used to ask for mochi. The power, the attitude, the audacity. To be continued. Chapter 22. Raikage, arms crossed, but smirking slightly. TCH. The brat's not wrong. We've been sitting on our asses while he cleaned up our mess, twice. I say let Suna lead this. They've got brains, they've got seals. And they've got Naruto Uzumaki. He gives Naruto a subtle, respectful nod. Mizukage, flicking her hair, amused. He's feisty, I like it. And he's right. If you're too fragile to hear the truth, you shouldn't be sitting at this table. Let Suna take the lead. Kiri will assist. She smiles sweetly, like a queen handing out execution orders. Onoki, grumbling. HMPH. Disrespectful, reckless. But effective. Then under his breath. Damn brat made it look elegant, too. A pause. I was in. Tsunade, tired, quiet, cornered. She exhales deeply and doesn't look at Naruto at first. We'll follow. Konoha will not hinder anything. And I won't interfere. She finally lifts her eyes to meet Naruto's, heavy with guilt, but no more excuses. Gaara, soft but commanding. Then it's decided. Suna will spearhead the operation. Each village will assign a pair of elite shinobi. We'll coordinate a strike plan, together. He glances down at Naruto with the faintest smile. With the sealing expert we're all lucky to have. Naruto. Still pouting, still elegant, still on Gaara's lap. And now. He smirks. Because he won. Kakashi Hatake. He leaned forward slightly, elbows on the table, hands clasped. His eye, visible and sharp, wasn't smiling. Not now. He didn't say anything. Didn't need to. But behind that mask, he whispered only to himself. You became what we never let you be. A leader, a hero, a voice. Minato-sensei would be proud. He glanced at Gaara, quietly grateful someone had protected what Konoha never did. Yamato. He was still, very still. Watching Naruto lean against the Kazekage like that, commanding a room full of leaders while still carrying trauma in those tired eyes. It hit different. He thought about the missions. The training. The days Naruto forced a smile. Now, that boy was gone. This was a man, no longer willing to beg for scraps of love. Good, he thought, heart heavy. He finally found someone who puts him first. Sakura Haruno. Tight fists in her lap. She wanted to say something. Defend herself. Apologize, maybe. But how could she? After all the lies, the pressure, the selfish confession. Now she watched him, glowing, powerful, loved, and gone from her reach. She bit her lip, throat tight, and blinked back heat from her eyes. He doesn't need me anymore. Maybe he never did. Sigh. Expressionless on the outside. But inside. Quiet pride. He's strong, he's beautiful. And most of all, he's free. He tilted his head and offered a soft, rare smile Naruto's way. You deserve it, Naruto. And if he ever needed backup, Sai would still be there. Shikamaru Nara. A long exhale. This whole summit was supposed to be strategic. But Naruto. He'd walked in with grace, rage, and a kunai's edge. And somehow, he made everyone listen. Shikamaru scratched the back of his head. So troublesome. But that's my friend. He smirked a little. You're a storm, Naruto. About damn time you made them weather you. Neji Hyuga. Still silent. Still composed. But in his mind, chakra analysis didn't lie. Naruto's glow was brighter. Stronger. Unstoppable. He gave a slow, subtle nod. Eyes soft. You broke fate, Naruto. And now you're writing your own. Kiba Inuzuka. He gawked. Actually gawked. Wait. Did my dumbass ramen buddy just call out 5 cages and no one dared to stop him? He blinked, then muttered under his breath. Damn, Gaara's influence is really something. But his expression turned, a little proud. A little protective. You're not the knucklehead anymore, huh? He leaned back, whistled low, and smirked. And your bunny? Still on Gaara's lap. Still pouting. Still winning. Naruto sighed dramatically. Then blinked his soft eyes once, as if addressing toddlers, not leaders of shinobi nations. Naruto, flat, elegant exhaustion. Okay. So, Suna will lead. Decided. Good. A pause. His pout deepened, gorgeously. Gaara, start. Then. He closed his eyes with a final huff, snuggled deeper against Gaara's chest, arms crossed lightly like a spoiled cat, and mumbled. And good night, I'm sleeping. The room. Frozen. Did the Kazecage's consort, the Leaf's own Jinchuriki, just emotionally destroy everyone and then nap mid-summit? Yes, he did. And made it look beautiful. Gaara. Unbothered. Unmoved. Smug. He adjusted slightly to make Naruto more comfortable in his arms, brushing golden strands away from his face with regal tenderness. Then, Gaara turned back to the other cages. And his tone. Lethal softness. Gaara. As he said. Suna will lead. And we'll begin now. Raikage, arms still crossed, now with an arched brow. He stared at Naruto sleeping peacefully in the Kazecage's arms like this was some kind of fever dream. The brat roasted us, and then took a nap. A long pause. Then a snort, loud, almost a laugh. TCH. Got more guts than most of my captains. He leaned back in his chair, impressed, grudgingly. Let the brat sleep, he's earned it. Mizukage, smirking behind her hand fan. She watched the entire dramatic exit turned nap with open delight. Theatrics and seals. Fury and grace. And that face. She fluttered her lashes with a soft sigh. If I weren't years older and morally upright, I'd have flirted. But alas, Gaara-kun got there first. She giggled and leaned toward Gaara teasingly. If you ever break his heart, Kazekage, know the mist has a very warm welcome waiting. Onoki, grumbling old man mode, activated. Sleeping, mid-summit. He slammed his cane lightly once, face red, mostly in disbelief. But beneath that cranky grandpa exterior, his eyes glimmered. Brad really sealed Orochimaru and Kabuto, threw Uchiha like a rag doll, and ran the room. All while being cuddled. A long sigh. I hate this generation. Another mutter under his breath. But I feel a little safer now. Tsunade, stone-faced, but broken. She couldn't look. Not directly at Naruto. Every time she tried, that peaceful expression while leaning into Gaara's shoulder burned through her chest. He looked free, loved, happy. Things he never looked in Konoha. We did this, she thought, lips tight. Not Gaara. Not Suna. Us. Kiba, wide-eyed. Did he just? Nudges Shikamaru. He napped. On Gaara. Nudges again. Bro, he napped. Shikamaru, deadpan. Yes, Kiba, he napped. Trouble magnet or not, he just pulled it off. Deal with it. Sigh, quiet admiration. He smiled. So elegant, so bold. Naruto-kun's growth is complete. Sakura, silenced by shame and awe. She looked down. Not because she was angry. But because she finally realized. We never protected him. But he still protects everyone. Kakashi Yamato shared glance. They didn't speak, just exchanged a long, heavy look. Kakashi finally murmured. We failed him. Yamato nodded. But he survived. And bloomed. Gaara sat with silent, unwavering calm, Naruto resting against his chest like the most sacred treasure. He gently adjusted Naruto's position, supportive yet protective, then turned back toward the table, face composed and voice cool. His eyes swept the room once. The message was clear. He rests. Now, I speak. Gaara, calm, commanding. As decided, Sunagakure will lead this tactical collaboration. Each village will select 2 high-level shinobi. Those shinobi will be stationed at predetermined borders, in communication with the central intelligence network that will be established in Suna. They'll be responsible for identifying and tracking Akatsuki movement. The moment their presence is confirmed, we trigger a coordinated bait operation. Draw them to an isolated region, marked desert territory. Suna's terrain is unforgiving, we'll ensure no civilian casualties. He glanced at Naruto's sleeping face, soft, safe. Then continued. Once lured in, we'll eliminate them. Or, if possible, capture and seal. Naruto will be consulted regarding sealing options, only if he consents. I repeat, only if he consents. A pause. His voice dropped just slightly, serene, but steel. We will not weaponize him again. The room fell into a respectful hush. Some jaws clenched. Some eyes looked away. But none dared refute it. Not after what they had witnessed. Gaara, firm. Now, each cage will name their 2 shinobi and designate who among them will serve as liaisons with the central Suna command. I expect readiness within 3 days. He glanced at Onoki, Tsunade, Mei, and A. The Akatsuki's time ends now. Choose your warriors wisely. He paused again, then looked down. At Naruto. One hand gently brushed golden strands behind his ear. His expression softened, but his next words still carried weight. The war they brought to our doorsteps. It ends with us. But it begins, here. Reikage crossed his arms, his voice gruff but firm. From Kumogakure, I nominate. Killer Bee, Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails and my brother. Darui, my most trusted general. Calm, sharp, and deadly. He then looked toward Gaara with a nod of respect. We'll be ready in 3 days. Mizukage gave a graceful smile, her tone laced with charm and steel. From Kurigakure. Chojuro, swordsman of the mist, wielder of Haramakare. Loyal and precise. Ao, Byakugan-wielding veteran. Experienced in field tactics and counter-sealing. She tapped her fan gently. They'll both serve well under Suna's coordination. Onoki grumbled but leaned forward, voice as weighty as his title. From Iwagakure. Kuritsuchi, my granddaughter. Intelligent and skilled in lava release. Akatsuchi, loyal and dependable. Can manipulate massive terrain with ease. He huffed. Don't expect them to be quiet. But they'll get the job done. Tsunade paused. Everyone looked her way. Her jaw was tense, her eyes full of unspoken emotion, but she finally spoke. From Konohagakure, she exhaled. Nara Shikamaru, tactical genius. And Sai, stealth expert and sealing specialist. Her eyes fell on Naruto for a second. Then away again. They'll represent us, and they'll obey Suna's leadership. Gaara nodded once, stoic, satisfied. Suna will provide Temari and Yura. Temari will manage wind-based defense fields and reconnaissance. Yura is capable of infiltration and counter-surveillance. The summit table was now a war room. The names spoken weren't just shinobi, they were weapons, hearts, legends in motion. And at the center of it all, a sleeping golden boy, still nestled in his lover's arms. To be continued. Chapter 23. Shikamaru leaned back in his chair, arms folded behind his head, eyes half-lidded in his usual lazy manner. But his gaze slid over to Naruto, still fast asleep, curled like something fragile yet unbreakable in Gaara's arms. His brows furrowed, subtly. TCH. Troublesome blonde idiot. But the thought was gentle. No bite, no irritation. Just soft. A pause. You've carried too much, Naruto. Way more than any of us could have. And even now, you're still giving, offering solutions, sealing enemies, and loving so damn fiercely. Without asking anything back, Shikamaru looked away, chewed the inside of his cheek, then glanced at Tsunade out of the corner of his eye. We don't deserve him. But Suna just might. Sai sat perfectly straight, hands folded, face neutral. But his eyes, unblinking, watched Naruto's face. The way his lashes fluttered slightly. The way he unconsciously curled closer to Gaara's chest. The peaceful rhythm of his breathing. Expression, calm. Emotion, trust. Conclusion, Naruto-kun feels safe. A strange warmth settled in Sai's chest. I drew him once like this. Asleep under a tree, alone. Now he has someone beside him. And it's beautiful. He looked down, then quietly opened his sketchpad and, without a word, began sketching the scene before him in fluid strokes. A sleeping blonde boy. A red-haired Kazekage holding him like he was made of starlight. Maybe next time, I'll draw him smiling. The room had grown quiet, the final strategies falling into place. Gaara's voice had gone still, the other cages either deep in thought. Or watching him. Then. A soft rustle of cloth. A tiny shift. Naruto stirred gently in Gaara's lap, lashes fluttering. His cheek rubbed against the fabric of Gaara's robes as he mumbled in that honey-sweet sleepy tone. Are they done? He frowned adorably, lips pursed in a sleepy pout, eyes still closed. So noisy. Like listening to old men fight over tofu. The corners of Gaara's mouth twitched into a faint smile as he looked down at him, brushing a strand of golden hair away from Naruto's cheek. Gaara, softly, low near his ear. Almost done, love. You slept through most of the pointless posturing. You didn't miss anything important. But you did talk about pancakes in your sleep. Across the table, Shikamaru sighed, shaking his head with a small smirk. Sai, without looking up from his sketchpad, softly added. He looked peaceful. It was nice. Naruto peeked one eye open blearily, blinking up at Gaara, still half asleep but fully pouty. No one woke me. Rude. Naruto let out the softest, most dramatic sigh known to shinobi kind. He nuzzled deeper into Gaara's chest, his pout deepening like a warning cloud over Konoha. I'm going back to sleep. His voice was sugar-laced exhaustion with a drop of venom. Tell these idiots to finish up quickly. Otherwise. He cracked one eye open, just barely, and hissed in a tone both sleepy and deadly. I won't be sorry for what I do next. Then he shut his eyes with regal finality and curled up like a grumpy cat refusing to participate in further world-saving nonsense. There was an audible shuffle of awkwardness around the table. Rakage A. You know what? Let's finish this before the blonde one really does blow us all up. Mei, smirking. I'm actually tempted to see what he'd do. But fine, let's move along, gentlemen. Onoki. TCH. Damn brats got bite. Fine, strategy it is. Tsunade. Didn't speak, just stared at Naruto. Her heart looked full, and broken. Meanwhile, Gaara tightened his arms gently around his sleepy fox, resting his chin lightly against Naruto's golden head. He didn't say a word. But his eyes. Oh, they said everything. This boy is your savior. Your storm. Your sun. So hurry up. Before he truly snaps, and I let him. Gaara's voice was calm but commanding. He shifted slightly, one arm securely around Naruto as he faced the table of cages. Since the targets have been divided, I suggest Suna lead in coordinating reconnaissance between squads. I will assign scouts to track Akatsuki movement while each village gathers its paired shinobi. As for the rogue element, Sasuke Uchiha, he will remain in Konoha custody under a multi-village surveillance clause. Any deviation or manipulation, and the alliance dissolves. Understood. Raikage A. Understood. And agreed. Mizukage May. Fine by me. I'll also send backup personnel for support. We can't take any risks. Onoki. HMPH. If anyone can manage this war, it's the Kazekage. Old as I am, I can admit that. Tsunade. Her face was blank, but her fingers were clenched slightly under the table. Fine, we'll abide. No tricks. She paused. Then added without looking directly at Gaara. Naruto's safety will be honored. Sai gave a soft nod, his gaze still flickering toward Naruto. I'll make sure of it. Personally. Shikamaru sighed. Looks like it's about time Konoha finally grew up. Gaara's eyes scanned the table once more before he said. Good, you'll each receive updates through the liaison channel. Any misinformation, hesitation, or betrayal. His voice dipped. And Suna will not hesitate. Then, quietly, barely audible over the tense silence. Not when he's finally found peace. He gently brushed a lock of hair away from Naruto's cheek. The summit wasn't over, but the tone had shifted. The war had begun. And the boy who once stood alone in the cold was now asleep in the arms of a man, a lover, a leader. With a world that finally listened. To be continued. Chapter 24. As strategy murmurs swirled around the room, a subtle chime echoed from the Raikage's end of the table. A messenger hawk fluttered in from a high-slit window, its wings dusted with cloud insignia. Raikage caught the scroll midair with a swift hand. His eyes scanned the contents, and for the first time all day, his lips curved upward in a genuine smile. Not fierce, not condescending. Warm. He rolled the scroll back up, placed it aside, then looked straight at Gaara. Kazekage-sama. His deep voice cut clean through the silence. It's done. What Uzumaki asked me in the lounge. My shinobi have arrived. He can meet Onbu whenever he's ready. A gentle hush settled over the table. Tsunade's brows furrowed. Shikamaru blinked. Sai looked up. But the only thing that moved was Naruto's body. Still in Gaara's lap, still curled, still drowsy, but at the mention of that name. Onbu. A whisper. A breath. A memory. Naruto stirred, his lashes fluttering open slowly, unfocused at first. Then. You did it. He looked up at Gaara first, as if he instinctively knew it had been arranged already. Then his eyes turned, slowly, dreamily. To the Raikage. Raikage gave him a calm nod, voice steady but kind. Yeah, your boy's waiting outside the compound with my shinobi. Safe and sound. You've got 5 minutes with him before I demand a picture. He gave a tiny smirk. For diplomacy, of course. Naruto's lips trembled slightly. He looked as if he wasn't sure whether to cry or laugh. Naruto's eyes widened like the sunrise breaking through a storm. For a beat, nothing happened. Then. He turned. Like a golden blur of chakra and silk robes. Onbu. His chair scraped back as if launched by a jutsu. The air seemed to ripple with the sudden movement. And before anyone could even blink. Before Gaara could so much as move to follow. Naruto had already bolted out the hall like lightning in human form. Was that teleportation? Shikamaru deadpanned. No, Sai said, sketching calmly, that was love. Even the Raikage let out a soft huff of amusement. Someone loves his kid. Tsunade stared at the door, the ghost of something bittersweet in her eyes. And Gaara. Gaara just stood slowly, watching the doorway where Naruto had vanished. A small, knowing smile playing at his lips. He didn't follow immediately. Because he knew Naruto needed to see Onbu first. Alone. The hallways blurred past him, wooden beams, shinobi glances, a flicker of daylight at the end, but Naruto didn't stop. He ran with every breath in his lungs. Like he was being pulled by a string straight to his heart. Until finally. The gates. Sunlight poured through. And there, just a few steps ahead. 2 cloud shinobi stood near the outer arch of the compound. One of them held something small and round, like a giant, trembling fluffball. The second Naruto's footsteps echoed on the stone. Anbu's ears perked up. The little ball of fur turned his head. Then, ONBU, ONBU, ONBU. His tiny arms wiggled wildly, his green eyes lit up like lanterns, and joy practically radiated from his furry body. The shinobi smiled, understanding completely. He stepped forward and gently handed ONBU over to Naruto with a respectful nod. "He's been calling for you since we arrived," he said softly. He remembered. And the moment Naruto's arms wrapped around that warm little creature, he broke. Tears spilled from his eyes as he sank to his knees in the golden dust just inside the gates. He held ONBU tightly to his chest, stroking that soft fur, burying his face into it. "ONBU, my baby," he whispered, voice thick with tears. "You're finally back with me. My little one." ONBU let out a contented, happy chirp and nuzzled into Naruto's neck, still repeating. "ONBU, ONBU, ONBU." Naruto smiled through his tears, his shoulders shaking as he laughed softly and cried at the same time. "You remembered me." Still on his knees, Naruto slowly brought ONBU forward, holding him gently but securely in his arms. The tiny creature blinked up at him, wiggling in excitement. And then, Naruto leaned forward and began pressing gentle kisses all over his furry, round face. "I missed you so much. Kiss. You were my everything back then. Kiss. My baby, my ONBU. Kiss, kiss, kiss." Each word laced with the kind of ache and tenderness only someone who's lost too much can carry. ONBU squealed happily, ears flopping as his tiny arms patted Naruto's cheeks back. "ONBU, ONBU, ONBU." Behind them, just outside the hall. The doors had opened sometime during Naruto's sprint. And now, standing at a quiet distance, watched every single one of them. Sakura. Her lips parted. She clutched her chest unconsciously, the guilt and raw sweetness of the moment nearly overwhelming. He really raised him like his child. Kiba. Even Akamaru whined softly beside him. Kiba scratched his own cheek awkwardly, a twinge of shame flashing in his eyes. TCH. Damn, he's really something, huh? Neji. Arms folded, eyes lowered. He didn't speak, but the way his fingers tensed over his sleeve said enough. Sigh. His usual blank expression softened, and for once, it wasn't forced. "It's beautiful," he said simply, voice sincere. "This is love. Shikamaru." He gave a long, quiet sigh. "What a drag." Then softer, "But I guess that's Naruto for you." Yamato. Eyes glistening slightly. He's been carrying so much. And still had room for this. Kakashi. His eye crinkled just slightly. "I never knew. He had that kind of love in him. Not just for the village. But something softer." The cages. Mizukage looked emotional, her fingertips gently brushing her lip. "I would burn villages for someone who held me like that." Tsuchikage Onoki snorted gruffly but didn't hide the flicker of admiration in his eyes. "Brat's more human than half the people I've met." Reikage folded his arms, smiling faintly. "Told you. Good kid." Gaara had quietly stepped up behind the group. His gaze didn't move from Naruto and ONBU, soft, steady, and full of silent love. Amid the silent crowd gathered outside the hall. Behind the cages, behind the Konoha shinobi, standing just a bit further back. Tsunade watched. Arms crossed tightly beneath her chest, jaw clenched, eyes shadowed beneath thick lashes. Her golden eyes locked on Naruto as he cradled the tiny ONBU, whispering, kissing, crying like a mother reunited with her lost child. She didn't speak. She couldn't. Her throat tightened the moment she saw his tears. Not the fierce, explosive tears of battle. But the soft, aching kind born of deep love and deeper loneliness. He raised that creature. Alone. Loved it. Sang to it. Fed it. Slept beside it. And not once had anyone in Konoha asked him how his heart was doing. Not once had they thought. Maybe Naruto needs someone, too. Tsunade's hand trembled faintly, fingers curling tighter around her arms. We only ever let him carry our burdens. She thought bitterly. We never carried his. Her eyes shimmered, just for a second. And then she looked away. Ashamed. Naruto's thumbs gently stroked Anbu's round cheeks as the little creature nuzzled into his chest, squeaking joyfully. Tears still shimmered in Naruto's eyes, but now they sparkled with relief rather than sorrow. He smiled through them, voice warm and watery. Have you been eating well? He tilted Onbu up just a little, inspecting him carefully. You look so thin, were they feeding you enough? Onbu chirped, Onbu, and patted his belly proudly, as if to say, I ate a lot, I promise. Naruto laughed softly, shaking his head. Still such a show-off. He sniffled, then asked gently. Did you make friends back at home? Anyone nice to you? Anyone you liked? Onbu blinked, then nodded excitedly, his ears bouncing, and began waving his arms in little circles, as if trying to recount his adventures. Naruto's heart melted. I'm so proud of you, my baby, he whispered, hugging him close again. You did so well. From behind, the crowd remained silent, watching with quiet reverence as Naruto, once again, held love in his arms that no one else had thought to give him. Sakura. She brought both hands to her mouth. Naruto's words, the soft warmth in them, the concern. You look so thin, did you make friends? Her throat tightened. She'd always known he was kind. But this was something deeper, something pure. Something maternal in the way he protected, adored, and nurtured. We never saw this part of him. She realized, blinking fast. We never even asked. Sigh. His expression barely shifted, but for once, his eyes held real emotion. Soft admiration, quiet pain. He speaks to that creature like it's his child, he said quietly. That kind of love, I never knew it existed. And somewhere inside, something Sai had never quite named began to ache. Kiba. He scratched the back of his neck and lowered his eyes, suddenly ashamed. He fed it, sang to it, all alone. He looked at Akamaru, who whimpered gently. Kiba mumbled, man, we really fucked up, didn't we? Neji. He stood silent, gaze firm but introspective. He didn't look away from Naruto, not once. So much love, so much tenderness, from a boy Konoha chose to cage. For a Hyuga, emotions were often buried. But Neji's hand clenched slightly at his side. Shikamaru. He exhaled a long, low breath, eyes shadowed. He's just Naruto, huh? Then added in a quiet murmur. And none of us ever really saw him. His fingers tightened around the hem of his flak jacket. Troublesome. No, we're the trouble. Yamato. His jaw clenched. That fierce protectiveness he'd once tried to feel for Naruto suddenly paled in comparison to the love Naruto had always been capable of giving others. He raised it like a parent. And all we did was supervise. He couldn't meet Naruto's eyes. Kakashi. His visible eye lowered slightly. He carried all of us. His voice, low and rough. And still had love left to give. For a man who had seen war, betrayal, and loneliness, this display of innocent affection, of unwavering kindness, was more powerful than any jutsu. The cages. Made Terumi Mizukage, her eyes shimmered, and she turned to wipe the corner of one discreetly. If any of my shinobi showed a fraction of that love, I'd make them hero of the nation. Onoki Tsuchikage. Brat's too damn soft, he grunted. But the way he looked away said it struck deep. Raikage A. Arms crossed, lips tight, but his voice was warm. Told you he was special. Then softer. Cloud would be lucky to have someone like him. Gaara. He didn't speak. He didn't move. His gaze was locked on Naruto and Onbu like a man beholding something sacred. A quiet smile touched his lips. This is the boy who taught me what it means to live. And love. Tsunade. She looked broken. Every sweet word Naruto whispered to that tiny creature echoed back to her with the sting of memory, of how many times she had not said those things to Naruto. Have you been eating well? You look so thin. Her knees nearly buckled. He raised it like it was his child. And I let him grow up with no one. Tears rimmed her eyes, but she did not cry. She simply stood still, ashamed, quiet, and humbled. The Raikage exhaled deeply, arms still folded over his chest, but his gaze had softened, eyes fixed on Naruto as he held Onbu like a lifeline. The soft cries of, Onbu, Onbu, still echoed in the air, wrapped around the boy's tearful laughter. A small smile ghosted across the Raikage's lips, quiet and rare. He turned toward Gaara and spoke, not just as a cage, but as a man who had seen pain, strength, and now healing. Kazekage-sama, he said, his voice rich with emotion, Uzumaki can keep Onbu with him. All eyes turned. I'll handle everything, paperwork, transfers, whatever is needed. I'll speak to my council and stamp it all myself if I must. He looked back at Naruto and added gently, sincerely. He's finally happy. And meeting Onbu again. It filled a hole in his heart. He's the real mother of that little one. There was a pause. Then the Raikage bowed his head slightly, not to Naruto, but to Gaara. I won't commit the sin of separating a mother and child again. The moment was still, holy. The way Gaara's eyes shimmered softly, the tiniest nod of thanks he gave. And Naruto, still frozen in place, eyes wide, lip trembling, clutching Onbu like the world had just stitched itself back together around him. Naruto stood still for a breath. Then, slowly, almost shakily, he rose to his feet with Onbu still held gently in his arms. The little creature curled closer to his chest, letting out a soft, content hum of, Onbu. The hall was silent as Naruto walked forward. His eyes were glossy, his steps delicate, like he was floating between reality and the tender dream of a long-lost wish fulfilled. He stopped in front of the Raikage. His lips trembled as he looked up, so small and soft against the towering figure before him, and then, without hesitation, Naruto shifted Onbu gently to one arm and wrapped his free one tightly around the Raikage. A bold gesture. A raw, vulnerable one. His face pressed to the older man's chest as he whispered through choked tears. Thank you. Thank you so much. You don't know what this means to me. And he meant every word. Because this wasn't about politics, or duty, or war. This was about love, about family. About something he thought he'd lost forever. The Raikage blinked, clearly taken aback for a moment, but then his large, battle-worn hand gently rested on Naruto's back. His voice, though deep and firm, was filled with warmth. You're welcome, kid. You deserve to be happy too. Tsunade. Her eyes shimmered, and she quickly turned her face away. Damn brat, she muttered under her breath, wiping at her cheek. The guilt was thick in her throat, not just as the Hokage, but as someone who had failed to give that boy what he needed when it mattered most. Kakashi. He stood with his one visible eye fixed on Naruto and Onbu, a faint, sorrowful smile tugging at his lips. You've come so far, he whispered quietly. It was pride and regret all tangled together, because he'd seen Naruto grow, and yet somehow, he'd missed just how deeply the boy had been hurting. Yamato. His expression was soft, guilt creeping up in his chest as he watched the boy he'd protected, finally being cradled by someone who truly understood him. He was just a kid, he murmured. And still, they had let the weight of the world crush his shoulders. Sigh. He blinked, slowly tilting his head, watching the tender scene. That's genuine happiness. He held his sketchbook a little tighter. A new image was forming already, of Naruto, arms wrapped around the Raikage, Onbu nestled close, a tearful smile lighting his face. Shikamaru. He looked away with a quiet sigh, guilt weighing in his chest like lead. He deserved better. We all knew it, we just didn't act. His gaze flicked to Tsunade, then to Naruto, eyes heavy with realization. Kiba. His jaw tightened as he looked at the scene, then at Akamaru beside him. And to think, we used to laugh at him. His fists clenched at his sides. There was no excuse, no forgiveness for the way the village had turned a blind eye. Neji. He stood silently, unreadable for a long moment. Then, a faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. He broke every chain fate ever tried to bind him with. There was admiration in his gaze. Respect. Perhaps even envy. Sakura. She looked utterly broken inside. Watching him, tears running down his cheeks, smiling so gently in someone else's arms, it twisted her insides painfully. Why didn't I ever notice? But deep down, she knew the answer. She had looked, but never truly seen him. The cages. Each one stood in silence, humbled. The Mizukage had tears in her eyes. The Tsuchikage looked away with a grunt. Even the Raikage, arms still loosely around Naruto, stood taller, not as a cage, but as a man proud of the warmth he'd been able to offer. They all knew then, Naruto Uzumaki wasn't just a shinobi. He was a sun, a heart, a flame, something precious the world had tried to crush but failed to extinguish. Naruto slowly pulled back from the Raikage's embrace, his arms still carefully wrapped around Onbu. Tears still shimmered in his lashes, but his smile had grown, wide, grateful, radiant. He looked up once more and whispered with honest emotion. Thank you. Really, thank you. The Raikage gave a firm nod, arms crossing as he tried, and failed, to hide the warmth behind his stern expression. Naruto turned his gaze down to the small creature nestled in his arms, voice cracking with happiness. You heard that, Onbu, he said through a tearful smile. You're going to be staying with me forever now. We'll be a family again. Onbu chirped in excitement, his tiny furry paws reaching up to pat Naruto's cheeks as he repeated joyfully. ONBU. ONBU. Naruto let out a laugh, a soft, boyish, giddy laugh that hadn't been heard from him in a long, long time. Then, in one smooth, graceful motion, he spun around in a joyful circle with ONBU in his arms, laughter bubbling from his chest like starlight. The fabric of his cloak fluttered around him like a ribbon, catching the golden sunlight through the open hall doors. "We're together again," he beamed. "Nothing's going to tear us apart now, baby." And for a single, perfect moment, the world was kind. The boy who had been denied so much was finally allowed to just be happy. Tsunade. She froze mid-step, her chest tightening. That was her boy. The one who should have had this happiness long ago. The one she should have protected better. Her eyes brimmed again. She didn't bother to wipe the tears away this time. "Minato. Kushina," she whispered. "Your son's smiling. Truly smiling." Kakashi. A rare, full smile tugged at his masked lips, and his lone eye softened in a way that hadn't been seen since before the war. "You deserve this, Naruto," he murmured. "And so much more." Yamato. His hands stayed clenched at his sides, equal parts regret and peace. "After everything." Finally, he breathed. He smiled quietly, pride and guilt coexisting in his chest like old scars. Sigh. He blinked once, then again, like trying to memorize the image burned into his vision. "That," he said under his breath, reaching for his sketchpad, "is what real happiness looks like." He started sketching immediately. Shikamaru. His usual laziness dropped from his face, replaced by silent awe. "Troublesome idiot," he said softly. "You did it. You really did it." There was pride in his voice. And a whole lot of guilt too. Kiba. Kiba's throat bobbed as he tried to hide the tightness in it. Even Akamaru nudged him with his nose. "Tch, I guess he really is the strongest one of us." His voice was rough but full of admiration. Neji. Neji's pale eyes watched in silence, but the faintest smile touched his lips. "You broke free from every chain," he thought. "You were always more than fate allowed us to see." Sakura. Her eyes welled up with tears she didn't try to stop. But this time, it wasn't guilt. It was seeing him, finally, happy and held, not alone. "I've never seen him shine like that," she whispered, pressing her hand to her chest. "Cammy, I really never saw him, did I?" Rakage. A slow, satisfied smile spread across his usually harsh face. "Now that," he said gruffly, "that's the look a mother gives their child." He nodded once to himself. "That boy deserves the world." Mizukage. She dabbed her eyes with a silk handkerchief, whispering, "He's beautiful. He deserves peace." She smiled gently at Gaara nearby. Tsuchikage. HMPH, the old man grunted. But he had no sarcasm in his tone, just a subtle twinkle in his eye and a rare nod of approval. Gaara. His jade eyes never left Naruto. As he spun with ONBU in his arms, laughing like sunlight, something achingly warm stirred inside the Kazekage. This was everything Gaara had ever wanted for him. Everything he swore he would protect. "Home," he whispered under his breath. "You finally look like you've found it." Naruto dashed back across the courtyard, ONBU still snuggled safely in his arms, his cheeks flushed pink and his smile glowing like sunlight. His long golden hair flowed behind him, catching in the breeze as he reached Gaara's side. His voice trembled with joy as he looked up at the redhead, eyes glossy with fresh tears. "Gaara," he breathed out. Anbu's going to stay with us. Forever." He held the small creature up slightly, like presenting the most precious treasure in the world. ONBU chirped with excitement, reaching his little arms toward Gaara and repeating, "ONBU, ONBU." Gaara's eyes softened instantly. He didn't speak at first, he simply stepped forward, closing the space between them and wrapping one arm around Naruto's waist, the other gently supporting Anbu's back. His hand grazed over Naruto's as if to anchor him in that perfect, heart-stealing moment. Then, in a low voice that vibrated with emotion he rarely let anyone hear, he said, "Then he stays with us, as our family." He kissed Naruto's temple gently, then looked down at ONBU, brushing his thumb over the soft fur near his ear. "Welcome home, ONBU." Naruto let out a tiny sob, one of relief and overwhelming love, then leaned into Gaara's chest, still holding their fuzzy baby between them. The three of them standing there, held together under the sky, finally felt complete. Tsunade. A hand flew to her mouth as her eyes welled with tears. The sight of Naruto spinning joyfully with ONBU in his arms. It tore her apart and healed her all at once. He's finally Happy, she whispered, voice cracking. Kami, I hope you all are watching this. Kushina, Minato, Jiraiya. Kakashi. He stood silently, but his lone visible eye shimmered. The corners of his lips curved up in a bittersweet smile. You did it, Naruto. You found your peace. You earned it. Yamato. His posture relaxed as he exhaled deeply. He deserves to smile like that every day, he thought. And it's not Konoha that gave it to him. It's Gaara. And love. Sigh. Sai's face softened more than anyone had ever seen. Quietly, he sketched. This is what family looks like, he murmured. I want him to keep that smile forever. Shikamaru. He tilted his head, smiling faintly. Troublesome as ever, he mumbled. But if anyone deserves that joy, it's him. A warm breeze ruffled his ponytail, he swore it carried Jiraiya's laughter. Kiba. Kiba turned slightly away, blinking fast. Damn dust in the air, he muttered. Look at him, like a dad, like a real family. Akamaru barked softly in approval. Neji. Neji's eyes glistened as he smiled, openly, genuinely. Fate finally bent for him, he thought. And I'm glad I'm here to see it. Sakura. She stood completely still. Her expression was unreadable at first, but then, a tear slipped down, and a wistful smile appeared. He looks so free, she whispered. Not because of us, because of himself. Raikage. His voice rumbled with rare warmth. He's where he belongs now, he said firmly. And no one touches that piece. No one. Mizukage. She sighed with a hand over her heart, smiling like a proud elder sister. Look at him, radiant. May no pain ever touch that light again. Tsuchikage. He snorted, swiping at his eyes gruffly. Little brat made me cry, he grumbled. TCH. And I'm not even mad. Naruto suddenly froze mid-spin, his arms tightening around Onbu. A small squeak escaped him as his cheeks flushed a deep red. He slowly stopped turning, blinked, then buried his face behind Onbu's soft fur. Sorry, he mumbled, voice muffled and bashful. He peeked out just a little, only his wide, glassy eyes visible from behind Onbu's fluff. I ran out like that. And the summit got disturbed. His pout deepened as he clutched Onbu protectively, his long golden hair falling over his flushed face. I didn't mean to. Tsunade softened, her stern mask cracking into a motherly chuckle. Naruto, you didn't disturb anything. You reminded all of us what really matters. Kakashi rubbed the back of his head with a soft smile. It's fine, I think we all needed that moment more than you think. Sai blinked, tilted his head, then offered the tiniest of smiles. I'll make a new entry in my book. Chapter title, When Light Walked into the Room. Yamato chuckled quietly. That was the least chaotic thing you've done all week. It was. Nice. Shikamaru gave a small shrug and smirked. Summit was dragging anyway. Your timing was perfectly troublesome. Kiba grinned wide. You didn't disturb anything, dumbass. You upgraded the whole vibe. Akamaru gave a happy bark. Neji folded his arms, smiling softly. No need to apologize for being human. Especially not when your happiness is this radiant. Sakura looked down briefly, then nodded with a soft smile. It's okay, really. You looked happy. We haven't seen that in a while. Raikage huffed, arms crossed. TCH, we were just talking. You gave us a moment we'll never forget, kid. Then he added with a teasing edge, but if you run off like that again, take Gaara with you. He nearly murdered someone. Mizukage laughed gently. You called it a disturbance. She smiled. No, that was a miracle. Tsuchikage smirked. Kid, that was the best damn interruption I've had in decades. And behind them all, Gaara stood silently beside Naruto, a small, loving smile tugging at his lips. He reached forward, brushing some hair from Naruto's face. There's nothing to apologize for, love, he murmured. You were just being you. Naruto blinked suddenly, as if a light had gone off in his head. Oh, he gasped softly, reaching into the pocket of his robe. He pulled out a small candy, bright pink wrapping crinkling softly as he unwrapped it with delicate fingers. The candy shimmered slightly in the light, round and glossy like a marble. He smiled down at Onbu, his eyes full of gentle warmth. Onbu, baby, he cooed sweetly, his voice as soft as a lullaby. Open your mouth, sweetheart. Onbu blinked his big green eyes, tilted his head, and opened his tiny mouth with a soft, Onbu. Naruto giggled and carefully placed the candy in his mouth like he was feeding the most precious creature in the world. There we go, he whispered lovingly, brushing his fingers gently over Anbu's fuzzy cheek. That's your favorite, isn't it? You used to squeak every time I brought it out. Onbu happily chewed, his tiny arms wiggling in joy as he nestled closer into Naruto's chest. Reactions around. Tsunade turned away with a small sniff, blinking fast, clearly moved. Kakashi lowered his mask just enough to hide a fond smile. Sai had already begun sketching in his notebook. Yamato, Neji, and Shikamaru stood quietly, the softness of the moment washing over them. Kiba let out a soft laugh, nudging Akamaru who gave a small bark in approval. Sakura bit her lip, eyes glimmering. The Raikage crossed his arms again and grunted softly. You're really something, brat. And through it all, Gaara simply watched. One arm gently wrapped around Naruto's waist, his chest blooming with warmth at the sight. He leaned in quietly and murmured into Naruto's ear. He missed you as much as you missed him. Naruto smiled, soft, tearful, but completely whole, as Onbu chirped again in his arms, his mouth full of sweet candy. As Naruto gently fed Onbu the candy, murmuring sweetly to the fuzzy creature nestled in his arms, the entire hall seemed to pause, softened by the raw, quiet love blooming in front of them. Mizukage Mei Terumi. Mei's glossy lips curled into a gentle, almost maternal smile. Her usually sharp eyes softened as she folded her hands gracefully in front of her chest. He's adorable, she whispered, voice dipped in warmth. Naruto Uzumaki, you have more love in you than most villages can dream of. She looked toward Gaara with an approving glance, and added under her breath. You better hold on to him, Kazekage. Men like that are rare. Tsuchikage Onoki. The old Tsuchikage let out a gruff sound, arms crossed, eyebrows furrowed tightly, but his eyes betrayed him. They had softened. HMPH. That brat, he muttered. Running out mid-summit like that. But then his voice trailed off as he watched Naruto spin joyfully with Onbu in his arms. There was a very slight, barely visible, tremor in the corner of his mustache as he looked away quickly, murmuring more to himself than anyone. He's just a kid, a good one, and we treated him like a weapon. Even Kuretsuchi, standing a step behind him, glanced at him with surprise and a small knowing smile. The quiet warmth of the hall was broken by a soft, surprised sound. Ah, followed by a tender giggle. Everyone turned their heads toward Naruto. He was seated comfortably in Gaara's lap again, cradling Onbu against his chest. The little fluffball had both of his tiny hands tightly gripping one long, golden strand of Naruto's silky hair, pulled taut and tangled around his fuzzy fingers. Naruto giggled again, his cheeks glowing with affection. Onbu, baby. Not my hair, he said playfully, voice soft like velvet as he carefully untangled the strand from Onbu's hands. Onbu blinked up at him with wide, innocent green eyes and let out a soft chirp. Onbu. Naruto smiled warmly, brushing his nose gently against Onbu's fuzzy head in response. Gaara, behind him, simply leaned forward and kissed the top of Naruto's head without a word, letting the moment settle. Reactions around the room. Tsunade blinked hard and let out a shaky exhale. He's still just a child, she whispered. Mei clutched her chest. That was so precious I could melt. Onoki huffed under his breath. Hair pulling now. HMPH. Like raising a baby Biju. Raikage couldn't hide a quiet smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Little troublemakers already claiming him again. Kiba snorted. That's one strong baby grip. Shikamaru muttered, troublesome, but cute. Sai was already sketching again furiously, eyes fixed on Naruto's laughing face. Sakura said nothing, only looked down, face unreadable. Kakashi, with one eye slightly crinkled, murmured, he laughs like that so rarely. Even Yamato cracked a small smile. And Neji, arms folded, simply gave the faintest of approving nods. The room softened again, whatever tension had remained melted away by the innocence of a fluffy Onbu and the boy who had finally begun to smile for himself. Naruto giggled softly, the sound echoing like bells through the quiet air. He gently rose from Gaara's lap, still cradling Onbu against his chest. The little fluffball was now happily nuzzled into Naruto's neck, chirping contently. With graceful steps, Naruto walked toward the Raikage, his golden hair swaying like silk and Onbu's little arms loosely hugging him back. He stopped in front of the tall man, smiling sweetly as he looked up. You said inside the hall you wanted a picture, he said with a playful glint in his eyes, cheeks still faintly pink with joy. The Raikage blinked in surprise at first, then let out a soft chuckle, shaking his head. You really remembered that, huh? You're something else, kid. Naruto nodded eagerly, stepping just a bit closer and holding Onbu gently so he was visible and upright in his arms. Onbu blinked at the Raikage with wide, green eyes, then gave a happy squeak. Onbu. He's all yours for a pose, Naruto giggled. But just a picture. He's mine forever. The Raikage raised a brow, clearly amused. A selfie, huh? You're full of surprises. He reached into his flak jacket and pulled out a surprisingly sleek, high-end Shinobi issue scroll phone, modified for both mission data and, apparently, candid moments. Naruto giggled and adjusted Onbu slightly in his arms, making sure the little puffball's round face and green eyes were facing the camera. Onbu blinked, then raised one tiny hand like he was trying to wave. The Raikage leaned in, crouching slightly so he was more level with them. Naruto tilted his head, resting it softly against Onbu's fuzzy head with a bright, genuine smile, eyes sparkling. Alright, say Onbu. Naruto chirped. Onbu. Onbu squeaked happily. Click. The phone captured the moment. A smiling Naruto, radiant and tear-wiped, cradling around, happy Onbu in his arms, while the Raikage stood beside them, one large arm partially behind Naruto, offering a rare, soft grin of his own. As soon as the shutter went off, Naruto peeked at the image. "Ah, that's so cute. Send me that, please." The Raikage smirked. "Already done, and I'm framing this in my office." Naruto giggled with a blush. From the distance, Gaara stood quietly, watching with a soft, unreadable smile. A flicker of something warm passed through his seafoam eyes, contentment, maybe even pride. Because Naruto was happy. Radiantly, breathtakingly happy. Still holding Onbu snug against his chest, Naruto turned around with a bright smile and trotted back toward the gathered Kages and Shinobi. His long golden hair flowed behind him, catching the light, and Onbu squeaked softly with every bounce in Naruto's steps. As they re-entered the group, conversations paused. All eyes were on him, on them. Naruto's expression softened as he looked around the crowd, his voice gentle but clear. "Sorry again for rushing out like that," he murmured, hugging Onbu closer. "But, I think you all understand now." The Mizukage gave a small nod, smiling with warmth. "We do, and it was worth seeing." The Tsuchikage gave a gruff snort but didn't argue. HMPH. He's still better behaved than most of the shinobi I've met. Tsunade looked down, her hands clasped tightly together, but she offered a faint, emotional smile, eyes misty. Kakashi's single visible eye crinkled with something close to relief. Yamato nodded slowly. Sai watched them with open curiosity, while Shikamaru murmured a quiet, troublesome, under his breath, but his lips twitched upward in the slightest of smirks. Neji stood tall, eyes watching Naruto and Onbu with quiet reflection. Kiba grinned and whispered to Akamaru, who wagged his tail. Sakura kept her eyes lowered. Naruto simply smiled at them all and said softly, "I finally got a part of my heart back." He stepped beside Gaara again, brushing shoulders with him. Onbu nestled against his neck like a warm little scarf, giving another, Onbu. As if greeting everyone. Gaara turned toward Naruto, eyes never leaving his face, and whispered just for him to hear. "Welcome back, both of you." Naruto blushed. To be continued. Chapter 25. The sun had shifted slightly, casting golden rays through the clouds and into the garden courtyard just beyond the summit hall. It was quiet there, still and soft, untouched by the tension inside. Gaara walked beside Naruto, one hand lightly resting on his lower back, offering support without a word. Onbu sat contentedly in Naruto's arms, nestled like he belonged there, because he did. They reached a low stone bench near the koi pond. Naruto carefully sat down, cradling Onbu on his lap. Gaara sat beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. For a long while, neither of them spoke. The soft rustling of the wind, the trickling of water, and the faint hum of birds were all that filled the air. Naruto looked down at Onbu with a faint smile, his voice barely a whisper. "He still remembers me. After all this time." Gaara shifted slightly to face him better, his tone gentle. "How could he not? You took care of him like a mother. That kind of love, it leaves a mark, on hearts, and souls." Naruto blinked rapidly, a tear slipping down before he could stop it. But this time, it wasn't from pain or exhaustion. It was from healing. He looked at Gaara and whispered, "You always know what to say." Gaara offered a rare, fond smile as he reached out to brush Naruto's long hair behind his ear. Then, leaning in, he kissed his temple and murmured against his skin. "Because I know you." Naruto gave a small, breathy laugh, then leaned into Gaara's side with a content sigh, head resting on his shoulder. Onbu blinked sleepily, then curled up in Naruto's lap, one paw still gripping his jacket. A soft coo left his fuzzy form, and within seconds, he had dozed off. Naruto stroked his fur gently, his tone dreamy. This is what peace feels like, isn't it? Gaara didn't answer immediately. Instead, he took Naruto's free hand in his and intertwined their fingers. Then he whispered, "Yes, and I'll make sure you never lose it again." Just as the wind carried the scent of the early afternoon air, Naruto looked down and noticed a slight movement in his lap. Onbu's round, furry little head lifted slowly from where it had been nestled, his green eyes blinking up at Naruto with a sleepy gaze. Naruto tilted his head, eyes soft and voice barely above a whisper. "Baby, what happened? You were asleep a while ago. Can't sleep." Onbu gave a soft, high-pitched chirp, one that Naruto immediately understood. It wasn't loud, but it was expressive. As if saying, "Yes, but I'm trying." Naruto smiled, a warm little curve of his lips as he brought Onbu close to his chest, holding him gently and securely. One hand stroked the soft fur between Onbu's ears while the other wrapped around his back. "Shish, it's okay. I've got you." And then, just like he used to, like the memories etched deep into both their hearts, Naruto began to sing. His voice was soft, melodic, and sweet like warm honey in the air. Each word came like a lullaby from a mother's soul. "Close your eyes, little star. Let the night carry you far. In dreams so bright, you'll softly sway. The worries of the world drift away." Gaara didn't speak. He simply watched with calm reverence, one hand resting behind Naruto on the bench, the other brushing against the edge of Naruto's sleeve. The little Onba let out another gentle chirp as his eyes began to flutter closed again, reassured by Naruto's familiar warmth and the lull of his voice. Naruto leaned his cheek against Onbu's fur, swaying ever so slightly as he continued the song in a whisper. "Moon above and stars in flight. Guard your dreams through the night. In my arms, you'll always stay. Loved and safe in every way." By the time the final note left his lips, Onbu was fast asleep again, his breathing even, his tiny fingers curled into Naruto's shirt. Naruto looked up at Gaara, voice still hushed. "He always loved that one." Gaara nodded, his eyes soft, admiration and pride all wrapped in one quiet look. "Just like I do." Naruto blushed gently, then smiled as he leaned into Gaara's side once more, Onbu curled between them like a piece of their hearts finally back in place. Gaara's eyes softened immediately, the corner of his mouth lifting in a barely there smile as he watched Naruto twist a strand of his long, golden hair around his finger, shy and endearing. Naruto's voice was soft, his cheeks pink with the quiet excitement of the idea blooming in his heart. I was thinking about stitching clothes and accessories for Onbu," he said, glancing up briefly, then looking down again with a sweet, bashful smile. "You know, onesies, bibs, bows. That sort of stuff." He gave a tiny giggle, as if nervous he might sound silly. Gaara didn't say anything at first. He simply reached out and gently brushed Naruto's cheek with the back of his fingers. "That sounds perfect," Gaara said, his voice low, fond. "He's part of our family now. And you'll make him the most adorable little outfits the shinobi world has ever seen." Naruto looked up at him, surprised, then laughed softly, his eyes glimmering with warmth and affection. "Really?" "Of course." Gaara leaned in and pressed a kiss to Naruto's temple. "I'll even help if you let me. Though I can't promise I'm any good with a needle." Naruto giggled again, this time with a brightness in his smile that made Onbu, nestled on his lap, let out a happy little chirp in his sleep. "Okay," Naruto whispered, heart full. "Then it's a date. We'll make a whole wardrobe for our baby." Just as Naruto was about to excitedly tell Gaara about a strawberry-patterned onesie he had envisioned for Onbu, a gentle knock sounded at the door. It was soft, polite, hesitant, almost as if the person behind it knew they were intruding on something tender. Naruto blinked, still holding Onbu securely against his chest, and glanced toward the door. "Who is it?" he called out, voice light but curious. The door creaked open slightly, revealing Shikamaru, who stepped in with his usual calm but observant expression, hands in his pockets and his gaze soft. "Sorry to interrupt," he said, scratching the back of his head. "Didn't want to barge in. But Tsunade-sama wanted to check on you. Said not to rush back, just wanted to know if you're okay." His eyes shifted from Naruto to Gaara, and then finally to the peacefully sleeping Onbu nestled in Naruto's arms. "And, well," Shikamaru added with a faint smirk, "the little furball's hard to ignore." Naruto gave a sheepish smile, cheeks still faintly pink from the earlier conversation. We're okay, he said softly, rocking Onbu a little. Just resting, talking, planning future fashion empires. Shikamaru chuckled, then nodded. Figured. I'll let her know you're safe. No pressure to come back right now, just take your time. Then, just before turning to leave, Shikamaru gave Naruto a long look. Not one of pity, but one of silent, sincere respect. Naruto, I'm really glad you found your place. And with that, he closed the door gently behind him. Naruto sat quietly, Onbu nestled peacefully in his arms. A soft breeze danced through the window, rustling the hem of his robe. As the room fell into a gentle silence, a small smile curled on Naruto's lips. An idea sparked in his eyes. Carefully, without disturbing Onbu, he reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He opened a blank page on his drawing app, chewing his lip thoughtfully as his fingers began to glide over the screen. With each stroke, soft lines came to life, rounded shapes, cuddly folds, soft little ears. A woolen onesie began to form. Warm and cozy. The fabric would be thick but breathable, soft enough for Onbu's delicate fur. He added little bare faces on the hood and cuffs, tiny paw prints stitched onto the feet, and a buttoned front for easy changes. Finally, he added a matching hat, complete with 2 rounded bear ears on top. After a few minutes, Naruto exhaled, pleased. He turned the phone toward Gaara, a shy blush already blooming on his cheeks. His voice came out soft, unsure. Like it. He peeked up at Gaara through his lashes, twisting a strand of his long blonde hair around his finger. His heart thudded nervously in his chest, waiting for Gaara's reaction. Gaara leaned in, eyes softening the moment he caught sight of the sketch. He stared at the little details, the tiny bare ears, the paw print feet, the gentle roundness of the onesie's silhouette. It was simple, warm, and overflowing with the kind of tender love only Naruto could weave into every stitch. He didn't speak for a moment, just kept looking. Then he glanced up at Naruto, blushing, fidgeting, still playing with a golden strand of his hair like a shy child waiting for praise. Gaara reached up and gently took Naruto's hand, untwisting the hair from his finger before intertwining their fingers together. His voice was low, warm, honest. It's perfect, love, just like you. Onbu's going to look adorable in this. Naruto's eyes lit up instantly, his smile blooming wide as his cheeks turned an even deeper pink. He let out a soft giggle, hugging Onbu closer to his chest, who chirped and blinked sleepily in response. You really think so? He asked, bashfully hiding his face behind Onbu's fluffy body. Gaara leaned forward and kissed the top of Naruto's head. I know so. They sat there like that, wrapped in that soft moment, one filled with quiet affection, shared dreams, and the warmth of a new little family just beginning to take shape. Naruto peeked out shyly from behind Onbu's fluff, his lips curled into a soft, glowing smile. His heart fluttered at Gaara's words, so steady, so sure. The warmth in them soaked into his bones, calming the lingering ache from everything they'd gone through these past few days. Still holding his phone in one hand, Naruto tapped the screen a few times, pulling up a little list under the title, Onbu's Closet. It already had a few bullet points. Bear onesie. Bibs with stars, moons, and sand roses. Matching bows. Tiny fuzzy socks. A mini cloak like Papa Gaara's. He giggled, showing the list to Gaara. I want to make him a wardrobe. Like, a proper one. With his own trunk and everything, he said, practically glowing now. Think Suna has a good fabric shop. Gaara chuckled softly, reaching out to gently brush a lock of hair away from Naruto's cheek. We have the best, especially since you'll be living there, he said with a slight smirk. And if not, I'll make sure you get what you need, even if I have to bring in merchants from across the desert. Naruto blinked, eyes round and sparkling. Then he reached up and kissed Gaara's cheek softly. You're the best, he whispered, resting his head on Gaara's shoulder again. Onbu nestled comfortably between them. The room felt warm, quiet, and full of love. Outside, the sun had started to lower, casting golden light over the horizon. In that gentle hush, Naruto's breathing began to slow, as did Onbu's tiny chirps, both comforted by the presence of the one they loved most. And Gaara. He just held them, his family, knowing he would burn the world down to keep this peace alive. Gaara shifted just slightly, adjusting his arm to cradle both Naruto and Onbu more securely. His other hand stayed resting over Naruto's, fingers interlaced like it was the most natural thing in the world. The silence between them wasn't awkward, it was comforting, a rare, sacred quiet that allowed emotions to breathe. Naruto blinked slowly, his lashes fluttering like golden feathers before he let out a soft hum. I want to make matching scarves too, he mumbled sleepily, nose nuzzling against Gaara's collarbone. Something soft, maybe in warm brown and sandy beige, with our names stitched in tiny letters. Gaara's heart clenched in that quiet way it always did when Naruto spoke like this, so gently, so thoughtfully. He nodded once, his voice barely above a breath. Let's do it, I'll wear it everywhere. Naruto gave a sleepy smile. Even to Kage meetings. Gaara's lips quirked into a rare, amused smile. Especially to Kage meetings. Naruto giggled softly, the sound airy and laced with affection. Onbu, settled on his lap, chirped once in contentment, his little body rising and falling with Naruto's breath. The warmth from both of them seeped into Gaara's chest. After a long, comfortable pause, Gaara lowered his head just a bit and whispered against Naruto's temple. You give meaning to my days, Naruto. You and Onbu. You are my peace. Naruto looked up slowly, cheeks tinted the softest shade of pink. He reached up, cupping Gaara's jaw with a delicate hand. Then I'll make sure you never lose that peace, he whispered. And just like that, the world outside ceased to matter. In that moment, on a simple couch in a quiet room with the last rays of the sun pouring in, they weren't Kazekage or Jinchuriki or tools of war. They were just Gaara, Naruto, and Onbu. A family. Bound not by blood, but by choice, love, and every promise they made in silence. The end.